Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Deku was older than in class? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. When Izuku was 4 his life was pretty okay. He didn't have a dad as far as he knew, but he didn't think that was terrible. After all, he only needed his mother. But all good things come to an end. I'm sorry Miss Midoriya, but your son is quirkless? That's when it all came crashing down. Are you sure, doctor? I mean, there isn't anything. Inko asked as she used her own quirk to pull the figurine towards herself. I'm afraid so. With how weak your quirk and your husband's quirk is, it makes sense even though only 20% of people are quirkless. Inko nodded her head and said her goodbyes, leaving the doctor's office with her son in tow. Mommy, Inko looked to her son quickly in the car to let him know she was listening. Do you think I can still be a hero? Her eyes widened and she pulled the car into a lot and set it in park. Honey, she thought about it for a moment before answering. I think you can still be a hero. She saw her son perk up before speaking again, but not like All Might. He almost started crying, but she picked him up from his seat and hugged him. You're going to be better. After their talk, Inko decided that if she was going to support her son, then he needed to take lessons on how to fight and defend himself. Especially from bullies now that everyone seemed to know. Izuku, do you want to start taking classes? Inko asked as she made dinner while he set the table. Like what? Will it help me be a hero? He asked excitedly. It would. He nodded his head vigorously and she smiled. She wanted to start off with something that would be good for running away and hiding from people first, so at the age of 4 he started gymnastics and parkour. She was proud that her son didn't seem to mind that he wasn't getting into fighting right away though. It was all going fine until he came home one day with a long nasty cut on his arm. She had asked him who did it, but he didn't tell her and only looked down sadly at himself. Honey, did this happen while you were trying to practice? She saw her son straighten up and begin to talk quickly. Oh. It was this other kid. I had been trying to run away like you said and was halfway up a tree when they grabbed onto my arm with their quirk and it cut me. But the teacher said it was an accident, so I didn't want to get the other in trouble. He explained, whispering at the end. She smiled sadly at her son. He was being a hero even to people who didn't deserve it. It's okay, honey. I'm gonna show you how to fix this up, okay? After all, a hero needs to know first aid. She declared, carrying him to the bathroom. She was glad that she was a nurse, so it was a simple few stitches and clean up. At the age of 6, Inko decided it was time for him to begin other activities. The bullying hadn't stopped and her son was already getting in trouble all of the time since they blamed him for it. So she decided it was time he learned to fight back. I think you should start some other classes. What do you think? Inko asked as she helped bandage another wound. Really? Can I choose? How many am I allowed to do? Inko smiled as he talked excitedly about all the things he could learn. At the age of 6 he was in gymnastics, aikido, hapkido, judo, jiu-jitsu, and a parkour class. She thought it was too much for him since he was so young, but he was so excited and had handled everything well enough that she decided that it was okay for him to take so many classes. Since he started not being at home so much, Inko also decided to start taking more shifts. Money wasn't the issue, of course. They had enough to be fine for a while. She loved Izuku a lot, but nursing was always her passion. Izuku, honey, I'm not going to be home so much anymore and I'll be getting back a lot later. Is that okay? She asked as she walked him to his school. It's okay, mommy. My teachers offer me rides all the time. Inko was glad that he had such amazing teachers. She had known Haku and Sakura for 2 years now and was glad that they also offered the fighting classes to teach him. The only new teacher he seemed to get was a man named Akabane, who was a very calm old man who had a fighting quirk that allowed him to see all the openings in a fight. Okay, honey, as long as you're sure. It was Saturday, or as Izuku called it, free day. He had classes every day of the week except Saturday. His teachers thought it was because he wanted to play on those days, but it was actually because it gave him time to try out his own fighting style that he was making with all of the classes he took. He quickly learned that every fighter has a beat, like music, that they all followed, and if you were able to mess up the beat or keep yours unpredictable, then it would make the fight easier. He also used these days to learn anything else that could help him. He had been learning how technology and devices worked to learn hacking, support building, and how to destroy any weapon he came across or find its weakness. He had also picked up sewing. He didn't know why, but he found it fun and comforting. After all, sewing was just like stitches, so he used it as an excuse even though he knew his mother didn't mind it. He was of course still interested in heroes, but he didn't have any All Might stuff yet. He didn't see the point in liking him if he couldn't actually help the kid. He also realized that, being quirkless, All Might didn't support quirkless people and often seemed to look down on them. So Izuku ended up liking a different hero. He was kind of new and had only graduated recently, but was an amazing underground hero as well as fought quirkless countless times. No one knows what his quirk is, but from the videos I've seen it has something to do with his eyes. He spoke aloud while taking apart an old computer from the junkyard, and all of the attackers seem to lose control of their quirks unless it's a mutant type. He finally got the back part open and began messing with the motherboard, so maybe he can. Wait, that's it. He yelled, running over and grabbing one of his notebooks before writing quickly. He can erase people's quirks as long as he can see them. That's why his hair floats. He's using his quirk. He wrote down any other things he could think of about the hero, including how his capture weapon assisted with keeping villains in his line of sight. Inko got home around midnight, but she was surprised to see her son still awake and working on a computer while writing in his notebook. She expected to see or hear him mumbling, but he was silent and had his lips pressed together as if forcing himself not to talk. It wasn't the first time she had noticed it either. When she had the first time, she thought maybe he was just having an off day, but this proved he wasn't. Izuku, I'm surprised you aren't mumbling. She laughed a little nervously. She was worried that her son was still being bullied. Oh, sorry, I just must have been really focused. She could tell he was lying. He had a habit of putting his hand on his neck when he lied to her. She couldn't figure out why he always did that though. She only nodded her head but didn't seem convinced. Izuku, honey, are you being bullied again? Izuku jumped so much that he accidentally cut himself on the piece of the computer, but he quickly wrapped it and looked at her nervously. Why would you say that, Mom? Everyone pretty much leaves me alone. But it's fine, really. He was always a very convincing 7-year-old, even though he had a few tells. Okay, Izuku, whatever you say. Izuku was now 12 and always seemed to have a lot on his plate. His mom always seemed to worry about him, but with all of her shifts and his lessons they didn't talk about it much. He had learned and was proficient in all of the classes he took, but he knew he could always do better. After all, he was useless according to his classmates. He knew that he couldn't take what they said seriously and to just ignore it, but he couldn't sometimes. He was heading to his class and was practicing his parkour at the moment since the streets were pretty empty. The two teaching him turned out to be married and combined the classes since they knew what he was trying to do. They had asked him if he could come in early so that he could meet their son and his friends. He didn't get why they wanted to meet him, but he didn't mind it. He was jogging slightly and humming under his breath to his music. He didn't notice the group of kids behind him either, as he picked up the pace a little before jumping over a trash can, landing on a bench before flipping off it and landing in a crouch. The group of kids began clapping and cheering. He jumped a little before looking at the group. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to bother you guys. He replied automatically when they began walking up to him. Are you kidding? That was awesome. The one with straight black hair and sharp teeth shouted with stars in his eyes. Sorry, I'm really bad with people. He answered, still a little nervous. No worries, man, neither is our buddy Kirishima here. The pink girl with horns assured as she laid an arm over the black-haired one. Yeah, he gets all shy, the blonde with the lightning bolt teased as he nudged the black-haired one, making him blush a little, and nudged his friend back. Wait, I've seen you somewhere before. One with large elbows said, looking at him as he still hadn't stood up straight yet. Once he did, they all jumped back a little since they didn't expect him to be taller than they are. Whoa, dude. How much older are you? Kirishima asked. I'm only 12. He responded with a slight blush on his cheeks. Oh no, we didn't mean it like that. It's just you're our senpai then. The blonde answered while waving his hands. We never even introduced ourselves. My name's Ishido Mina, this is Kaminari Denki, Sirohanta, and Kirishima Ijiro. Ishido greeted, pointing to all of them. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I should probably go, actually I need to meet up with my TE teachers. He gestured widely behind him. "Oh right, didn't mean to keep you Midoriya-senpai. Have a good day," they shouted to him as he began running again. He blushed slightly at the name but waved goodbye. "Midoriya. It's good to see ya." Haku yelled as she saw him enter. "What's wrong, honey, you look flustered?" Sakura said as they both walked up to the boy who was breathing. "There were these kids and they said I was cool, then started calling me senpai." He yelled the last part like he was describing a car accident. "Oh Midoriya honey, they just thought you were cool is all, don't worry, and we warned the kids to calm down a little around you too," Sakura said, trying to calm down the boy at least a little. "Yeah. Don't worry about it, Ijiro will love you." Izuku looked up shocked. "Kirishima Ijiro?" The two nodded their head confused. "That was one of the kid that hi moms." "Oh Midoriya-senpai. I didn't know my moms were your teachers." The group of four ran up to the three, making the two adults smirk. "Ijiro, you didn't tell us you knew little Midoriya here," Sakura said, still smirking at Izuku. "Oh, we met on our way here actually. He was awesome Ijiro went on a tangent on what Izuku was doing as the older blushed and tried to hide his face in his hands. "Okay, that's enough," Haku giggled out as she led Izuku to the training area. "He still needs to work if he's gonna be here." Izuku nodded his head, going to change into spandex shorts, a tank top, and some knee and elbow pads before coming back out and stretching to loosen up a little. He looked over and saw the four others messing around a little. He smiled slightly. He wished he had something like that, but he was happy that none of them were alone. "Okay Midoriya, since it is one of your off days, how about just doing some of your normal runs and then whatever you want?" Haku already began to do her own routine. "Sounds good Haku-sensei." The woman nodded her head and went back to work, and Izuku started a run. "Hey you four. You might want to watch this." Haku yelled to the other kids. They all looked over and watched as Izuku jumped over a few foam boxes before jumping from the tallest one. He reached up and grabbed the edge of a cement wall and pulled himself up. "Wow. That's so cool." Mina cheered. Izuku blushed but kept focus on the task at hand. He ran across the edges and climbed up higher every once in a while until he got to a part where it was only railing. He balanced on a part for a moment and took a few breaths before crouching, then jumping off and landing in a roll. "Wow. Holy CRP. He blushed a little more before standing up and catching a water that was thrown to him. "Good job Midoriya. Go get some water, then we'll go from there." To say Izuku was exhausted would be lying. He was dying honestly. Going from only talking to his teachers, mother, and the Bakugas to talking to four new people that were all very excitable was different. When he walked into the house, he saw his mother sitting on the couch watching TV. He walked over there before flopping on her lap with a sigh. "Hi honey, how was today?" she asked through laughs. "It's not funny. They were so talkative and nice," he said like he was complaining. "Isn't that good though? A change from everything." "I mean yeah, but it was just a lot. They were really nice though." He smiled up at her. She pet his hair. As she did so, she realized how much longer his hair had gotten. "Oh, do you want a haircut? It has been a while." Izuku sat up and saw his own hair length. It was getting closer to the bottom of his ears. "Maybe. I'm not sure. I kinda like it long." She smiled at him and nodded her head. "Of course, sweetie. Now let's go ahead and make dinner." "Honey, get up, I'll be leaving soon." Inko called from the kitchen as she got dressed. "I know, Mom," Izuku shouted while he jumped from the stairs and landed in the living room. He had on shorts and a tank top again since he was supposed to go on a run. "You look amazing, honey." She turned him around, seeing his hair in a small ponytail. "Now, here's any money you might need. Get groceries on the way back, and make sure to stay hydrated." She kissed him on the cheek, making him laugh a little. "I know, Mom, I know. Have a good day. Make sure you tell Grandma Chio I said hello." She was a woman that had started volunteering at his mom's hospital. "I love you." "Love you too." She went out the door and headed to work while Izuku got around to go for his run. He grabbed his phone, headphones, and a water bottle before he headed out the door with his keys. After his run, he decided to go to the beach. He had been working on cleaning up the beach for a while so he could build up muscle outside of lessons. Once he got to the beach, he set his stuff down and began humming slightly as he picked up garbage. He was so busy cleaning and hopping over all the obstacles that he didn't notice someone watching. Well, actually, that's what the kid thought. Izuku had noticed him as soon as he stopped walking and watched Izuku. Once he cleared a good area, he decided to walk over and get a drink and sit down. The person still hadn't left though. He sat up and turned to them with a smile. "You can sit down if you want, I don't bite, promise?" He joked, making the person smile at least. The two were silent until Izuku decided to speak again. "My name's Izuku Midoriya." The person looked at him and stared before answering. "Shinso Hitoshi." Izuku nodded before he stood up almost abruptly. "Well, I'm gonna do a little more work. You're welcome to join in if you want." He smiled before going back to moving the garbage out of the way. He did notice though that Shinso hadn't moved yet. After another hour, he decided to call it a day and walked back over to Shinso, who still hadn't moved yet. "Well, you want to go get some lunch?" The other seemed shocked that Izuku was even talking to him. "I don't have any money." Izuku smiled brighter. "That's fine, I'll treat you." The boy followed him even though he seemed a little nervous about it. "Why are you taking a complete stranger to lunch?" Shinso asked, not meeting the other's eyes. "Why were you watching a complete stranger?" Izuku asked with a smirk, being able to catch the other's eyes. But it was because Izuku thought about it for a moment. It wouldn't be obvious to most people, but since Izuku worked with a lot of small pieces and focused on all the details, he noticed that he was skinnier than he needed to be. He didn't miss the subtle marks around his mouth. "I don't really know." Seemed fun. The other looked at him confused but shrugged him off. "Why did you follow a stranger?" Depending on his answer, Izuku was going to offer something. Seemed nice enough. Izuku nodded his head. If what he thought was true, he was going to drag someone to his mom later. Huh, most people wouldn't do that. Shinso flinched a little, but then again, most people don't offer lunch to a complete stranger. Once they made it to the downtown area, Izuku watched for Shinso to look at a place. He wasn't really surprised when the other's eyes settled on a cat cafe for a minute. Let's go there." Izuku made it seem like he came up with the idea, though he could see the subtle signs of happiness on the other's face. They were both silent for the most part, but neither seemed to mind it. Until Izuku got curious. "So, what's your quirk?" He saw the other try to suppress the violent flinch at the question. The other started to avoid eye contact and even shrunk in on himself. "I'm quirkless." The other looked surprised. "So whatever your answer is, I'm not gonna push you away, but I won't push for an answer either." Shinso seemed to calm down after that but still didn't look up. "Brainwashing." Izuku nodded his head. "Is it response-based or do you have to do it through contact? Can someone break out or do you have to let them go?" Izuku asked a few questions because one, he was genuinely curious, and two, to make sure the other knew he wasn't afraid to talk to him still. "It's response-based, and they have to sort of be pushed somehow to be knocked out of it, or feel pain." Izuku nodded and wrote it down on one of the napkins. They had found out he had almost photographic memory, so him writing it down now would make sure he knew later. "Huh, that's really cool. You plan on being a hero?" Izuku asked. He was generally interested. "Yeah, I want to be like Eraserhead." Izuku had stars in his eyes. "Really? Me too. He's so cool honestly, and his fighting style is actually hard to follow." Izuku kept talking about Eraserhead with Shinso jumping in and adding his own thoughts. After a while, with the two eating and talking, it was almost time for Izuku to head home. "Hey, do you have a phone?" Izuku asked, pulling his out. Yeah." He pulled his phone out and handed it to Izuku. "Well, to exchange numbers, right? I mean, we're friends after all." Izuku explained with a blinding smile. Shinso shrugged his shoulder, but Izuku could see the happiness in his eyes. "And call or text if you ever need anything?" Shinso nodded. "Seriously, even if it's something you think is silly." Soon the two said goodbye as Izuku pulled out his phone again and called his mom. "Hi honey. What's up? I met someone today. But something's wrong with his home life. I'm gonna see if I can help him, and if I can, is it okay if dash? Of course honey. I would love to have him over. Don't worry about anything." The next night Izuku was woken up by his phone ringing loudly. He woke up a little confused and saw it was Shinso. "Shinso, everything okay?" It was almost silent, but he could hear crying. "Shinso, talk to me, what's happening?" He was already getting his shoes and jacket on. I don't know. It's okay, I'm on my way, can you tell me where you are? Izuku ran out the door and began running even though he didn't really know where he was going. On XX Street, the light blue house with a white door. And a black car in the driveway. Izuku looked for the street and turned down it. He didn't like how it sounded like he was having trouble speaking either. It was like gritted teeth or dash. Or a muzzle. He picked up the pace until he saw the house. Shinso, can you get outside? Or near a window? There was some shuffling before a window opened near Izuku. Okay, I see it, back up a little, okay? The wall of the house was obviously straighter than the one at the gym, but he could manage. He took a few steps back before sprinting forward and used a little of the house to get up. He gripped onto the window edge and pulled himself up before silently entering the room. Once he was in, he felt someone tackle him and hug him. He looked down and moved Shinso a little and saw the muzzle. I'm sorry it took a while to get here. He unclasped the muzzle and set it down before hugging the younger again. Now I need to get you out of here, okay? So grab anything you want. The younger nodded before letting go and grabbing a bag that was under his bed. Izuku felt a little bad that it was only a slightly packed bag he wanted. Okay, now hold on. Izuku picked him up and climbed out the window before falling and going into a roll, but made sure that the younger didn't get hurt. You okay? When he received a nod, he set the other down. Okay, I'm gonna take you to my house, we'll rest, then in the morning deal with this, okay? Shinso nodded but seemed a little sluggish. Up. He then carried Shinso on his back to his house. When Aizawa decided to go out for a patrol, he expected to see a few muggings, robberies, the usual. He, however, didn't expect to see a 14-year-old jump into a window and carry out a 12 to 13-year-old and then carry him on his back. He trailed them for a minute before deciding to drop behind them. He also wasn't expecting the older to notice him and turn towards him with a deadly glare. Why are you carrying a kid on your back? Aizawa asked with his quirk activated. The teen looked said before shocked. Your Eraserhead? That threw him off a little. Answer the question. The teen stared at him, before looking back to see if the other was still asleep. I met him a few days ago. I told him to call me if anything happened. He had marks around his mouth and looked like he was malnourished. He called me crying and told me where he was. When I got there he was wearing a muzzle and it looks like he's been hit a few times. Aizawa was shocked. A 14-year-old had just saved a random kid's life because the kid called him. Where are you taking him? The teen seemed to think again. My house, treat any wounds, make him food if he's hungry, let him sleep, then in the morning go with my mom to work to get him actually treated and talk to the cops. See if he can stay with me and my mom permanently. That shocked him even more. Most people would have left him alone and just have taken him to the cops or hospital to let the system deal with it all. Aizawa stared at him and thought about what he was going to do. Fine, take this. He handed the boy a piece of paper with his number on it. Tomorrow when you go to the doctor's, call me, got it? The teen seemed shocked. Yeah, sure. Aizawa nodded before leaving the two, though he was actually following to make sure they made it to the house safe. When they got back the lights were on and Inko had been pacing while looking worried. When Izuku opened the door she was about to shout but saw the sleeping kid on her son's back. Izuku, what happened? She whispered while looking at the boy. I told him to call me if anything happened. He called me and was crying so I rushed over. Is it okay if we come with you to work tomorrow? He should get checked out. Inko nodded her head. Do you want to wake him up? See if he's hungry. She started walking to the kitchen. He nodded and slowly set the younger on the couch before shaking him slightly. Shinso. The boy slowly opened his eyes and blinked a couple times. Hey, are you hungry? He looked around for a minute before nodding his head. Okay, I'll get you a sandwich. Any preference? Peanut butter if that's okay. Sure thing. He walked to the kitchen and saw his mom looking for a few supplies to give him a small check over. She walked into the living room and Shinso panicked for a minute about to run. It's okay, I'm Izuku's mother and a nurse. Do you have any injuries? The boy seemed to just stare at her. Izuku. Her son walked out with some food and gave it to the other. Here, I got it, you can go to bed, Mom. She nodded and went back to her room. Is it okay if I treat your injuries? Why, is she nice? Izuku looked up from looking at Shinsu's arms. Yep. She tries to help anyone. She's honestly my hero. He joked as he began cleaning any old and new wounds on him. After Shinso ate and was treated, Izuku went to grab a blanket and pillow. He set the pillow down and sat down next to Shinso but felt a pressure on his shoulder and saw the younger asleep. Izuku smiled and decided not to move him too much and laid down, letting Shinso use him as a pillow. In the morning the three went to the car and drove to the hospital. Okay Izuku, you and Shinso can head to, she pulled out an empty chart, go to room 15 and I'll be in there with Chio, okay? Izuku nodded and led Shinso into the room where they both sat on the bed. Eraserhead wanted me to call him. Shinso's eyes widened. You have Eraserhead's number. When did you get that? Shinso asked, looking amazed. The other night he wanted to make sure you were okay. It looked like the younger was too starstruck as Izuku called the hero. Hello. A tired voice answered the phone. Hi. We met last night, and you told me to call you when we got to the hospital. There was rummaging on the other side of the phone. Okay, I'll be there soon. The man hung up. Izuku looked a little offended at the phone as he walked back over to the other. I don't know how to feel about the fact that my favorite hero just hung up on me. It wasn't long till Chio walked into the room and saw the two boys talking. It's good to see you again, dear. Glad you aren't hurt again. She joked. No, Grandma Chio, but this is Shinso. He stepped out of the way, showing the woman, Shinso. Nice to meet you, Shinso. My name is Dr. Chio, but Izuku and his mother call me Grandma Chio. She offered a hand that he slowly shook. Now, any injuries I should know about? Shinso looked to Izuku, who smiled. He's malnourished, though it's not extreme, some dehydration, bruising on his right side, a few scars on his chest, but other than that everything is superficial. Chio nodded her head. Okay, I'll give you a once-over, then we'll give you an 4 and some food. If needed I'll use my quirk and fix you right up. Shinso nodded his head but held onto Izuku's arm throughout the whole thing. Sorry, let me answer this. Izuku picked up his phone. Hello? Deku. Where have you been? I haven't seen your sorry but for weeks. Izuku laughed as he heard the other scream into the phone. Sorry, Kaken. I've been busy, you know that. I'll make sure to stop by later, okay? You can meet me at the gym later and see how well your fighting's gotten. Izuku teased, knowing it would rill up the other. Oh, it's on Deku. The other hung up as Izuku glared at the phone. Everyone keeps hanging up on me today. That got Shinso to laugh and lighten up a little. Oh, you think that's funny? Izuku asked with a smile. The others started laughing harder. It wasn't long either till his phone went off again. He glared and answered it. Swear to God if you hang up on my I will dash. Sorry, I'll make sure not to do it again. Izuku's face heated up, but I'm here with a friend of mine. What room are you in? Right, sorry, I'll be down there in a second. He hung up this time and turned to Shinso. I'll be back in a minute, okay? If you need anything hit this button and my mom will come check on you, okay? Shinso nodded as Izuku walked out the door heading to the entranceway. When he made it there he saw Eraserhead with another man talking to his mom. Sweetie. Just in time. Inko turned and gave her son a hug. I have to go. One of the patients went into shock. We'll be back, okay? Love you. She seemed to run before shouting orders. Sorry about that. Anyway, we're over here. Izuku began to lead them to the room. I'm Detective Nao Mesa, by the way. I want to help in Shinsu's case. Izuku looked at the man and smiled. That's fantastic. They walked into the room where Shinso was talking to Chio. Oh, you're back. Chio saw Eraserhead and smiled, and brought a friend. I see. I'll leave you to it, dear. She walked out of the room, leaving the four there. Okay, I'm Detective Nao Mesa. Can you tell me your name, age, and quirk? Shinso grabbed onto Izuku's arm again as he answered. Shinso Hitoshi. 12, and brainwashing. Izuku felt his hold tighten but didn't react. Okay, can you tell me what growing up was like? Izuku put his hand over Shinsu's, helping him calm down a little. My parents were killed in a villain attack. After that I was tossed around in foster care because of my quirk, and I was in this home for almost a year. Izuku felt Shinso tighten his hold, but just kept smiling. They made me wear a muzzle because of my quirk. And if talked they'd hit me for it. Or wouldn't feed me. Shinso stopped talking after that and it was silent. You know Shinso, isn't your favorite hero Eraserhead? Izuku asked with a teasing smile. The younger immediately blushed and punched him in the shoulder. "Shut up," he whispered, though Izuku could see the two adults smiling. "What? I don't say anything wrong." Shinso punched him again, making Izuku laugh. The hospital visit went smoothly after that, though Izuku did end up having to ask Eraserhead for an autograph for the both of them. "We got his autograph," Shinso whispered in amazement as Izuku walked them back home. "I know, it's pretty cool," Izuku said with the same amazement, though he was a little more focused on not getting lost. "Wait, does this mean I live with you now?" Shinso asked, a little confused, though Izuku didn't blame him since Inko had already been working on it. "Yep. It also means I get to be your big brother." Izuku nudged him in the shoulder. Shinso blushed a little. "I've never really had an older brother," he admitted. Izuku smiled and nudged him again. "I've never had a younger brother, so we'll learn this together." Once the two finally made it, they were sitting in the kitchen while Izuku began cooking dinner. "So, Shinso, have any idea what you want to do when you're older?" Izuku asked, turning his body a little so the other knew he was listening. I want to be a hero, underground though." Izuku smiled. "Have you done any training yet?" The other seemed stumped. "Oh, I never really got the chance to." Izuku smiled and turned the stove off. "Well, how about you join me for my training? I go to a gym almost every day to train, gotta be prepared." Shinso seemed to light up at that. "Really?" Izuku nodded his head as he handed the other their food. "Warning though, it's a little intense and there are sometimes other kids there, and another person usually joins me on weekends." Izuku explained he didn't want the other to be scared by them. "Are they nice?" Izuku had to think about it for a second. Each of the kids at the gym are nice, though really loud, and the other, well, he's not mean. Just kind of a brat, but he won't be one if it bothers you. Shinso nodded his head and thought about it. "Okay, as long as I can leave if it gets too much." Izuku nodded his head in understanding. The next day when Izuku woke up, he got into his exercise clothes and woke up Shinso. "Hey, you want to come today?" Shinso blinked a couple times but nodded his head. "Okay, I have some extra clothes that should fit." Izuku grabbed an extra water for when Shinso would need it and some extra money for lunch. Once Shinso came downstairs, there was banging at the door. "Hi Kaken, you ready too?" "Yeah, Deku, who's the guy joining us?" Shinso stepped out from behind Izuku and waved slightly. "This is Shinso, play nice." Though Izuku sounded playful, he did send a look telling Bakugo to lay off a little. "Whatever, let's go." "Name's Bakugo." Izuku smiled at the two. "Shinso." As they walked, Izuku was happy to see the two getting along without much help from him. When they made it to the gym, Izuku could already tell the others were there today. "Midoriya, good to see you back. And you brought some others with you." Haku pointed out, getting the others' attention. "Bakugo," the group yelled before tackling him to the ground. "Get off me." The group only laughed before getting up and going to Shinso. "Hi, my name's Kaminari, this is Siro, Mina, and Kirishima." Shinso watched them for a moment. Shinso." After that, Shinso got dragged into the group as they all sort of messed around but trained at the same time. Izuku smiled as he practiced more parkour while dodging Haku, who was chasing him. "You ready to go, Izuku?" Inko asked as Izuku ran down the stairs. Shinso stared at him as he rushed around. "Yep. I have everything, I'll see you later. Bye Mom. Bye Toshi," he called before running out the door. "Don't forget to walk Hitoshi home." Shinso turned to Inko with a small blush and glare. "I can walk myself, Mom." Inko chuckled as Shinso squawked. Izuku walked up to the front building and saw everyone walking in looking confident. He shrunk back a little as he walked in and sat down, getting ready to take the written exam. It seemed pretty easy as he went through it. He had finished it halfway through the time and even went back over his answers before he handed in the packet and sat back down. When everyone was in the auditorium and Present Mike began explaining the next part of their exam, he was even more nervous. They would be fighting robots. He might as well call it now, was all he could think as he stood in the back of his group. He looks nervous. One less person to beat. He glared at the ground as he dug his fingernails into his palms. "Go." He jolted up and ran past everyone and entered the fake city. He saw a one-pointer right away and slid under it before seeing the wires exposed in the back of its neck and ripped them out. That guy's got the idea. There are no countdowns in real life. He was silently thankful for the head start since he now was at least a point above everyone. He took down another one-pointer and a three-pointer in a similar way. When he realized the three-pointer actually had a screen inside, it showed where other robots were at the time. Using that and a piece of pole, he found he was able to rack up 15 more points before it became a little harder to find robots people weren't already after. He was turning a corner when he saw Ruble about to fall on someone not paying attention. He raced forward and tackled the person out of the way. He looked them over quickly. "Hey, watch it, a-hole." He didn't say anything back though as he stood up and began running again. Thank kid should be thankful he's not dead right now thanks to that green-haired one. Vlad King pointed out with a grunt. It's true, he's saved a few other students in that time and is ranking up not only villain points but rescue points too. Another teacher commented. He hasn't used his quirk either, it might be a mental quirk then. Nedzu smiled as he pulled up the student's file. Midoriya Izuku, quirkless? That shocked more teachers, but Aizawa recognized the name and face right away. I remember him, he was the one that brought that abuse case to light a few years ago. Aizawa explained with a small proud smile. You like him don't you? Yamada teased. Aizawa glared at the other before looking back to the screen. No, he just has potential and isn't stupid. Yamada awed, making Aizawa punch him in the stomach. Izuku had just helped another person to only get yelled at again when he felt a rumble. He looked up and saw everyone running from a giant robot. 0-pointer. He thought. He ran to where everyone was running from and saw most of them gone by now except one girl that seemed to be having trouble. Hey, is it just you? The girl shook her head. Oh, there's another girl back there. He looked from her to one of the alleys she had pointed to. I'll be fine, help her please. Does he have a death wish? Aizawa glared at the screen. No, there's another girl in that alley over there. If he doesn't make it then him and the girl could be in serious trouble. He explained. Izuku made it into the alley and saw another girl holding her leg. He went over and scooped her up as carefully as possible before dashing out of the alley just as the building next to it was crushed. He was able to make it back to the front gate as time was called. Setting the girl down slowly, he sighed. Sorry, are you okay? She nodded and thanked him before Recovery Girl came and healed them both since Izuku had a few scraps and bruises. There you go, sweetie, can't have your mom worry now, can we? Izuku gasped quietly before nodding. Right, thanks Grandma Chio. Once everything was done and over with, he packed his stuff up and was outside the school when someone grabbed onto him. Hey! He was slammed up against a wall and grunted as someone got in his face. You made me look weak. Izuku was a little confused until he realized that it was the first kid he saved. If I didn't push you out of the way then Izuku was cut off as the guy punched him in the face. Shut up. If I don't get in the hero course because of you, you're dead. He slammed Izuku against the wall again before walking away and out of the alley. Izuku slowly sank to the ground and felt his face. He had a bloody nose and busted lip. Sighing, he pulled out his first aid kit and fixed the busted lip. He looked at his phone and saw the time and cursed before packing it back up and running to Shinso's school. When Shinso was adopted by the Midoriyas, the bully had lessened. Inko didn't let it slide when she knew one of her kids was hurt and he was one of her kids, so when she caught wind of it she brought hell to the school until they stopped it. It didn't lessen as much outside of school though, at least until Izuku started walking him home. Sure, Shinso was more than capable of defending himself, but they all knew if someone said something Shinso would get the blame. It also helped that Izuku looked like a delinquent every now and again. He often got hurt while training or even just working, so if he showed up in bandages and his glare then the others would back off right away. Hey! He sighed and turned, seeing the usual group that bothered him, but Izuku was a little late. Your brother not here to pick you up this time. That gives us some free time. The guy grabbed Shinso by his collar and was about to punch. What do you think you're doing? The four looked and saw Izuku in an unzipped tracksuit with a bandaged busted lip and an old bloody nose with a glare. Shinso had to admit, if he saw that he would be terrified too. We were just Izuku cut them off and stepped forward. You were letting my brother go, right? If not then, his glare deepened. The three other boys panicked and ran. Izuku sighed and smiled, turning to Shinso. You okay, Toshi? I'm not the one with BLD on my face. He saw Izuku jump a little before laughing. Heh, yeah, happened during the exam, nothing too bad, let's go home. The two walked back to the house. Shinso stared at his brother. He might have been good at lying to everyone else, but Shinso knew when he saw someone else that was bullied or threatened. Izuku waited almost a week for his letter while the rest of his family and friends tried to convince him he made it into the hero course. There's no way you didn't, Deku, you kick major butt? Katsuki reasoned while punching the bag Kirishima was holding. Yeah. You even saved some people, right? You had to get a little extra for that at least. It was super manly. Katsuki rolled his eyes at his black-haired friend. Those two are right, Izuku. If you don't, Mom will raise hell. Shinso pointed out from his spot on the floor. Izuku hopped off the rock wall and walked over to Shinso, who threw him a water bottle. Thanks, but what if they don't let me in cause I'm quirkless? All three stopped and looked at him. Izuku, Mom would kill them. Kirishima laughed while Katsuki rolled his eyes again. Ibags has a point, you may be quirkless but you're not some useless extra. Kaken. You literally call me Deku. That got Kirishima to fall over laughing while Shinso tried to contain his own laughter. That's different. It's not my fault I couldn't even read. Katsuki punched the punching bag hard enough that it hit Kirishima, knocking him over again. Baku bro, what the hell? Shut up, shitty hair. Izuku unlocked the door as he and Shinso finally made it back home. We're home, Izuku called, putting his stuff down on the side table. When neither heard a call back, they looked to each other. Shinso called this time as they both walked further into the house. Boys. It's here. She yelled with tears in her eyes while holding an envelope. What's? Izuku grabbed the envelope and stared at it for a moment. Open it, Izuku. Shinso demanded while hanging off his brother's shoulders now. They all sat on the couch while Izuku opened it and a small disc popped out. The screen was black before flickering to life and showing Principal Nedzu. Hello, Midoriya, Izuku. I am Principal Nedzu. I am here to tell you your score and if you got in. First off, you did a fantastic job analyzing the area around you and using it to your advantage at times. And with that you got 30 villain points. Inko and Shinso cheered. That normally isn't enough to get into the hero course, but there was another part to the test known as rescue points. It then began showing clips of Izuku saving other examines from Ruble and robots. You racked up quite a few by saving other students. That gave you a total of 90 points. It showed a scoreboard and showed Izuku getting into the top 10. Congratulations, Midoriya. You're in Class 1A of the hero course. It turned off as Inko and Shinso tackled Izuku into a hug while they all cheered. I made it! Izuku shouted as he and Shinso made it to the gym. The Baku squad, as they called themselves, along with Kirishima's moms, all jumped up. Hell yeah! Haku cheered as the Baku squad all tackled Izuku into a hug. Told you F.R. Good job. You're manly as hell. Izuku laughed as they all yelled at him. Okay kids, get off Midoriya, Sakura said as she helped the older boy up. See, as you made it, I think you deserve a little surprise. Izuku quirked an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Haku pulled out a box and walked towards Izuku. Oh no, you guys really didn't have to? He tried to push the box away but they didn't let him. Open it. Open it. The group cheered while Katsuki and Shinso smirked at the boy. Izuku opened the box and slowly pulled out its contents. It was a black jacket with white sleeves, a neon green IM on the left side of the jacket, on the back was a neon green bunny face, and green accents around the sleeves. Oh my god, I'm never taking this off. He felt the fabric and noticed it was similar to a lot of workout fabrics. We made sure it was breathable so you could wear it while you work out and stuff, Mina explained. Yeah. And look on the inside of the collar. Siro yelled, pointing to it. Izuku looked on the inside collar and almost cried. It had the words, Squad Big Brother, embroidered on it. Oh my god guys. Never mind, he was crying now. This means now legally we're your problem now. Kaminari yelled as the group jumped on him again. Izuku was crying while they all hugged him. It was mine and Ibag's idea, you were getting it either way? Katsuki stated. Izuku smiled and pulled them all into a hug. Let me go. Put me down, Deku. Katsuki and Shinso shouted, trying to escape the group hug. Nope. Izuku was walking with his headphones in and his hair up as he walked to the store. He wore black ripped briefs, a white t-shirt that said sweatshirt on it, and the jacket the group had gotten him. He wasn't paying attention as someone grabbed his arm and slammed him against a wall. He hit his head on the wall a little and shut his eyes before blinking and seeing who it was. Well, if it isn't Izuku Midoriya, heard you got into UA. He glared a little at seeing 3 boys standing in front of him. He never actually learned their names though, since all they did was bully him and try to get him to hit one of them at least once. Yeah, the hero course. He deadpanned, already ready to either run or take a beating. He couldn't risk them saying he caused the fight. The 2 on either side of the guy glared and one even growled. You think you're better than us, Midoriya? Izuku directed his look to the one talking. I really don't. You're not. They probably only let you in because they felt bad. Yeah. They'll probably expel you on the first day. The 2 behind the leader began laughing a little. Shut up. The 2 stopped laughing as the middle one spoke. Though you aren't wrong, they'll realize soon enough that you aren't worth the time. Izuku's glare deepened. Or we can show them. He pulled an arm back ready to punch until someone grabbed his wrist. And what do you think you're doing? The 3 turned in confusion while Izuku's eyes widened in shock. What's it to you? The middle asked as he yanked his arm away from the man. Other than the fact you almost hit the kid. I'm a pro hero, so tell me. The 3 jumped at the mention of being a pro. What do you think you're doing? The 2 lackeys ran, leaving the one in the middle who was still holding Izuku by his collar. He let go of Izuku before running out of the alleyway. Izuku rubbed his head a little before turning to the man. Thanks, Eraserhead, but I should really dash. Eraserhead glared at him, making him stop. Do they bother you a lot? Izuku was caught off guard. Oh, not really. Just light teasing normally. Izuku tried to lie, but Eraserhead didn't seem convinced. You're lying. Izuku looked down a little. Whatever, they should leave you alone now. If not, you still have my number. Then he left and Izuku looked confused for a moment. He just appears then leaves? Izuku shouted, a little frustrated but more relaxed. Izuku was dressed in his uniform and walking the halls of UA, a little lost. Hey, you lost. He turned and saw an upperclassman with blonde hair. Yeah, little. Do you know where Class 1A is? Izuku asked nervously. Yep. Here, I'll lead you there. The 2 walked in silence. My name is Mirio Togata. How about you? I'm Midoriya Izuku. They stopped in front of a door where Izuku could already hear people yelling. Here we are. Good luck, Midoriya. Mirio began walking away with a wave. Thank you, Togata-senpai. Izuku walked into the classroom and was already more nervous. There was a group sitting on some desks while seeming to mess with their quirks and even one using them on some other students. 2 people sitting next to each other with one drawing on the walls and the other smirking with her feet kicked up on a desk. The rest of them seemed either bored and didn't seem to care. He walked over to where his seat was and sat down before pulling out a notebook and writing down his analysis. He had been thinking of what he should use for a weapon. He knew he would want something for sure to use for technology and hacking, likely something for close range, something for long range, and some other support items he had seen other heroes use just changed to more his style. You 4, go to the principal's office. Izuku looked up and was shocked to see Eraserhead standing there with his quirk activated while looking at the 2 who were drawing on the wall and smirking and another 2 that were messing with their quirks. What? But I didn't ask for excuses. Leave. The 4 all glared and walked out of the room. The hell was that? Yeah. Who even are you? Eraserhead glared again. You 3 can join them and leave now. Izuku was really shocked. He hadn't seen so many people get expelled all at once, especially ones with strong quirks. Everyone put these on and meet me outside. Before they even made it outside, 3 more people had been expelled and Izuku hadn't even seen it happen. When they did make it outside though, there were only 9 other people left. Today we'll be doing an apprehension test. You can use your quirks during the test. Most were quiet at this point, but of course some people had to speak up. This'll be easy. Yeah, they'll be lucky to even beat me once. Eraserhead sighed and glared at them. You would think you learned by now. You can leave now. Throughout the test another person had been expelled. Izuku was honestly just glad that he wasn't last though, but it seemed the person that was last was said. They were soon expelled, only leaving Izuku and 5 other people at the end of it. Sir. Eraserhead looked to one of the only girls left. Why did you call it an apprehension test instead of a quirk apprehension test? Because one of you doesn't have a quirk? Izuku flinched, but none of them noticed. Though Izuku could hear them begin to talk about how a freak could do that and how dangerous it was for someone so useless. Stop. They all grew quiet. If you think it's too dangerous for a quirkless person to do this or you have issues with someone being quirkless, raise your hand. Izuku was the only one who didn't raise his hand. Great. You all can leave too then. He doesn't allow quirk discrimination. Izuku ignored the glares thrown at him as the students left. He turned to Eraserhead once they left. You really shouldn't have done that. They all really are talented and are strong. You shouldn't let some quirkless kid. Eraserhead cut him off by placing a hand on his shoulder. Midoriya? Izuku flinched a little and didn't meet his eyes. You're not just some quirkless kid. You have potential, unlike them, and you're willing to give people a second chance no matter what. You let me choose who really deserves one. Izuku nodded his head. Good. Now go home or I'll expel you too. Izuku walked out of UA that day shocked. He expected for the day to be crazy but not that crazy. When he picked up Shinso from school that day, the younger noticed his weird behavior right away. Okay, what happened? You look like you just expelled. You didn't get expelled, did you? Izuku snapped out of it for a second and laughed a little. No, the exact opposite actually. Everyone in my class was expelled. Except me. Shinso stared at him. What the F dash? Exactly. And my teacher was Eraserhead. He expelled everyone except me. The two walked quietly in shock until Shinso spoke up again. So did he adopt you or something? Hitoshi. The next day when Izuku was walking to class he saw Mirio and 2 other people. Hey. Midoriya. You're still here. Izuku smiled and waved before walking up to them. Hey yeah, I'm glad I'm still here too. It was nice running into you. Izuku walked away from them and walked into class already seeing Aizawa laying in his sleeping bag. Good, you're here early, makes my life easier. He stepped out of the sleeping bag and gestured for Izuku to stand by him. We need to figure out your hero costume and support items you'll want or need. Izuku nodded his head. I saw you writing in a notebook labeled Hero Gear. Mind showing me? Izuku blushed a little and pulled out the notebook from his bag and handed it to Aizawa. The teacher looked at it for a minute before writing some words on a board. Okay, you'll need to explain to me why you'll need these things. On the board it said, long-range item, close-range item, grappling item, and computer. Well, for the computer it would be something that would go on my arm like a small screen so I would be able to write information down and be able to hack into things. I learned how to hack when I was younger and I've gotten a lot better at it, and that could be helpful with security cameras and systems. For the long-range item it would be easier to fight someone who fights at long range, and instead of trying to get close to them I would be able to fight at a further range and then try to get closer once they were weaker. Short range would be the same thing since I can fight hand to hand. It would help if they also had a weapon but I couldn't block it. And for a grappling item it would help me climb, travel, and pull people closer to me to attack them. Aizawa stared at him in almost shock. Then again he did have a tendency to ramble a lot. Good. Do you have any ideas for the items? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. For the short range I could use a knife or eskrima sticks since they could block and deal damage. If I did the eskrima sticks I could also add an electrical charge so that if I hit someone with them while they were charged it could knock the person out too. He explained quickly with Aizawa nodding. The eskrima sticks sound like a better idea since you seem to have more ideas with them. What about the long-range item? Izuku looked down for a moment. Well, what about a gun? Aizawa looked at him, not with actual bullets. Unless they're needed, but more of RBB bullets and beanbag shots. They are less lethal and still do damage. It would be a lot safer to dash. Aizawa cut him off. Good, you at least have done research on them. I'll talk to Snipe and have him teach you all the safety rules and anything else you'll need. Izuku let out a breath of relief. Now what about the grappling item? Izuku blushed. When I came up with that, I was watching a video of you fighting. And I thought it was really cool how you used your capture weapon. So I thought something similar would work. Not the same thing though since then I'm just copying you obviously. But maybe something that would go on my arms that I could have under my sleeves. That way it's a hidden weapon and people don't expect it. Aizawa nodded his head. Okay, we'll have to work on your movements then, and see how well it'll work with certain styles and how you'll use it. Izuku smiled and nodded his head. You know a lot about building support items it seems. Go to Power Loader and work with him on making your costume. Izuku nodded and walked out the door heading to the support room. Izuku walked to the support room and knocked on the door before opening it. How can I help you? Power Loader asked as Izuku walked in. Aizawa-sensei sent me here to work with you on my costume and support items. Power Loader paused and stared at him. Oh, you weren't expelled. Okay, well, do you have ideas for what you want? Izuku was confused but waved it off and showed him the notebook and the added information. Yeah, with this it would be a good idea to use a curved piece of glass or strong plastic since it would be harder to break if someone tried to attack that arm. Power Loader nodded his head. You seem to know your way around support items. Izuku blushed and rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah. It's a hobby I picked up. I love building and taking apart stuff. Power Loader smiled. Great. Let's get to work on everything then. Snipe, the gun hero, turned to Aizawa. I need you to teach my student how to use a gun. The entire teacher's lounge went silent. You still have a student? You're giving them a gun. He activated his quirk. Yes and yes, now will you teach him? He asked through gritted teeth to the other pro. Of course, Aizawa. Would it be better to do it after school or during? Aizawa had to think. He didn't know Izuku's schedule. I'll have to ask him. I'll get back to you later. He walked out of the teacher's lounge and down to the support room where he heard someone talking excitedly. He opened the door to find Izuku writing out blueprints. If we make it a small bracelet and lace the capture weapon around it and my arms, it would be able to shoot it out like a grappling hook. And we could, oh hi Aizawa-sensei. Izuku greeted, stepping away from the blueprints for a moment. Good to see you take this seriously then. Snipe wants to know if it would be better to teach you gun training during school or after. Izuku thought about it for a second. Probably during, unless I would be able to leave and pick my brother up and bring him back. Wait, no, cause I still have to train at the dojo and they would probably kill me if I didn't show up. Yeah, during would be better. He nodded his head and left to go tell Snipe. Izuku was going on his daily run before school. He knew he would do more running and exercising again later during and after school, but he still liked to keep a consistent schedule. Once he was done with his run, he would have to walk Shinso and Katsuki to school. Then run home, grab his stuff and change before running to UA. He was honestly lucky that he didn't live that far from the school. He was running back to his house after dropping off Shinso and Katsuki when he accidentally ran into someone, which was to be expected since he was listening to music and running. Oh no. I am so sorry. Are you okay? He asked, standing up to help the man up. I'm fine, problem child. He quickly realized that it was Aizawa with present mic and midnight. Oh CRP. Sorry Aizawa-sensei, I wasn't watching where I was going. Aizawa rolled his eyes, standing up fully now. I said it's fine. He looked and realized that Izuku was in shorts, a tank top, and wearing a sports jacket. Shouldn't you be dressed for school? I always run in the mornings. I just dropped off Toshi and Kaken at school, so I was heading back to grab my stuff, then run to school and change. He explained with a smile. Aizawa quirked an eyebrow but sighed. Just don't be late. Izuku smiled and waved before going back to his run. God, you're such a dad. Midnight teased once Izuku was out of earshot. No, I'm not. You just parented him. And I can guarantee that when he comes to class you're gonna give him water so he's hydrated. Present Mid declared. Aizawa was silent. Oh my god, he was. Midnight shouted while laughing. When Izuku walked into his class, a bottle of water was thrown at him that he caught. Thank you. Aizawa nodded his head. You'll be working with Power Loader more today to finish everything you need. Izuku nodded his head, putting his bag down and taking his blazer off. I also want to get a look at your analysis, so hand me any notebooks you have. Izuku was a little shocked. He didn't think his analysis was much. Are you sure? Aizawa shot him a glare, making him shut up and take the 2 notebooks he had out and handed them to Aizawa. One was labeled Heroes, while the other was Villains. Good, now go to the support department. When lunch hits, get food and come back here so we can do actual classes. Izuku nodded his head, grabbing another notebook before heading out. Aizawa read through the 2 notebooks as we went to the teacher's lounge. It was break when the other teachers came in to see Aizawa sitting at his desk looking shocked. "Shouldn't you be with your kid?" Midnight joked again. "Shut up and look at this." He handed her the hero notebook that was open to her page at the moment. "He's analyzed all of us, figured most of our weaknesses and how to counter them and anything else about us." "Wow, he even figured out yours." Midnight gasped, flipping through some of the pages. Aizawa was now looking through the villain notebook. There were even more ways for the person to be taken down and the team-ups that would be best against those people. His analysis on villains is even better though. With the heroes he looks for things in their style to fix or learn. With the villains he sees how to take them down and what heroes would be best to fight them. "Hey Aizawa-sensei. Lunch Rush told me to bring you food too since he knows you haven't eaten. You need to eat. Why is everyone staring at me?" Izuku asked as he closed the door with a foot since his arms had food in them. "Kid, why didn't you show me this sooner?" Aizawa asked, waving one of the notebooks. He blushed a little. "I know they aren't that good, it's more of just a hobby really." He set the plates down on Aizawa's desk as he explained. "Just a hobby? Midoriya, you figured out how to take down a villain that a lot of the heroes haven't caught yet." Izuku quirked an eyebrow before seeing what page he was on. "Oh, Phantom. He's easy though, his quirk lets him phase through stuff, but if you look at the videos it depends on the density of the stuff, so you could just set a trap with a higher density and when he phases through have someone inside take him down, and if he somehow gets out have the place surrounded." He explained with a shrug of his shoulders. He really didn't think it was that important. "Problem child." Izuku jumped a little. "I'm going to show you a video and I want you to analyze both parties, then tell me what you can figure out, got it?" Izuku nodded nervously. Aizawa opened his computer typing a few things before turning it and pressing play on the video. As soon as it started the teachers heard him mumble while he put one of his hands over his mouth slightly. The video wasn't long though, only about 30 seconds or so. "Tell me what you saw." "The one in all black is about 5 feet 7 inches and likely weighs about 160, male, and their quirk seems to let them break their bones out and use them as weapons. That's why their knife was oddly shaped and close to white while still having BLD on it, though wherever they create the new weapon is useless for about 20 seconds until the bone grows back. The person in the blue and gold was about the same height and weighs around 180, female, and their quirk lets them have control over small metals. They can mold them into different objects, but the larger the object the more fragile it is and easy to break. They can't seem to focus much when molding the weapon, though it only takes a few seconds to create the weapon." He spoke quickly, but Aizawa was still able to understand him. "Good, and you're right. Tomorrow bring in any other notebooks you have. I'm going to teach you coding. Now go eat lunch, then head to your other classes." Izuku nodded his head and smiled before grabbing his food and walking out the door. "God, you're such a dad. You're so proud of him." Midnight teased more. Aizawa pushed her before sitting down and eating the food Izuku had brought him. After school he said goodbye to Aizawa before going to the bathroom and changing back into his street clothes. He put on some music as he walked the streets. He had a few more minutes until he needed to pick up Shinso and the others from school. He was walking past an alley when something caught his attention. He paused his music and looked down the alley, making sure not to reveal himself. "Oh, really, what's someone with a weak quirk like yours gonna do?" He looked closer and realized it was Kirishima they were cornering. "What do you think you're doing?" Izuku asked, stepping out with his arms crossed. The group jumped and Kirishima looked happy but confused at seeing Izuku there. Oh, you're Shinsu's older brother, right? We were just talking with our friend Senpai." One of the guys stuttered out. Izuku quirked an eyebrow but didn't take his eyes off of the group when he talked to Kirishima. "Right, Kirishima, are you friends with these guys?" Kirishima shook his head and the group shot him a glare. "That's what I thought. So what are you doing?" None of them answered. He uncrossed his arms and took a few steps forward, making them all jump and run past him. He didn't lighten his glare until they were all gone. "You okay? They didn't hurt you, right?" Izuku asked Kirishima, who looked amazed. "I'm fine. That was so cool though. You just glared and they ran away." Izuku blushed and rubbed the back of his neck. "Yeah, before I met you guys they always tried to start fights with Toshi, so I would walk up covered in bandages and a glare. According to Toshi and Kaken I have a reputation." He joked as the two walked out of the alley. Kiri, why'd you run off? Mina yelled while tackling the other boy with Siro and Kaminari not far behind. He just laughed but didn't answer the question while Katsuki and Shinso walked up to them. You guys ready to go? Izuku was writing in one of his notebooks about a new hero that had shown up. It was getting pretty late too, and he knew he needed to sleep but he couldn't. It felt like he wasn't doing enough about something. He knew he was training enough with the combination of school and the gym. He was smart enough if what Aizawa had said was anything to go by, then what was it? He thought about it more than he realized the problem. He didn't have a job. He didn't need one of course since his mom made enough money to make sure everyone was comfortable and having enough for other activities and stuff they wanted, but it felt like he wasn't pulling his weight. Closing the notebook he turned to his computer and typed in places hiring. He knew he needed something that would have a flexible schedule, let him do work even though he was 16, and something simple so he didn't overwork himself. That's when he found it, a small cafe. It was looking for someone who didn't mind working later and heavy lifting. He wrote down the number and decided to ask his mom about it in the morning. The next morning Izuku was nervous. He had done his research on the place and it looked like a good place to work. He would be the only other worker there since it was only the owner and she just needed a little help with heavy lifting, baking, and customers. He walked downstairs where Inko was watching TV at the moment since she had the weekend off. Morning, Mom. He called walking into the room. She turned and smiled at him. Morning, sweetie. She stared at him for a moment. What is it? She asked with a teasing smirk. He jumped a little and blushed. You always get this look on your face when you want to ask or do something. He blushed more and looked down. He rubbed the back of his neck before finally looking up. I want to get a job. She looked shocked. I know I don't need one. After all, you make good money and we live comfortably, and I know my schedule is usually pretty busy, but I really want one, 'cause then it feels like I'm actually helping in some way or dash. Inko cut him off by placing her hands on his shoulders. Izuku honey, it's okay to want to get a job, but you know it'll be difficult with school, right? He smiled and nodded his head. I know. That's why I did a little research last night. I found this place that needs an extra hand and it works around my schedule. She smiled and nodded her head. Okay honey, as long as you're sure, you can head out there later, but please get some more sleep, okay? I can tell you're still tired. He laughed a little before hugging his mom and going back upstairs. When he woke back up he immediately got dressed in a white shirt, black jeans, and his jacket before calling the place. Hello, this is Mayumi, owner of Sunflower Cafe. How can I help you? A woman spoke over the phone in a cheery voice. Hi. I was calling because I saw your ad for another worker and I was wondering if I could come in and apply. There was a squeal for a second. Of course. Just tell me your name and come on in. Right. My name's Midoriya Izuku. I'll be in soon. He hung up after a quick goodbye. He grabbed his phone and his house keys before leaving a quick note and going to the cafe. He made it there pretty quickly and walked in. He looked around and saw how calm and homey it felt. Instead of normal seating there were booths, lounge chairs, and 2 windowsills with padding to sit. There were fairy lights hanging from the ceiling and a few normal lights so you could actually see, along with a few lamps and bookshelves. The front counter had a small window showing baked goods, all seeming to have a soft theme almost, while the other side of the counter had free space with a few chairs. A woman with black straight hair, dark skin, she stood almost gracefully behind the counter with a wide smile. Hello. How can I help you? She asked politely as he walked up to the counter. Hi. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm here about the job. She seemed to brighten up at that and walked around the counter quickly. Thank you so much for calling. Shall we get started with the interview? Thank you for letting me come. And of course. The two sat down at one of the booths and Mayumi turned to him. First, your name, age, school, and quirk. She pulled out a notepad. My name's Midoriya Izuku. I'm 16, I go to UA, and I'm quirkless. He answered the last one a little nervous. Really? What course are you in at UA? She asked with wonder in her eyes. He was shocked for a moment before answering. I'm in Class 1A of the Hero course. She nodded her head and wrote it down. Okay, now why do you want this job? He had to think how to word it for a moment. Well, my mom works as a nurse at the hospital and is busy a lot. I have school, I train at a gym, and I have my little brother to look after, but I felt like I wasn't doing enough to help, so I looked for a job that would work with what I can do and around my schedule. I found this place and it seemed like a good fit. He explained with a bright smile. You're honest, I like that. You also have a very happy and welcoming face, which is also good for business. And you wouldn't mind working late hours. I usually only stay open till about midnight since there are some underground heroes that come by every now and again. Nope. I usually have issues sleeping anyway and don't get to bed around 1 am, so this would give me something to do. She smiled and wrote down more. Okay, and one last question, do you have any skills? Izuku had to think as to what counted as skill. Well, I know how to cook, bake, mix drinks like smoothies, not alcohol. I'm pretty good at fighting, gymnastics, parkour. I know how to operate firearms, I can analyze stuff, I can create support items, hack stuff. Oh, I know sign language too. Mayumi stared at him for a moment. So, you could essentially be a bodyguard. But you want to work at a cafe. He blushed a little but nodded his head. Well, okay then, when do you want to start? Shinso had woken up a little confused. First it was the fact that Izuku wasn't there, then it was the note on the table. He had read it over a few times and was still lost. Why was Izuku getting a job? He didn't get much more time to think over it, though, as the front door opened, revealing the boy in question. Toshi, you're awake. Izuku greeted, kicking his shoes off. Why are you getting a job? He asked, holding the note up. I kind of felt like I wasn't helping enough. Shinso quirked an eyebrow. That's not something you answer with another question. Izuku laughed a little awkwardly. You know, you and Aizawa-sensei sound really similar. Shinso blushed and glared, but I just felt I could help more. So I decided to get a job, and they hired me. I start tomorrow actually. Shinso continued to glare at his brother, but he seemed more exhausted than anything. Whatever, just don't die. Izuku laughed and dragged his brother into a hug. You care? Hey, let me go. Adding the cafe to Izuku's schedule was a lot easier than he expected. He would go to school, pick the others up, go to the gym for an hour, head to the cafe and finish there before doing a few exercises and going home. He hadn't worked any later shifts, which he was silently glad for, since he added it did make him a little more worn out, but he also slept better thanks to it. Sure, it wasn't the best sleep schedule, but it was better than nothing. Izuku was at the gym working on a punching bag when his phone started ringing. Hey, your phone's ringing. Kirishima called from the bench. Izuku turned. Who is it? It says Mayumi. Izuku held up his hand as Kirishima threw it. He caught it and quickly answered it. Is everything okay? There were a few noises before she spoke. Sort of. There's a family emergency and I was wondering if you could come in early and work the night shift. I know it's a lot to ask. Izuku cut her off. It's no problem. When do you need me in? Can you be here in 10? Izuku looked at the time. Yep. I'll change really quickly and take over. I hope everything goes okay. Thanks, Midoriya. You're a lifesaver. They both said goodbye before Izuku quickly grabbed his stuff. I gotta go, guys. I'll see you all later. He left quickly, confusing the group, though Shinso could guess what happened already. Damn, where's Deku going in such a FNG rush? Bakugo asked, looking at the door. His boss called him into work. Shinso explained while lying on the floor. He has a job. Izuku walked into the cafe and immediately went to the back and changed into his uniform. The place didn't actually have a uniform, but the general attire was business casual, so he wore a black button-up and blue jeans with his hair tied up. Thank you for coming in so suddenly, Midoriya. I owe you. Mayumi greeted, hugging the boy. He hugged back before separating. Don't worry about it. Now you go and deal with your emergency. He playfully shoved her before grabbing a waist apron and a notepad with a pen. Luckily the place wasn't busy, seeing as there was only a businessman there at the moment who was working on his computer, so Izuku took the time to wipe down the tables, organize the silverware, make a few extra sweets, and doing some of his school work on the counter. A few people came in throughout the day, but nothing big happened. Or at least until it got later in the night. He called his mom and Shinso to let them know that he was going to be home later than usual since Mayumi needed him there. His mom told him to make it home safe, while Shinso told him that he would wait for him in the living room when he got home. It was getting closer to midnight as he whipped down a few more tables and took care of trash and dishes when the bell on the door rang. "Just a moment," he called from the kitchen. He put down everything and whipped his hands before walking back to the front. "Hi. How can I dashed?" He stopped mid-sentence when his eyes landed on Aizawa, who seemed just as shocked. "Midoriya, what are you doing here?" he asked with a sigh. Izuku chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I work here." Actually, that seemed to shock the teacher just as much, but what can I get you? Izuku glossed over the fact that he was 16 and had a job, even though he didn't actually need one. "Right, I'll take a black coffee." Izuku nodded and began making it. It was slightly awkward. Before Izuku decided to break the silence. "So, did you already eat dinner?" The teacher quirked an eyebrow. "Well, it's just Mike-sensei told me that you've been eating more at school since I brought you lunch, and I wanted to know if you had eaten. Since you work as a pro, you need to have a healthy eating schedule. And you're also my teacher, and dash. I'm gonna stop talking now." He blushed as he looked down at the cup before handing it to Aizawa. "No, I haven't." Izuku looked up shocked, before glaring slightly at the teacher. "Fine, I'll take a muffin." Izuku smiled and got one for his teacher and handed it to him. Aizawa was about to pull out his wallet when Izuku stopped him. "Nope. I'll cover it." Izuku pulled out his own and took out the money and put it in the cash register. Aizawa glared at him. "You're such a problem child." He sighed out before leaving. Izuku smiled before beginning to close up the shop. Since Izuku was the only student in his class, it made things a little easy, but also complicated. Especially when it came to group activities. "Get suited up and head outside," Aizawa commanded as soon as Izuku walked in. He tossed the teen a suitcase before walking out. Izuku looked at it weirdly before realizing it must have been his hero costume. He walked to the changing rooms and opened up the case. Inside was tight black athletic tank top, a black leather jacket with a white hood, fingerless white gloves, a white metal mask, black cargo briefs, white combat boots with black metal soles, a black belt with white pockets on it, 2 guns, white thigh holsters, his eskrima rods, and a pile of cloth. He picked it up and examined it before realizing it was 2 of Aizawa's capture weapons. He geeked out for a moment before trying to realize where they were supposed to go. He saw a note in the case and read it. "Dear Midoriya, the capture weapons given to you are meant to be wrapped around your arms. Good luck. Nedzu and Power Loader." He was shocked to see Nedzu on it but chose to ignore it. Getting dressed, he looked in the side mirror and smiled. He also noticed that the computer on his arm was pretty well hidden, and you couldn't see the screen unless you were looking directly at it. He might have to add more stuff later. He walked to the front and saw 13, Aizawa, and Midnight standing at the bus. All 3 looked to him as he ran up to them. "Not bad, kid." Izuku smiled, though you could only really tell by his eyes since he had the mask on. 13 and Aizawa got on the bus with Izuku and Midnight following. "So Midoriya, are you excited?" Midnight asked, since there wasn't really anyone for Izuku to talk to. "Yeah. I'm not really sure what we're doing, but it probably has something to do with rescue since 13 is here and we're driving somewhere, plus I haven't used or even seen my hero costume till now. Then again, it wouldn't explain why you are here. You're not a rescue hero. Not that I don't think you're an amazing hero. You really are. But you tend to deal with more strict situations because of your quirk, but you could be used as a villain maybe." It would be dash. He slowly got quieter as he began to mumble. This shocked Midnight a little. "He's fine, just does that sometimes." Aizawa reassured, making her laugh a little. "I don't think I've ever seen him talk this much. Usually pretty quiet in my class." Izuku seemed to snap out of it and slammed a hand over his mouth. "Sorry. Didn't mean to start doing that." He was blushing lightly, but he was nervous. Last time he had mumbled in school it didn't go well. "No worries, problem child." Izuku nodded. "Did you do the homework I assigned you?" Izuku moved his hand and nodded. "You wanted me to analyze that wind hero, right?" Izuku asked, trying to remember everything he wrote down while Aizawa nodded. "I'll have to catalog all my analysis into the computer. That way I can have it on hand if I need it." He mumbled absent-mindedly, touching where the computer was, but the hero dash. It wasn't long till they made it to a large dome building. Getting off the bus, 13 started to explain everything to Izuku. "This is the unexpected simulation joint. they announced as they all walked in. Izuku was practically bouncing on his feet in excitement. Here you'll be tested. And work on your rescuing as a hero. Okay, now he was bouncing. A few ground stuff first. While we're doing this, don't be afraid to ask for help if you're lost or in danger. Izuku nodded his head along. Be careful and think of yourself first, and finally, have fun and learn. Izuku clapped at the end while 13 bowed. 13-sensei. They looked to him. Can I ask you more about your quirk? Of course. What do you want to know? While those two were talking, Aizawa and Midnight walked around the place a little. How well do you think your kid's gonna do? Midnight asked, looking around some of the areas. He'll do fine. He knows what to do and what not to, Aizawa stated simply, though Midnight had a smirk on her face. You admit he's your kid then? Aizawa glared at her, making her laugh even more. It was finally time for their exercises to start, and Izuku was still bouncing in excitement. For the first one, we'll do a few simple things, like first aid. We'll teach you signs for certain things and go from there. 13 explained. Izuku nodded his head. This would be easy for him. He did a lot of research on injuries and things to do to fix them. He even knew how to help if you got shot in the eye with a RBB bullet. Okay, Aizawa on the ground. Aizawa groaned as he laid down. Now be in pain. 13 commanded. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Ow, it hurts. Ouch. Izuku was trying not to laugh since Aizawa wasn't very convincing, but 13 went with it. Okay, now do what you think is right and we'll help you along the way. Izuku nodded and walked over to Aizawa before crouching down. Hi, can you tell me what happened? Izuku asked, pulling down his mask. He heard it can calm down people in an accident if they know what you look like. I was told to lay on the ground. Izuku almost burst out laughing at that, making Aizawa smile slightly before 13 glared at him. I was in a car crash. Izuku collected himself and became serious again. Okay, can you tell me where you feel the most pain? Aizawa had to think about it for a second. My chest, leg, and head. Izuku reached into one of his pockets and pulled out a small flashlight and waved it in Aizawa's eyes. He stopped for a minute before turning to 13 and Midnight. For the head injury, Aizawa-sensei's pupils and everything will react normally, but I don't know if he actually does have something wrong since nothing will be out of the norm. That seemed to shock all three teachers. And how do you know that? 13 asked, a little intrigued. Oh well, I have a lot of free time, so I tend to do a lot of research on stuff that I think can help me be a hero. Plus my mom's a nurse. The three teachers were a little shocked, because most kids use their free time to hang out with friends. Okay, well if everything is reacting normally, then what do you think the pain would be? Izuku thought about it for a moment. Possibly a small concussion or headache, though I would still prefer to get the person to a hospital as soon as possible just in case. 13 nodded and he continued looking over Aizawa for other injuries. You said your chest, right? Is it hard to breathe? Izuku asked with a hand on the man's chest to measure his breathing. It did seem a little red actually. Yes, there's pressure on my lungs. Izuku glared a little and leaned down, actually listening to his breathing. He leaned back up and looked to his teacher. Aizawa-sensei, are you actually injured? Because your breathing is a little slow and rough sounding, and you flinch a little when breathing. Aizawa seemed shocked that he had noticed. I may have been kicked in the chest and sent into a wall. All three of them glared at Aizawa, though Midnight looked closer to laughing. You can't do that. He checked the others' breathing again and put a little pressure in places, seeing Aizawa wince a couple times. You have a few bruised ribs but nothing's broken. You need to take care of yourself more. Izuku scolded. Now he thought the teacher might have a small concussion. I'm a pro, I can't dash. Izuku cut him off. Nope. No excuses, you might have a concussion too. Izuku checked his eyes again and it did seem like it. Izuku glared at his teacher. You do. Did you get hurt anywhere else? Normally 13 and Midnight would be helping, but Midnight was having too much fun recording it and 13 watching. My shoulder and left leg. Izuku nodded, checking those parts. Okay, looks like you have a few pulled and strained muscles but nothing too serious. Aizawa nodded, but why didn't you go see Recovery Girl? You could be seriously hurt. I'm an amateur, you know. Aizawa was about to speak before Izuku stopped him. You know you aren't a very good role model. What would you do if I got badly hurt but didn't go see Recovery Girl? Izuku put his hands on his hips. I would scold you. Exactly. The USJ trip had been cut short since it just turned into Izuku lecturing Aizawa about health and safety, though he did learn a little more about first aid. He was at the cafe again though since he had a break from the gym. Mayumi was out getting more items they needed, but the place wasn't that busy, a few people scattered around on their phones or working on schoolwork. He was giving people refills when one of the students there stopped him. Sorry if this is a little strange, but we were wondering if you knew how to do this. A girl with a black ponytail asked. She was sitting at a table with a girl who had short purple hair and earphone jacks hanging from her ears. Izuku looked down at what they were doing. It's okay. He looked at the girl's work first. Okay, you just messed up a little here, you need to make that a plus and switch those numbers is all. Both looked and realized the mistake. Oh CRP. I have to go back and redo my work. The girl with purple hair groaned. Izuku felt a little bad. Well, if you want you can come sit at the counter. I can try and help more. Both girls seemed shocked but excited. Are you sure? We don't want to bother you while you're working. The girl with the ponytail asked. Don't worry. This place doesn't get that busy, plus Mayumi should be back soon. The girls nodded and moved their stuff to the counter while Izuku cleaned a few tables. When he went back to the counter they introduced themselves. I'm Yaoyorozu Momo by the way. Jiro Kyoka? Izuku smiled and shook his hand with Momo who offered it. Midoriya Izuku at your service? Izuku was more than happy to help the two girls out with their work. He told them to come again if they ever need help with anything since he didn't mind the extra company. He had another late shift that night and had seen his teacher again. Aizawa-sensei, you should really take a break so your injuries can heal properly if you aren't going to go see Recovery Girl. Izuku scolded handing the man a coffee and muffin. I already saw Recovery Girl to heal, I'll try to be more careful. Izuku smiled and nodded his head. Good. Once the teacher left Izuku began closing up. Not many things were left to clean since Izuku did that a lot when it wasn't busy. Once everything was cleaned he closed up and started the walk back to his house. He stopped at an alley though when he saw something, pausing he looked down trying to spot something. There was a crash and an animal running out that made him jump a little, but it felt like something was still there. He walked down it, having his hands clenched in case he had to fight. He was near the end when he heard a groan. He turned quickly and saw someone slumped against the wall. Oh my god! Izuku quickly ran over and crouched in front of the person while he shouldered his bag off. He looked at the person closely, moving their head with his hands a little to check for a pulse. It was there and even, the breathing seemed a little red but nothing too bad. He saw they had a few scratches and bruises along with a large cut near their hairline. Looking a little closer he also saw they had a bad shoulder injury. CRP, they need the hospital. He moved his hand away from their face but a hand stopped him. He jumped a little seeing that they grabbed his arm and yanked a little. No. Hospital. He scrunched his eyebrows and crouched. You're injured, you need help? The hand on his wrist tightened and even seemed to burn a little. The person's eyes opened more. No. Hospital. He stared at them before sighing. He crouched down and looked them over a little more. It wasn't life-threatening or anything luxury. Fine, they let go of him. While they seemed half-lucid it was obvious they wouldn't be able to walk. I'm going to regret this. He grabbed onto their arm before turning and pulling them onto his back. They were a little heavy but not too much so it wasn't as difficult. What are you doing? They asked through slurred words. Izuku rolled his eyes. They seemed just as stubborn as Aizawa. I'm taking you to my place so you can get help. He felt the other start to shift, or I can leave you to bleed out. The shifting stopped. Okay, wanna tell me your name? Dabi. Izuku knew it was a fake name, which meant the guy didn't trust him. Midoriya Izuku at your service, and we're here. He opened the door and carefully lowered Dabi onto the couch, making sure not to aggravate any wounds. Izuku looked around the house for a second. Okay, my mom and brother are asleep right now, but mom should be getting up in a couple hours. Dabi started to get up but grunted, oh no you don't. Where do you think you're going? Said your mom might be getting up soon. Izuku just glared as he made the others sit back down. So, you're injured. Besides she's a nurse, she probably won't notice. There was creaking getting both of their attention to see Shinso walking out of the hall. Izuku, what are you dashed? He looked to Dabi, who seemed ready to run before sighing. I'll get the medical stuff. Thanks, Toshi. He called back as the other went back down the hall. Dabi looked between the hall and Izuku. He seemed pretty relaxed for having a stranger bleeding out on his couch. Izuku laughed a little while sitting down. It's kinda how he got here. Izuku didn't explain further as Shinso came back with the supplies. He sat next to Dabi and just scrolled on his phone while Izuku wrapped and treated the wounds until he got to the shoulder. This is gonna hurt. Izuku put one hand against the shoulder near the wound and used the other to grab the disinfectant while putting the cloth between his teeth. Sorry, Izuku whispered before pouring it on Dabi's shoulder. The other gritted his teeth and grabbed Izuku's wrist again. Sorry. He stopped and took the cloth, putting pressure on the wound. Grabbing the thread, he quickly sewed it up. Though it was a little messy, it was as good as it was gonna get. Okay, should be good now. Dabi finally let go of Izuku's wrist. He knew it was gonna bruise and could tell it was first, close to second-degree burns. He wrapped the injury just in case before looking at his own. I'll be right back. Toshi, make sure he doesn't move. Shinso hummed as Izuku walked away. So what's your deal? Shinso asked, looking at Dabi. Dabi quirked an eyebrow. The hell you mean? What's your deal? Shinso smirked. Well, Izuku has a tendency to pick up strays, but none this messed up. Dabi rolled his eyes. Oh yeah, well what about you then? Shinso shrugged his shoulders. Abusive foster homes. He kidnapped me one night and now I live with him. Dabi was a little shocked at the answer. He sighed, leaning back. Found me bleeding out in an alley after a fight? Shinso just nodded. Sounds fun. Izuku came back with gauze wrapped around his wrist. Either of you hungry or thirsty? Izuku asked while walking into the kitchen. I'll take a water and sandwich. Shinso looked to Dabi expecting an answer. Same thing. Izuku looked at him for a minute. Okay. Soon it was almost 4 in the morning and the three of them were all eating and drinking, but Dabi was just shocked and confused at how relaxed they seemed around him even though they didn't know who he was. So, do you just kidnap people for fun? Izuku and Shinso almost spit out what was in their mouths, though Izuku's was out of shock while Shinso was trying not to laugh. What? He said you kidnapped him, and you kidnapped me? Izuku turned to Shinso, who was still trying not to laugh. You told him that I kidnapped you? Shinso nodded while trying to breathe now. First of all, I didn't, you called me. Second of all, you can leave. Dabi almost stood up. As soon as you're healed up? I could be a criminal, you know. Some villain with a body count. Izuku looked at him with a smirk. Are you? Dabi shook his head. Then I don't need to worry. Dabi didn't get why this guy was so trusting and it was kinda worrying him now. Shinso sat up and turned the TV on before settling on a documentary channel. But I'm a guy covered in scars, bleeding out in an alley. Shinso groaned and rolled his head back. How long are you gonna ask the same question? Dabi just shrugged his shoulders. He doesn't know, until something makes sense. Are you dangerous? Izuku asked. I could kill you. So could a hero, so could water, so could a very determined goose. You're not special. Shinso joked at the end, making Izuku laugh a little. Fine, I'll shut up. It wasn't long before they heard an alarm go off and someone upstairs start to move around. Mom's awake. Shinso kindly pointed out. CRP, what time is it? Izuku stood up and saw it was a little after 6. I gotta get ready, you too Toshi, and take a nap or something after school. Dabi watched the two get up. And what about you, Mr. I need a full schedule? Izuku playfully shoved him. I don't have work today, so I'll be at the gym. Dabi wasn't sure what to do. The two had left, and he felt like if he left the house then Izuku would somehow track him down. There were footsteps and Inko walked out before stopping and staring at Dabi. Well, hello. Izuku and Hitoshi didn't tell me we had a quest. He wasn't really sure how to respond. I'm Inko, by the way, their mother. Nice to meet you. Dabi. Nice to meet you, Dabi, but I have to go soon. Have a good day, boys. She called, grabbing her keys and a jacket. Bye, Mom. Love you, Mom. The two called back. Soon the two came back down. It was almost 7. Izuku was wearing jeans, a black shirt, his sports jacket, and had his hair tied up while Shinso was in his uniform. The two sat back down for a minute. So, Dabi, I usually walk Toshi and the others to school before coming back here and changing. you wanna come with or stay here? Dabi didn't feel comfortable staying in a stranger's house exactly. I guess I'll come. Who are the others though? Izuku didn't get to answer as banging was heard from the door. Ebigs. Let's go. Dabi just stared at the door. That's Kaken. Well, Bakugu, don't worry, he's nice. The three stood up, though Dabi was a little slower since he was a little sore still. Who the F is that? Katsuki asked as soon as they opened the door. This is Dabi. Katsuki just looked him up and down. Whatever, we gotta get shitty hair and the extras. Shinso and Katsuki mostly talked to each other while Izuku and Dabi walked behind them. Dabi was sort of trying to figure out why they were all just okay with him being there. This absolute stranger that didn't give a real name, hadn't done anything for them, covered in ugly scars, and bleed on their couch. You're wondering why we're all okay with this, right? Izuku asked, eyes not leaving the two in front of them as they kept talking. Yeah. To be honest, I don't really know. You looked like you needed help and I could give it to you. Doesn't matter what you look like, who you are, or what your quirk is, or if you even have one. Dabi paused for a second and looked at Izuku. You're quirkless? Izuku nodded as they kept walking with Dabi needing to catch up for a second. It was silent for a second, but Izuku could tell Dabi didn't mind. Bakugu. Senpai. Shinso. A group of 4 jumped out and tackled Katsuki while they waved to the others. Kirishima stood up while the other 3 kept bothering Katsuki and Shinso. Oh. Dabi flinched back a little, expecting them to say something about the scars. You look so cool. I'm Kirishima Ijiro. Nice to meet you. Dabi was shocked once again by the group. I'm Kaminari Denki. Who are you, gorgeous? Dabi just stared at him while Shinso smacked him upside the head. Stop being stupid. Sorry about him, he's like that with everyone. Izuku waved his hand dismissively. I'm Siro. Mina. He nodded at the 2. Dabi. The 4 looked at him with stars in their eyes. That's so cool. I wish I had a cool name. Bro, that's manly. They had walked the group to school and were walking back to the house in comfortable silence until someone broke it. Is that Midoriya? Izuku flinched at the voice and Dabi took notice quickly and stepped closer to Izuku on instinct. Izuku tried to walk a little faster but was stopped when a hand grabbed him. Midoriya, it is you. Izuku was forced to turn around and Dabi followed, though he looked more angry than anything. How've you been? Izuku knew they weren't really asking. Dabi could almost see the anxiety rolling off of Izuku. Whatever, you know I'm not really asking. After all, no one cares about a freak like you. Dabi stepped between them and glared. How about backing off? He growled. Izuku was shocked at the action. Who the hell are you? Dabi stepped closer and Izuku could see slight flames on his face. Your worst FNG nightmare. The other teen looked scared shitless. Now go. The teen quickly turned and ran. Izuku stood there in shock as Dabi turned back around. What? That was so cool. Oh my gosh. You just stared at him and he ran. Is this what the others feel like? He mumbled out the end, making Dabi confused. But, well, don't you have school? Izuku looked at the time. He still had a good 30 minutes. Oh, yeah, we gotta head back? Izuku was walking to the school with Dabi on a phone he had remade. From scratch. You remade this phone? Izuku chuckled a little. Yep. It was difficult, but I set it up so it contacts only people with a specific app, sort of thing. He heard a hum over the phone. It was a little difficult, but it works. Oh. And if you need anything, just text. It should show up on the screen for my costume. Right, and I'm stuck here till? If you want, you can meet me near UA once school gets out around 3. I have to get the others too. Then we go to a gym Kirishima's mom's work at. Normally I also have work, but I got today off. Kid was right. You do have a busy schedule. Dabi chuckled over the other end. Haha, but really you're free to come to the school and text me. Heard you the first time, Midoriya. I'll make sure to keep you updated. Okay, I gotta go. See ya later, Dabi. Izuku hung up and walked into the classroom, seeing Aizawa looking at papers. Good morning, Aizawa-sensei. He waved with his left hand, forgetting it had the wrapping on it. Morning, me. Aizawa stopped looking at Izuku's hand. What happened to your hand? Izuku jumped a little and hid it. I burned it while cooking last night after I got home. Toshi was still awake and was hungry. He explained a little quickly. Aizawa looked from him to the bandaged hand. As long as it doesn't affect you during training. Izuku nodded as he sat down and pulled out his notebooks. Dabi, how do ovens work? Midoriya, what are you doing? Dabi, never mind, figured it out. Midoriya, what? Dabi, are any of you allergic to anything? Midoriya, no. Aizawa was now curious as to why at random points Izuku would pull out his phone and answer a text. He wasn't angry since it wasn't interrupting anything, but with that and the bandages he was curious about it, and worried, but he would never admit that. He was in the teacher's lounge just staring at his hands. Sho, what are you doing? Present Mike asked, looking worriedly at his husband. Aizawa sighed. This morning Midoriya came in with his hand bandaged and kept checking his phone. Midnight started laughing. Of course you noticed something like that? Midnight doubled over laughing. Aizawa-sensei. Lunch rush, said Dash. Izuku stopped and looked at his phone. What? Anyway, lunch rush said you haven't gotten food yet. Izuku handed him his tray like normal. Thank you, Midoriya. No problem, sensei. He walked out and left. Now that Aizawa thought about it, he didn't know where the younger went to lunch either. Oh wow, you're right, didn't think he actually did that? Present Mike said. Exactly. Once school let out, Izuku was surprised to see Dabi at the gate. You actually came? Dabi smiled a little. Yeah, well, it's a little weird sitting in your house. What were the questions about from earlier? Dabi just shrugged. I have no idea what you're talking about. What? Dabi, don't be like that. Who's that with Midoriya? Midnight asked, looking out the window. That immediately got Aizawa's attention. He walked over to the window to see Izuku talking with someone likely around 18 or 19 with black hair and a few scars showing. I don't recognize him, Aizawa pointed out, though that made Midnight laugh while Present Mike just gasped. You don't know your own kid's friends. What kind of father are you? Aizawa rolled his eyes. For the last time, I'm not his dad. Midnight gaspies this time. What if it's his boyfriend? Present Mike joined in this time. Really? You think Midoriya has a bad boy type? Can we please not talk about the types my student is into? Aizawa hit both of them. Come on. Tell me. Izuku begged Dabi, making him smirk. Nope, you'll find out later. Izuku groaned as they finally arrived at the kids' school and waited for them. You're still here. Mina jumped out and attached herself onto Dabi's arm, making him jump at first but calmed down once he realized who it was. Oh my god. You're so warm. She let go, starting to mess with the others again. Seems like they warmed up to you. Izuku teased and nudged him a little. Yeah, I guess. They made it to the gym and most of them were working out. Well, everyone except Shiro, Kaminari, Shinso, and Dabi. Izuku was using a punching bag with Haku holding it, Katsuki and Kirishima sparring, and Mina doing some stretches. Dabi was just watching them before he noticed something and stood up. Your stance is off. He pointed out to Katsuki. Huh? He walked over and kicked the other's foot a little before making him square his shoulders. There, now try it. Katsuki rolled his eyes but threw another punch at Kirishima. It seemed a little more powerful than before. Oh hell yeah. Dabi walked back over and leaned against the wall. I don't believe we've met yet. He jumped, not noticing someone there. My name's Sakura Kirishima. Dabi. Sakura nodded. I assume you know Midoriya then. Do you have any previous training? That mistake was hard for any of us to notice. Dabi wasn't sure how to answer that since he did. Yeah, little. Sakura nodded. How would you like a job? Dabi almost fell in his shock and turned to her. Well, you're obviously well trained if you noticed that, and we could always use a little more help around here. Plus, if you're friends with Midoriya, then you're also accepting. Dabi was still in shock. Sakura smiled. Fantastic, you start tomorrow. She walked away to her wife who had finished helping Izuku. What the F just happened? Izuku was dying of laughter while Dabi rolled his eyes. Yeah, laugh it up, it's so funny. He calmed down and took a few breaths. Seriously? She just offered it to you. Dabi nodded his head. Yeah, really weird, but why did we leave the kid? He asked, remembering Shinso wasn't with them. Oh, he's gonna study at Kaken's house with the others, he'll be back later. Izuku explained, waving his hand dismissively. Okay. Izuku opened the door to the house. I also made dinner. His eyes widened as they made it to the kitchen. Holy CRP. There was a large arrangement of food. Dabi, you made this? Dabi rubbed his neck a little awkwardly. Yeah. My mom taught me a little when I was younger. And you helped me so. You know. Izuku laughed a little before hugging the other, who was shocked and just stood there. Thanks. You really didn't have to. Yeah, well, whatever. The two sat down and started eating. A few hours later Shinso joined them and reacted similarly to Izuku. Okay, so we have a guest room that you can use, that way you aren't sleeping on the couch. Izuku guided him to the room. It was a pretty plain room minus what looked like a few hand-sewn blankets. Thanks. You really didn't have to do this, you know. Izuku waved his hand a little. Nonsense. You needed help, so I helped you. Now get some sleep, you're probably tired. Izuku walked out of the room, leaving Dabi to sit silently on the bed. He looked around a little while, feeling the soft blanket in his hand before falling back onto the bed and staring at the ceiling. Where are you going? Tuya turned to his sister. I can't find deal with this anymore, Fuyumi. He's put all of us through hell. For what? Some stupid dream. He squeezed his eyes shut and sighed, turning onto his side. Maybe they'll believe me. Izuku woke up the next morning and started getting ready right away. He was supposed to work with Aizawa more on how to use his capture weapons correctly without getting tangled. He walked out into the hall, making sure to wake up Shinso. He looked in Dabi's room and saw the other asleep on top of the sheets, looking almost in pain. He scrunched his eyebrows and walked closer. He sat on the edge of the bed and heard Dabi mumbling something in his sleep. He didn't want to wake the other since he looked like he needed sleep, but it also looked painful. He knew when him or Shinso had nightmares that it was better to wake up than stay in it. He also knew that Dabi might accidentally burn him again. Dabi, he placed a hand on the other's shoulder. Wake up, it's just a Dre dash. Almost like lightning, he shot up and grabbed Izuku's wrist with his quirk activated. It was the same wrist as before, so luckily it burned the bandages before him. Dabi? The other let go and seemed to snap out of it. OF dash, sheet, I'm so sorry OF dash. Izuku smiled a little. It's okay. Just a small burn. Dabi didn't seem to believe him since Izuku was now hiding his hand. I'm gonna get ready for school. You can go back to sleep. Izuku quickly left and went to the bathroom, pulling out his first aid kit from middle school and started patching it up. Once he was done, he walked back to his room and changed into his usual morning clothes before going to the living room and seeing Shinso and Dabi already sitting on the couch. Rock and roll, Buckaroo. Let's go. Shinso groaned. You're grounded from Hero Tube? Izuku gasped playfully. You can't ground me. I'm your older brother. Izuku saw Dabi at least smile, so that was a plus. Izuku made it to class on time with Aizawa laying in his sleeping bag on the floor. He figured the other was asleep and made his steps silent while he unpacked and mumbled quietly. I wonder if I should look into a vehicle. It would have to fit a few people if I wanted to bring the kids, but a van wouldn't be very nice. He pulled out a notebook and started writing down ideas, maybe something like a jeep. Or I could go for something small like a skateboard. Maybe I could add stuff to it and make it faster or something. He started sketching out the idea. A long board with a few added mods, maybe something that can make it like a scooter. Or a bike. He tried to think of how he could do that. If I use a bendable metal it could work. Maybe I could make it attached to my shoes. Like skates. What are you doing, problem child? Aizawa asked, now standing up. Izuku jumped and laughed a little awkwardly. Well, I was thinking about something for transport. So for normal stuff maybe like a jeep. But then I started thinking smaller like a skateboard, but if I mowed it I could make it like an attachment. Maybe even make them skates too. Aizawa looked at the blueprint. Fine, show it to Power Loader later. Aizawa's eyes drifted to his bandaged hand, seeing more there than before. Did you burn yourself again? Izuku looked down to his hand. Yeah, I need to be more careful. Aizawa just hummed. Right, well come on, we got work to do. Izuku's burn irritated him a little. One, because any time Dabi saw it he would frown and be upset. Two, Aizawa seemed to be hyper-focused on it and not believe Izuku when he said it was from cooking. And three, because his capture weapons rubbed on it weirdly. It didn't hurt any, but it wasn't fun either. He grabbed his lunch and the one lunch rush made for Aizawa like always and headed to the teacher's lounge. He pushed the door open with his foot and sighed. Aizawa-sensei, you dash. He paused, not seeing his teacher. Present, Mike-sensei. Where's Aizawa-sensei? The other looked up. He didn't tell you? Izuku shook his head and set the food down. He said he had a meeting with Nezu, should be back later though. Izuku frowned a little. Oh. Okay, Power Loader Sensei. Can you look at a quick sketch? Sure thing, Midoriya, hand it over. I don't know Nezu, something's up with him. Nezu nodded his head. I definitely think something is going on, but I don't believe he's in danger. He would come to us if something was truly wrong, more specifically you. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Why does everyone keep pointing that out? I barely know anything about the kid. Then learn something about him. What? Nezu pulled out a few papers and organized them. Why don't you learn more? I'm sure if you asked he would tell you, or you could look at his file from his other schools. Aizawa stared at him for a minute before offering his hand. Nezu placed the papers there with a smile. Fine. Midoriya, Aizawa called as Izuku walked into the classroom. What was your middle school like? Izuku was caught off guard and a flash of fear flickered in his eyes. To us. Why do you ask? His arms went closer to his chest almost defensively. I was looking over your old files and some of the information doesn't line up. Izuku nodded slowly and was already looking at the ground. It says here you were a distraction in class, tried to start fights, bothered other kids, and didn't listen to teachers. Izuku felt like crying now. Do you mind telling me what really happened? I don't know, I just... I'm sorry, I'll try to be better. Aizawa's eyes widened. No, Midoriya, just tell me what happened. Izuku mumbled something but Aizawa couldn't hear what. Why do you even care? Just look in that stupid file. Aizawa was shocked at the outburst, though Izuku seemed just as surprised as he gasped. I'm sorry, I need to leave. Aizawa stopped him. Midoriya calmed down. Izuku stopped moving for a moment. Tell me what's wrong. I'm not angry, okay? Izuku looked up a little and Aizawa could already see the tears. Are you sure? Aizawa let a breath out and smiled a little. Promise, now tell me what happened. The two sat down at Izuku's desk. It started when I was told I was quirkless. EW. Stay away from me. Izuku let tears run down his face as the other students ran away from him. Quirkless freak. Loser. No wonder he has no friends. He's always mumbling. It's creepy. And it got so much worse. He let out a wet laugh. I even protected other kids from bullies, but they bullied me too. No one really cared, no teachers stopped it or anything. Then when I got into middle school, Izuku walked into class with his head down, avoiding everyone's eyes. He knew if he looked at them they might beat him up or something, and it was getting harder to hide it. He walked to his desk and paused. He saw new writing on his desk. He gave up trying to clean it a while ago. It was full of the usual freak, loser, and kill yourself. He sighed though when he saw the flowers on his desk, spider lilies. He heard his classmates snicker and start to whisper behind their hands as he moved the flowers to his bag where he kept them in a book. It turns out it was easier to keep them than throw them out. If I didn't keep them, it meant everything would be worse. He set his head down on one of his arms while the other laid there on the desk. During class they would throw things, insult me, or use their quirk on me. And the teachers did nothing. Aizawa listened as Izuku continued talking about what happened to him, and Aizawa doesn't think he's ever felt so mad in his entire life. He wanted to kill whoever told Izuku those things and destroy the school itself. What kind of hero can't even stand up to their bullies? Aizawa snapped out of the murder thoughts and looked at Izuku confused. I've protected Toshi, Kirishima, and the others multiple times from people, but I couldn't even help myself. He still didn't meet Aizawa's eyes as he cried harder. It's okay. Aizawa put his hand in Izuku's hair to try and calm him down. I was bullied when I was younger too. Izuku's head perked up and he looked shocked. What? Yeah, people thought I was evil or had a villain's quirk, so I didn't have any friends really. Izuku just stared at him shocked. So it's okay, I didn't stand up for myself either. Aizawa wasn't expecting anything, so when Izuku suddenly tackled him into a hug he was confused before he hugged the other back. Aizawa burst into the teacher's lounge and glared at all of them. If anything were to happen to Midoriya, I would kill everyone in this room and then myself. He then walked out and slammed the door, leaving all the teachers confused while Present Mike and Midnight died laughing. Okay, if I do this then, Izuku tapped the top of his right foot on the ground once. When he did that, a metal skateboard appeared attached to both of his shoes. Yes. He disconnected his left foot to push off and start skating around. He was a little wobbly, but it worked. He tapped his foot again, making the board disappear. If that works, then so should this. He tapped his foot on the ground twice, making his shoes turn to rollerblades. He skated around on these a little better. Okay. One more test. He made the wheels disappear before tapping his foot 3 times. Blades appeared on the bottom and he squealed while jumping up and down. Oh my god. Knife shoes. He made them disappear before he started messing with them more. Midoriya. What are you dash? Power Loader rushed in to see Izuku skating around on his rollerblades while freaking out. Oh, you did it, good job. Izuku smiled wide and nodded. I know, right? This is so cool. He shifted to the skateboard again and detached both feet so that he could hold it before putting it back on his feet. Can I show Aizawa-sensei? Izuku asked excitedly. Power Loader only nodded as Izuku rushed out of the classroom. He ran to the teacher's lounge and burst through the door, scaring everyone except for Aizawa, who already knew who it was. Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa-sensei. Look what I made. Aizawa looked down and listened as Izuku explained his shoe attachments excitedly. Sounds good, kid, nice job. He patted Izuku on the head, who smiled even wider. Thanks, day. Have a nice day. I have to go. Izuku then sprinted out of the room, leaving a stunned Aizawa and a laughing Midnight and present Mike. Izuku made it back to the empty classroom and slammed the door before sinking to the floor. I can't believe I almost did that. Stupid. He groaned before standing up and walking around a little. Okay, doubt he noticed it. He looked at his phone and saw it was the end of the day. I'm sure he'll forget it by tomorrow, right? He grabbed his stuff and raced out of the school, heading towards where the others were. He knew Dabi wouldn't be there since he was supposed to be starting work at the dojo today. He almost called you Dad. Midnight cried out while laughing. Aizawa was still a little shocked but soon snapped out of it and glared at the papers in his hands. Shut up. Aizawa silently hoped that Izuku wouldn't be angry with him later. Izuku was sitting in the living room with Dabi and Shinso next to him. At the moment, Shinso was beating Dabi in a racing game while it rained heavily outside. You purple rat. Izuku was trying not to laugh as they threw insults at each other. Why don't you try skiing less, you burnt beach? Now boys, play nice. Izuku smiled and waved at Inko, who had just walked in. Hi Mom. How was work? Inko set her things down. It was good. Izuku nodded. Izuku. Can you come into the kitchen? Izuku and Shinsu's eyes widened. He stood up from the couch and followed after her. Yeah, sure. Shinso watched them walk into the kitchen while Dabi passed him in the race. What's up with that? Dabi asked, realizing that Shinso wasn't paying attention. They only go into the kitchen if it's serious. They both looked to the doorway now, though they couldn't hear them. Wonder what happened? Dabi nodded his head as the two stood up and walked to the entrance and stayed silent while they listened. Is everything okay? Izuku asked, his hand on the counter as he tried to get a read on his mom's mood. She didn't seem angry, but it had gotten harder to read his mom over the years. Izuku, are you okay? His eyes widened, though he quickly hid it and laughed a little. Of course, Mom. Why wouldn't I be? She finally turned around and he saw unshed tears in her eyes. Mom. She sighed and whipped her eyes. Izuku, were you being told to kill yourself at school? Izuku stood there frozen. Please tell me it didn't happen, and not that I wasn't a good enough mom. He snapped out of it and walked towards his mom. Mom, you're not dash. Tell me, Izuku. He flinched back at the loud voice, hoping she didn't see it, but she did. Oh my god. He looked down at the ground before looking back at her. Mom, it's not dash. She cut him off again. Izuku, you just flinched at me. Your teacher told me everything that happened. Izuku paused and looked at her. What? You were being bullied every day, being beaten up, told to go jump off a roof, and you never told me. Do you not trust me? Izuku felt his own tears stream down his face. That's not what happened. Your own teachers were against you. Izuku, I'm supposed to be there for you to stop this from happening. Stop. When he shouted that, it was like everything froze. This is why I didn't tell you. You would blame yourself when it wasn't you, Mom. He took a few breaths. It was me, okay? It was my own fault. I should have told you. I know, but... He stopped talking, though Inko waited for him to continue. I can't do this. He mumbled before turning around and running out of the kitchen. He grabbed his jacket that held his phone, headphones, key, and wallet before running out the front door. Izuku! All three of them yelled as he ran out into the rain. They all stood there shocked before Shinso turned to Inko. Was it true? She still had tears running down her face as she nodded her head. Dabi looked between them before grabbing his own jacket. You stay here and comfort her, okay? I'll go find him. Shinso nodded and went to his mom as Dabi walked out and closed the door. He looked both ways before seeing Izuku turn down a different street. Midoriya. He chased after the other, though he wasn't sure if the other teen had even heard him. At some point Dabi lost him and was asking people if they had seen him. A few people had, and he was getting pretty far from the house. Excuse me, he tapped on the person's shoulder. Have you seen Dash? He stopped in his tracks and saw the woman's face. She had white hair with bits of red in it. She was wearing glasses and looked a little confused. Yes. Do you need something? He was frozen for a moment before remembering that he had something he needed to do. Yeah, have you seen someone maybe around my age with green hair, running somewhere? Yes, I believe so. I think he went over to the forest. He nodded his head and went that direction before whispering. Thanks, Fuyumi. He heard her gasp but didn't stay long enough for her to say anything else. He finally came to where there was a clearing in the woods and looked around a little before hearing the sounds of someone crying. Midoriya. He walked over to where he heard it and saw Izuku sitting at the base of a tree with his legs pulled up to his chest and his headphones in. Dabi sighed and walked up to the other before leaning over him and blocking the rain that came through the trees. Izuku looked up with foggy eyes and confusion. You'll get all wet, Dabi pointed out. Izuku smiled a little sadly at him. So will you? The two looked at each other before Dabi spoke again. What happened? Izuku looked down and away a little. I'm weak. Dabi was a little shocked but kept listening. I can't even defend myself. I almost listened to all those people. Aizawa said it's okay, but it's not. Idiot. Dabi put his other hand in Izuku's hair. You're one of the strongest and kindest people I know, Midoriya. Izuku glared but didn't meet his eyes. Then how come I never fought back? Or told Mom? Dabi crouched down to his level and they finally met eyes. Dabi could still see the tears streaming down his face. 'Cause you're too nice, you hoped they would be better, you didn't want to bother your mom with something you did think was important? Izuku looked down again's hell. You picked up some bleeding stranger in an alleyway. Izuku laughed a little at that and nudged his hand a little. Well, the stranger seems pretty nice. Dabi chuckled and sat down next to Izuku. It was silent for a moment before Izuku leaned over and wrapped his arms around Dabi's neck in a hug. Thank you. Dabi was frozen for a moment before wrapping his arms around Izuku's waist. No problem, Midoriya. Izuku laughed a little and pulled away slightly. You know you can call me Izuku, right? I think we're close enough for that now. Dabi looked to the ground before looking back to Izuku. Then you should probably call me by my actual name. Izuku's eyes widened. My name is Tuya Todoroki. My father's the number 2 hero. What? You need to keep training, Tuya. I will not allow another failure in this family. Tuya stood up with shaky legs, his arms burned from the blue flames still lit. I want to stop. Endeavor turned around with a snarl and looked down at him. What? Tuya looked up with tears streaming down his face and a glare. I said I want to stop. I don't want to be a effing hero. Endeavor walked closer to him and snatched his burnt wrist, making Tuya cry out. You will stop when you surpass me as my greatest creation yet? Tuya growled as Endeavor dragged him away. That's how it always was, Dabi sighed, leaning against the tree as Izuku stared at him. I either surpassed him or he would destroy me. Dabi looked at one of his burnt arms. Guess I did that for him. Izuku placed a hand over Dabi's own as he continued. You can't keep doing this, NG. He's falling apart and he doesn't want to do this. Tuya stayed huddled close to the door as his mother shouted for Endeavor to leave him alone. He will be the next number 1 hero, Ray. Now get out of my way. No. It was silent for a moment before there was a loud noise and his mother crying out. Tuya threw the door open and crouched down to his mom, who was cradling an already bruising cheek. I am okay, Tuya. He didn't believe her, But he didn't have much of a choice as Endeavor grabbed him again and began dragging him away. For a while it was only Fuyumi, Natsuo, and me, but when Endeavor realized I wouldn't listen to him without putting up a fight, he decided to have another kid, my little brother Shudo. "Don't you lay your effing hands on him," Tuya shouted while shielding a shaking and crying Shudo. "Step out of the way." Tuya stiffed and glared. "Hell no. I'm not letting you touch him, old man. He's only 5, you psycho." Endeavor seemed to growl before grabbing onto Tuya's wrist again. Tuya yelled before lighting his arm on fire, forcing Endeavor to let go with a hiss. "I told you no." I tried to fight him off at every turn, but he always got to Shudo at some point. Dabi looked down, feeling tears come to his eyes. Izuku still hadn't said anything, but Dabi knew he was listening. "Mom, what do I do?" Tuya asked Rei one day. She seemed shocked by the question but turned to him with a smile. "You run, my little phoenix." He looked at her shocked. "You run until you can't stop and you get us help." She caressed his cheek lovingly. "Be our hero." So I did what she said. I just left one night. Fuyumi tried to stop me, but I still left. No explanation other than I was tired of it all. God, I left Shudo there. I left them all and Finja ran like a coward. Dabi held his hands over his eyes and leaned his head back against the tree. Izuku moved and kneeled in front of Dabi, pulling his hands back a little. "No, you didn't, Dabi. She told you to and you listened. She wanted you to find help and you did." Izuku smiled as Dabi looked at him again. "What do you mean?" "Really, Dabi? My mom has seen abuse cases before, we all have. We already knew something was happening." He leaned back on his legs, "And now that we have a name and know people still live there, we can get them out." Dabi looked shocked before he lunged forward and hugged him. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Izuku hugged him back. "Of course. Hitoshi, am I a bad mother?" Shinsu's eyes widened and he held onto Inko's arms. "Oh. No, Mom, you're great." Izuku just. He doesn't like to bother people with his problems. She laughed a little at that, and he could always blame any injuries and strange habits on training and stuff, right? "So of course you didn't notice because he didn't want you to." She smiled and hugged Shinso. "Thank you, Hitoshi." She let go and whipped her tears with a little laugh. "And I guess you're right, but I'm signing him up for therapy." Shinso laughed this time. "Probably a good idea." The two sat on the couch and put on a move as they waited for Dabi and Izuku to get back. After maybe an hour, the front door burst open with a frantic Izuku and a breathing Dabi. "We gotta get custody of Dabi's siblings." "Well, I guess just Shudo since the other two are adults, so we can't really do that. We also should probably get Rei better help since she's in a mental hospital." Inko cut him off. "Izuku, honey, slow down and use your words." Izuku looked like he was trying to think of how to word it correctly, giving Dabi the chance to walk up to them. He had a hand on the back of his neck and sighed. "My real name's Tuya Todoroki. Endeavor's abusive. My little brother still lives there. My mom's in a mental hospital after losing it because of the abuse, and I need your help." The two on the couch sat there shocked before Inko seemed to snap out of it. "So when do we start?" They came up with a plan pretty quickly. Talk to the police, get Dabi to talk about it to a social worker and officer, get proof, which Dabi had a lot of, talk to the other siblings, talk to Rei, and finally get them out of Endeavor's custody. The only issue is that it would take a long time since they didn't want Endeavor finding out. "I'll talk to them this weekend and explain the situation and plan, then we'll bring you in, okay?" Inko asked Dabi, who was just staring in shock at the thought-out plan. "I am. Yeah, that works." Izuku held onto one of his arms and smiled at him. "If you're uncomfortable with doing it alone, we can have someone with you." Dabi nodded and put his face in his hands. "Thank you all so much." Shinso rolled his eyes. "What did you expect? You told the one family who would kill an abuser that the number 2 hero was a sheetbag." Dabi laughed a little at that. "Guess you're right." Inko clapped her hand together and smiled. "Everyone to bed. You all have school and work tomorrow." Izuku and Shinso left after saying goodnight, though Inko stopped Dabi. "If you ever need to talk to me or Izuku or Hitoshi, we'll always listen, okay? You're not alone." Dabi felt like crying after today, and that almost pushed it. He hugged her tight before whispering, "Thank you." Inko patted his back, and when he let go she smirked. "You're welcome, now go to bed. I know you're walking with them in the morning then heading to work. So go." Shushu. He smiled and went to the guest room. Izuku woke up in the middle of the night from a nightmare, remembering being cornered in school and beaten to hell and back. He walked downstairs to the kitchen and grabbed a glass of water. He turned around and jumped when he saw the figure in the doorway. "You scared me, Toshi," he laughed a little, walking over to his little brother. He was about to make another joke when he saw the tears running down his face. "What's wrong?" Luckily, he didn't need to lean down much since Shinso was close to his height. "Was all of that happening when you protected me?" Izuku smiled a little sadly. "Yeah, it's the reason I was covered in bandages all the time." Shinso glared at the ground before punching Izuku in the stomach, making him double over for a moment. "Don't do that again or I'll kick your butt, okay?" Izuku smiled and hugged his brother. "Promise?" The next morning the three were all running around to get ready while Dabi sat on the couch. He always felt awkward, but since he didn't need to get ready he just sat around. "Okay boys, have a good day at school and work. I'll be home later tonight, okay?" "Bye Mom. Love you." Inko walked out the door but not before patting Dabi's head. The other two came down in their usual morning outfits. "Okay, let's head out. You have work in a few, right?" Izuku asked Dabi, who was heading to the door. "Yeah, once you get to school I'll head over there." Izuku nodded as they all headed off. Aizawa wouldn't admit it, but he was nervous. He had made great progress with Izuku and it all might be set back with letting his mother know what happened in middle school. When Izuku walked in, Aizawa pretended to be asleep like normal. He honestly expected a glare or something, but when he saw the normal smile on Izuku's face he was a little less worried. "Aizawa-sensei." Aizawa peeked one eye open. "Thank you for telling my mom what happened." Izuku wasn't facing him really, but Aizawa was glad he seemed okay. "Of course, problem child." He stood up and walked over to the teen. "Now come on, we have capture weapon training." Izuku beamed and hugged Aizawa before running off to change into his hero uniform, leaving a smiling Aizawa to follow behind him. "Try again." Izuku threw his arm out, causing the capture weapon to lash out and wrap around the pole. He yanked down, slightly bending the metal before spinning around it. He twisted before letting it go and aiming a kick at Aizawa. It was a little too fast for Aizawa to dodge. "Good." Izuku smirked, pulling out one of his Eskrima rods and sweeping Aizawa's feet out from under him. Aizawa flipped as Izuku switched to his gun and shot around, making Aizawa trip up and fall. Izuku used his capture weapon to wrap his arms to his sides. He dragged Aizawa to him before placing a foot on his chest and aiming the gun slightly off to the side, but making it look like it was aimed near his head. "Better." Izuku smiled before letting Aizawa up. "I want you to work on your style without your weapons. Don't need you relying on them too much." Are we gonna work on hand-to-hand tomorrow then?" Izuku asked excitedly, bouncing on the ball of his feet. "Not exactly. Your last trip to the USJ didn't go as planned." Izuku laughed a little, thinking of the lecture he gave to Aizawa. "So Nedzu suggested we work with the other class. Says it will help you feel like a normal student." Izuku grimaced a little. He had never even talked to any of the other students. He ran into Mirio-senpai, Tamaki-senpai, and Nijire-senpai a few times, but otherwise never really interacted with the other students. "That sounds interesting." Aizawa side-eyed him as they entered the school. Izuku quickly changed back into his uniform before meeting back in the class. "Stay here, I'll be back to give you more work." Izuku nodded as Aizawa left the room. He had been suspicious of the teen they saw the first time Izuku came in with a burn. When he came in with a worse burn, the suspicion only grew. Then he started showing up and waiting for Izuku to get out of work. He noticed that the man got there about 15 or so minutes before school was over. He would stay away from the wall and simply stand under a tree messing with a phone. Walking out the front gate and looking around, he spotted the teen under the tree like normal. As quiet as possible, he snuck around and grappled into the tree. He crouched on one of the branches and watched him before finally speaking. "Who are you?" "Jesus F-." The teen fell over and looked at Aizawa, shocked, trying to get his breathing back to normal. "Well, hello to you too." Aizawa glared, using his capture weapon to catch the other and hang him from the tree. "What the hell?" "Oh." The teen stared at him, a little confused before seeming to realize who he was. "Wait, you're Aizawa, right? Izuku's teacher." He glared harder at the teen, who didn't seem to react that much. "My name's Dabi." "Why? That's a fake name." "Obviously, but it's what everyone calls me." Why am I hanging from a tree? Aizawa let the weapon's slack make him fall to the ground. He dropped down and crossed his arms. Are you physically harming my student? Dabi's eyes widened as he stood up, shifting slightly on his feet. Look, I know you won't believe me, and I really don't see why you should, but it was an accident. I don't know why he doesn't hold it against me. Or get angry, but he forgives me. I'm really sorry. Aizawa didn't show any signs of emotion as the other spoke. It was silent for a while before Aizawa sighed. Midoriya will be out soon. He left the other and walked back into the school where Izuku had finished packing up and was waiting for him to give the assignments. Izuku was more than nervous. He had of course seen some of the other students, but never actually talked to any of them. He walked towards the bus with Midnight and Aizawa in his costume. He had his mask up but kept his hood down and his hair tied up. He was messing with his hands a lot and typing away on his screen. Everything all right, Midoriya? You seem nervous. He jumped a little hearing Midnight. Yeah, sorry. Just nervous. I don't really talk to or interact with any of the other students. Aizawa patted his head as they got closer to the bus, already hearing the noise. Don't worry about it, problem child. They're just annoyances. Izuku laughed a little. When Izuku stepped onto the bus, no one except Vlad King seemed to notice. He was glad that he had a habit of somehow blending in and being invisible. He walked to the back of the bus and continued messing with his computer, cataloging and going through the information he had gathered from the other students. Welcome to the unexpected simulation joint. 13 did the same explanation as the last time Izuku was here. He had assumed the other class hadn't trained here yet. He stayed mostly off to the side and it seemed like the others still didn't notice him. Midoriya. What is my number 1 rule? 13 asked. Everyone seemed to look around, not knowing who he was. Don't feel afraid to ask for help or ask questions. The class all jumped seeing him near the back. When did you get here? A male with light blue hair, pale skin, and a fish's tail yelled. He's been here since the bus. Pay more attention. Aizawa scolded, glaring at the class. I think we would have noticed him. A girl with white hair, greenish skin, and sharp claws said smugly while rolling her eyes. You didn't. We'll be doing more situational awareness training because of it. Vlad King said with a glare towards the class. Some of the students glared at Izuku, who pretended not to notice it. We're going to separate you into groups. We'll give you a number and you'll be partnered with people with the same number and sent with a teacher. 13 explained as Midnight numbered them off. Izuku ended up getting a 3 and walked over to where he saw the others. The 2 from before were also in the group, making him sign internally a little. He could tell they weren't going to like him no matter what. Oh goody, we got parred with the ghost. The girl rolled her eyes and huffed. Lay off, Naomi. A girl with black hair, dark skin, and red nails said, slightly shoving the other aside. Nice to meet you, I'm Suzuki. She offered a hand with a large smile. Izuku took the hand and smiled back, though she couldn't see it because of the mask. Midoriya, if you don't mind me asking, what's your quirk? She smiled almost evilly before her hair started moving, the ends turning to snake heads and extending, one slithering around her arm. Snake hair. It's not super strong but useful, you know. Izuku brightened up and started using one hand to type the information into the computer. That's so cool. Do you know how far they stretch? Or how much weight they could lift? Suzuki smiled excitedly. She wore a red bodysuit with black armor covering her vital points, a WHP at her side, and a black eye mask. Also, are you a fan of Midnight? Your outfits look similar. I am. She's so cool. And they can stretch for about 30 feet. I can lift your average person with them, but otherwise it starts to hurt. Was your outfit inspired by anyone? Izuku looked at his own and shook his head. No, not really. I wanted an outfit that would let me hide easily but not scare people. My little brother actually helped me plan it out. She gasped with stars in her eyes. Really? Do you have a picture of him? He pulled out his phone and started showing her pictures of him and the others, explaining who they were and how they all got along. Okay, everyone. I'll be your teacher. Midnight greeted, walking over to them. Izuku nudged Suzuki, who nudged him back. We're going to work over in that building over there. You'll have to get the dummies out of the building before it crashes down, okay? Let's go. The other male looked nervous while the other girl seemed to not care. Izuku was already thinking of plans on the best way to get them out. He didn't notice, but Suzuki was listening closely and adding in her own ideas. It had been going pretty okay so far. The other two didn't waste time and didn't even try to work together. Izuku was a little shocked when Suzuki worked with him. Midnight seemed happy they had been working together. They had also gotten the most people out so far. Would you two stop trying to impress her so much? God, it's annoying. The girl yelled at Izuku and Suzuki when they went back to the ground floor. What are you talking about, Naomi? We've just been doing what we're told. Suzuki defended. She seemed to find out pretty quickly that Izuku didn't like confrontation. You two have been geeking out and annoying this entire time. The guy yelled at the two. Izuku glared and set the dummy down. We shouldn't be arguing. This is a training exercise, but it's still a dangerous area. He could practically feel the ground shifting under him, and he had a bad feeling. Aizawa always told him to trust his instincts. Oh, shut it. Why should we listen to you? The girl yelled, shoving him. Suzuki growled and wrapped one of her snakes around the girl. Don't shove him. The girl slashed at the snake, making it let go. This time the guy shoved Izuku. It was strong enough to get him out of the ground floor and back outside. Guys, we dash. Izuku cut himself off, seeing the pillars crack along the sides. He ran back before using his capture weapons and wrapping it around the pillars. He felt them finally snap as he pulled them taut. Get out. He grunted out, feeling the weight pull on his arms and drag him forward a little. The girl seemed to notice and started running to the exit. The guy and Suzuki noticed too late though, as debris hit them and knocked them to the ground. He shifted his foot and tugged away from the building as hard as he could. He saw that the two still in the building weren't moving. Either they were knocked out or trapped. Ooh. The girl looked at him with anger. I don't care how you feel about me, but they're in danger. Run back in there and get them. Why should I dash? He cut her off with a growl and a shout. No. She paused in shock before nodding and running back. Using her claws, she cut through a piece of debris that was trapping Suzuki. She stood up and used her snakes to pick the man up before they all got out of the building. Once he knew they were out, he let his capture weapon come back to him and the building to crash to the ground. Midoriya. He fell to his knees, cradling one of his arms as Suzuki and Midnight ran over. Are you okay? Suzuki asked worriedly. He tried to nod his head but grunted when he pulled his other arm a little. What happened? Midnight crouched next to him and moved his jacket, getting a look at his arms. Both were now starting to bruise and showed signs of rug burn. Both shoulders had slight bruising, but his right was swelling more and looked worse. Let's get you to recovery, girl. Aizawa seemed to appear out of nowhere and helped Izuku up. Midnight, stay with them and figure out what happened. She nodded, already going over to the other two who looked sad. Can I come? Please. It's partly my fault he's hurt. I want to make sure he's okay. Aizawa stared at her before sighing. Fine, come on. Izuku smiled at Suzuki, who smiled back and started talking more about her quirk to try and distract him from the pain. You dislocated your right shoulder, pulled your left, you have a small fracture on your wrist, and your arms are bruised and burned from the fabric. Recovery girl explained as she handed Aizawa the chart. I thought the fabric didn't burn. Aizawa stated he had never had a problem with it before. Normally they don't, but his are on his arms and aren't meant to be used to hold up a building from falling on 3 teenagers. Suzuki ducked a little. I'm really sorry. I would have gotten one of the teachers, but there wasn't time, and if I left Izuku started mumbling as Aizawa sighed. Problem, child. He stopped talking and looked at Aizawa. It's not your fault. You did the right thing. We just don't want you doing it again, understand? He nodded his head. Suzuki elbowed him in the side and smiled. Hey. At least you're a hero. You showed those too. Izuku nodded. I guess, what was their problem with me? He was used to some hate, but it was usually when people knew he was quirkless. They don't like being wrong or having to do extra training. Suzuki just shrugged her shoulders a little. None of the class do really. They all think they're too good for it. You showed them we aren't though. You held up a building. It was crazy. Are you okay, by the way? You got hit with debris, right? She nodded a little and showed a bruised ankle. I already had it looked at though, just bruised, nothing serious. Izuku sighed in relief. You never told me your quirk, by the way. He flinched a little. That's because I'm quirkless. Suzuki stared at him with wide eyes. You held up a building. he nodded, still looking down in slight fear. Holy shit. You're so cool. How'd you do that? He jumped, a little shocked at the Amazon in her voice. What do you mean? You're not disgusted or anything. She looked at him, a little confused. Why would I be? You just saved my life. You're literally the coolest. He smiled excitedly and started talking about how he knew it would work. Izuku got out of school and exchanged numbers with Suzuki. He was happy to have a friend at school. It also turned out she wasn't well liked in her class either. Recovery Girl had healed his wounds slightly, though she left the bruises and strain to heal on its own, so he would need to wear a shoulder brace for the week and not overwork himself more than he needed to. Holy shit, are you okay? Dabi asked as soon as he saw Izuku, grabbing his arms and looking them over for any more obvious damage. Sorta. Recovery Girl healed me as much as she could, but suggested letting the bruises and muscles fully heal on their own so I wasn't too drained. Dabi glared at him a little, but there wasn't any heat behind it. What happened then? You have rug burns on your arms too. Izuku then explained what had happened at the USJ and how he got hurt. I'll burn those a-holes alive. They're lucky you're so nice. Izuku blushed a little and laughed. It wasn't that bad. Besides, I won't be seeing them for a while probably. Aizawa-sensei was really angry at them. Good, if they hadn't been so rude you wouldn't be hurt. Izuku laughed a little, making Dabi smile as they headed to the middle school. Izuku burst into the living room holding piles of old computers, metal, and pieces of glass. Whatcha got there? Shinso asked looking up from his phone. A smoothie. Shinso laughed at him as he set everything down on the counter. So I've been doing some research. The technology for this stuff has existed for a while, but no one uses it. Which is stupid really, but nevertheless. He pulled out his support items notebook and opened it, pointing to a detailed drawing of a visor, what looked like bones from the hand made out of metal, and a weird-looking watch. All of the information on it was coded so Shinso couldn't read it. Izuku had told him it was the alphabet shifted 2 to the left, put through binary, and then put through a different code he couldn't remember the name of. He was always surprised that Izuku could read it, but it made sense when he had nearly photographic memory. What is it exactly? Shinso always liked hearing him talk about different inventions that he made or came up with and how they worked. The sunglass visor thing is pretty much what it looks like, except a few added details. It should be able to see infrared, in the dark, scan someone and tell you their current state. It should also hopefully connect to my mask and those too. He pointed to the other 2 drawings. Sounds like a lot. It is. But I should be able to do it. After all, I made these right. He tapped his heel once, making the skateboard appear. He slid slightly before making it disappear. The staff had agreed he could take those home since he made them. They were approved, and they weren't considered a weapon. True. Can I help? Shinso asked. It had been a while since him and Izuku worked on something together. Ever since he got into UA, got a job, and met Dabi, they hadn't hung out alone for a while. Of course. Here, I'll show you how to take apart the larger computer. We need its screen, motherboard, the RAM, and any other storage thingies. Izuku handed him a pair of gloves and tools, though Izuku didn't wear any gloves, which explained the small scars he had. How come I have to wear gloves? Shinso asked with a small frown. Izuku rolled his eyes and nudged him. 'Cause I'm a good older brother, now let's get to work. They had gone through the computer pretty quickly, getting anything of value and useful out before Izuku started tearing the metal apart. They mostly talked about school and things the other had missed or drama. You should have seen it. Mina can be scary when she wants. Izuku chuckled at the story. I think Denki almost passed out though. He's lucky I caught him or he would have bashed his head open. Izuku smirked as he pried the casing off of a phone. Speaking of the group, you like any of them? Shinso dropped the tool he was holding and stared at Izuku, who was smiling like an evil cat. Stop that. Izuku laughed a little. I have no idea what you're talking about, Toshi. I haven't done anything. Shinso glared and picked the tool back up. But you will. The moment you even think I like one of them, you're gonna interrogate and threaten them. Izuku gasped. I would do no such thing. I would interrogate and threaten both or all of you. Shinso rolled his eyes and threw a screw at Izuku, who dodged. Oh right. I have a shift later. Do you want to come with? You can work on schoolwork while I help people. You sure? Won't your boss be angry? Shinso wasn't opposed to the idea, none of them had actually been to where he worked before. Nah, she's really nice, I'm sure she'd love to meet you. Fine, as long as it doesn't get you in trouble. They had finished the casing for the and outside of the visor and a few other things for the added pieces when it was time for Izuku to go in. Shinso packed a small bag for his things so he had something to do while Izuku worked. Midoriya. Glad you could make it. Mayumi sent a smile to Shinso, this your little brother, right? I definitely see the resemblance. She joked, pointing to their hair. Very funny, he nudged her as he went to the back and changed into his uniform, he's just coming to work to hang out is all. Nice. Sibling bonding is always good. I'll go ahead and head out then, we've been slow today, only a couple of people so I wouldn't worry too much. She went to the back and changed into her own clothes before leaving the cafe. Shinso sat at the counter and started finishing the homework he had gotten while Izuku whipped down the tables and helped the few patrons there. Senpai. Izuku turned and saw Jiro and Yamamo walking in and sitting a chair away from Shinso at the counter. Hey, how are you guys doing? I haven't seen you in a while. The two girls had been coming in a little more often ever since he helped them with schoolwork, though more recently they hadn't been around. Sorry about that, I've been trying to train more and Yamamo was helping me. Shinso perked up at the new people a little and looked between the three. Really? What have you been learning? He set tea in front of Yamamo, a soda in front of Jiro, and topped Shinsu's coffee off. We don't wish to distract you from customers, senpai. It can wait. Izuku looked confused, there wasn't anyone else in the cafe besides them at the moment. He locked eyes with Shinso and laughed a little. This is my little brother Shinso, he's not really a customer. He explained. Both girls looked shocked and looked between the two. You don't really look alike. Jiro pointed out. Shinso smirked a little, he could tell she was fun. Adopted actually, he stared at Jiro for a minute. You like him or don't you? She crossed her arms. Maybe. What's it to you, purple? Oh ouch, I'm so offended, other teen with purple hair. Yamamo looked confused before she spoke up. It's a pleasure to meet you, Shinso. She turned back to Izuku. We mostly train at our homes, but have been looking for somewhere to learn more. You could train where we go. Shinso shrugged his shoulders a little, they're affordable and teach a lot. Izuku's been going there for a while and after I moved in I started going there with some friends. Really? What's it called? Jiro asked, about to search the place up. Izuku walked over to the patron that had walked in and got their order. I'll bring that right out. He went to the kitchen area and made the coffee and brought out a cinnamon roll, giving it to the customer before going back to the group at the front. You go to UA? Yamamo asked, a little shocked. Yep. Class 1 Dude. That's so hard to get into. Nice job. Jiro complimented. Thanks, are you guys shooting for UA then? Yes. I'm recommended actually and Kyoko wishes to go through the normal process. Izuku smiled. Well, I don't know much about the recommended but I'm sure you'll do amazing either way. And if you want to train at our place our friends' moms own the place and what is Dabi exactly? Shinso asked, looking at Izuku. Well, he lives with us and I'm pretty sure mom adopted him but I don't really see him as a brother. So, like your boyfriend? Jiro asked with a smirk. Izuku blushed and whipped around to her. What? Shinso started laughing and almost fell over if Yamamo hadn't caught him. He isn't my boyfriend, Jiro. You sure? 'Cause we've heard you talk about him. A lot. She's got a point, Izuku. Is there something you're not telling me? Izuku glared at both of the purple-haired teens while Yamamo giggled. Both of you stop that, I will poison your drinks. That didn't stop the group from laughing as Izuku rolled his eyes. It was getting later into the night, meaning only Izuku and Shinso were left in the cafe. Shinso scribbled something on his notebook while Izuku finished cleaning the area. When the door opened though, Shinso looked up with wide eyes seeing Aizawa standing there. Hi Aizawa-sensei. Usual right? The teacher nodded as Izuku began preparing his order. Holy shit. Shinso whispered, though it was loud enough to get Aizawa's attention. He looked at the other for a moment before speaking. Shinso Hitoshi, right? Shinso nodded, still a little shocked that the hero was there. How are the Midoriyas treating you? Aizawa knew that the other wasn't in danger, but he had also learned that Shinso was a huge fan of his. Yeah? Izuku and mom are great? Aizawa nodded. You also plan on becoming an underground hero. Shinso nodded again. If you're not working for it, give up. Shinso glared a little. Of course I'm working for it. He growled a little, though Aizawa only smirked. Good, you have some potential then. Izuku handed him the coffee and a small bag. Have a good patrol, Aizawa-sensei. The teacher left the two. Shinso looked to Izuku confused. He told me if I wasn't working to be an underground hero then to give up, then said I had some potential when I did work for it. Izuku chuckled and nodded his head. That's a compliment, Toshi. It means he thinks you can do it. Izuku explained. He had been hanging around Aizawa enough to know when he was complimenting someone, giving advice, or telling them something was wrong. That was a compliment. Shinso asked with a small laugh. Yeah, he's like that. We should head home though. Don't want to be out too late. When they did finally get home, Inko had already gone to bed, sending them goodnight texts. Hey, you losers finally got back. Dabi greeted them from the kitchen, drinking tea at the counter. Shut up, you burnt beach. Shinso threw one of his socks at Dabi, who dodged before throwing a slipper back. I'm gonna head to bed. Your schedule is tiring. Izuku nodded and watched the other leave before getting a glass of water. Shouldn't you be going to bed? Dabi asked. He could see the eye bags under Izuku's eyes more prominently now. Probably in a minute, not really tired. He shrugged a little, leaning against the counter. I seriously don't get how. The kid just followed you around and he looks worn out. He didn't even do any of your school, work, or training. Izuku huffed a little. Yeah. He set the cup down and smiled at Dabi. How was work, by the way? Pretty normal. Ifang brat is a piece of shit though. Izuku laughed, knowing who he was talking about. But he's not terrible. The others are getting good, but Lightning McQueen could use a little more work, especially with his quirk. He nodded. Hopefully they would be able to help him so he could be a good hero. Maybe I should see if I can help. I think I've analyzed his quirk before. He tried to think of what notebook it might have been in. Here, let's move to the living room at least. Dabi nudged him towards the exit before Izuku went on his own. They sat on the couch and turned the TV on for background noise as Izuku mumbled quietly about what he could remember. Dabi listened silently as he talked. He could understand most of what he was saying at least. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to do that. He held a hand over his mouth before Dabi moved it. Don't stop, I was listening. He looked at Izuku's arms and saw the bruising had gone down, but they were still slightly red. Still can't believe you literally stopped a building from falling on 3 kids. Izuku laughed a little. Yeah. It was terrifying, honestly. Dabi looked to him a little confused. If it hadn't worked, they could have gotten really hurt. Or even died. I knew what I was preparing for when I got old enough to understand what being a hero meant, but it was still scary, you know. Not really, I've only had to protect my siblings and mom. But I kinda do. Izuku smiled and hugged the other. Thank you for listening to me. Dabi wrapped his arms around the other's waist. Course, gotta repay you somehow? Izuku pushed away a little but kept his hands on his shoulders. Dabi, you really don't? Dabi rolled his eyes with a smirk. I will anyway. Shinso woke up and blinked a few times trying to get his bearings as he sat up. Normally he would take a minute and just stare at the ceiling, but the group had wanted to go hang out today before school started Monday. He rubbed his eyes a little before grabbing his phone. He flinched back at the brightness before looking at the time. It was around 11 a.m., so it was still a little early for him. They had wanted to meet at his place since Katsuki lived nearby and they had a somewhat big house even though the Bakugas was way bigger. Standing up, he grabbed new clothes and his phone before going into the bathroom and starting a shower with music playing from his phone. After a while he got out and changed before going downstairs. He had figured Izuku was already up since the other liked to wake up early and do workouts. Though he wasn't sure about Dabi, he hadn't seen the other up unless Izuku woke him up or if he hadn't slept like Shinso sometimes. He walked into the kitchen and started the coffee machine before walking out into the living room. He was expecting maybe Izuku to be there if he had just gotten back, but he wasn't expecting this. On the couch was Izuku and Dabi, both still asleep. Dabi had his back against the couch with an arm thrown over Izuku's waist and the other being used as a pillow for the two, while Izuku had his arms curled up in front of him and his head ducked under Dabi's chin. He tried not to laugh as he took a few pictures before walking over to the front of the couch and poked Izuku in the back. Izuku, get up, he whispered. He didn't want to wake up Dabi because it would be so much funnier if it was Izuku. The other groaned but didn't make a move. Izuku? He kicked the other, this time making him jump. What was dashed? He cut himself off when he saw where he was. He blushed before falling off the couch. Shinso broke down laughing at that as Dabi shifted a little before sitting up with a glare. What the hell? Izuku stood up and waved his hands a little. And nothing. Shinso kept laughing and fell on the ground trying to catch his breath. Toshi? Shinso laughed louder as Izuku tried to wrestle the phone from him. Finally catching his breath, he stood up and smiled at Izuku's glare. Nope. These are mine now, blackmail purposes. Izuku growled a little before chasing after Shinso throughout the living room as Dabi rubbed at his eyes. Jesus. Dabi stood up and ignored the two running around, going straight to the coffee and pouring himself a cup, adding sugar and creamer to it. You can't run forever. I know where you live. We live together, dumbass. The two kept fighting as the front door opened and Katsuki walked in. He took one look at the siblings before joining Dabi in the kitchen and getting water. The F they doing, you overgrown racken? Katsuki asked as he watched the two fight, though it was obvious neither were really trying. I have no effing clue, Sparky Boom Boom Man, Katsuki growled but went back to watching them. When it came to Dabi, Shinso, and Katsuki, they all came up with nicknames for each other, though it was usually insults more than anything. Wait, why the hell are you here? Katsuki pointed to Shinso before making a few hand gestures. Dabi recognized it as the symbols for the other brats. Izuku had been teaching him signs since almost all of them knew it, though the Bakugas and the Midoriyas were all fluent in it. Why not just at the gym? I don't effin' know, man, the extras just said it sounded fun. Dabi hummed a little before smirking. It has nothing to do with someone at all, right? Bakuga blushed and kicked Dabi with a growl. Shut the F up. Dabi only kicked him back as the two finally stopped fighting on the floor. Fine, you win, what do you want? Shinso cackled evilly before smirking. I don't know, I think I'll hold on to this for something good. Izuku glared and thought about tackling him again but decided against it at the last second. You're the worst. I know it keeps me up at night. Shinso brushed himself off and turned to the other two. Oh, look who's early, lava girl. Katsuki glared at him. Shut it, brain freak. The two glared at each other before Shinso got coffee and sat next to him in silence. Kaken, when did you get here? Izuku asked. He grabbed an energy drink rather than anything else. He had found a new liking for the drinks. When you and Purple F were fighting, the hell was that about, Deku? Izuku blushed again and almost choked. Nothing. Shinso smirked and showed the picture to Katsuki, who immediately started laughing hysterically. Can I see? Dabi asked, feeling a little left out of the joke. Nope. It's nothing. What are you doing here, Kaken? Izuku quickly changed the subject, though he could tell Dabi wouldn't let it go anytime soon. The losers wanted to hang out and decided this was the effin' place to do it. Really? I figured they would go with your place, it's bigger. He shrugged his shoulders a little as Katsuki rolled his eyes. You think they have a FING thought process? It's probably because they've never been to this shitty place. Izuku knew he wasn't actually calling the house shitty since it was just how he talked. I never thought about that, they really have never been here. He remembered when Katsuki and him would have sleepovers at each other's places, then Shinso got added to the mix. The group had all stayed over at Katsuki's a couple of times and even once at Kirishima's, but never here. Do you want us to get stuff? We need groceries anyway. Izuku suggested, plus he knew if they did go he would likely leave Katsuki and Shinso here since they weren't exactly one for crowds. Shinso got bad anxiety in them and Katsuki sometimes got overwhelmed since it was hard to focus on hearing people correctly. You sure? I don't want to make you go there by yourself. Though Izuku tended to be better with the crowds, if he was by himself he would panic a little since no one was there to trump his own anxiety. I'll come with, got nothing better to do. Dabi shrugged his shoulders a little. That was when Izuku realized something. Oh my god, did we ever get you clothes? Izuku asked, a little shocked. He remembered when they had washed the clothes he was wearing and he had changed into borrowed old ones from his father, but otherwise he hadn't remembered ever getting the other clothes. Oh shit. Katsuki and Shinso started laughing at the duo as they had realized they never got him other clothes. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get groceries and your clothes then. Izuku laughed a little as he went upstairs to change, Dabi watched him leave before looking at the two younger teens. Tell me why you were laughing. Izuku was looking at the clothing stores near them as they walked. He knew of a few but he didn't really know Dabi's style or aesthetic. Izuku always went for more soft boy as Mina called it, or it should be illegal by Kaminari, who was then punched by both Katsuki and Shinso. What clothes do you like? Dabi seemed to snap out of a dream. What? Izuku laughed a little. What do you like to wear? Dabi got a weird look on his face. Clothes. Izuku stared at him for a moment before breaking down in laughter as Dabi blushed. Well, I don't know. It took a moment for Izuku to calm down, but once he did, he showed him some pictures of the clothing stores. Well, you seem to like black and blue would look good on you. Maybe some dark reds? Izuku listed off a few more things as Dabi just scrolled through the pictures. Sounds fine to me, maybe more blacks though. Izuku nodded as they made it to the first store. Let's get you sweatpants for sure, they're really comfortable, and some hoodies too. Izuku was making a small list in his head as they looked around the store. Every now and again Dabi would take the clothes and try them on. So far he had only kept the sweats they grabbed, cargo briefs, a few baggy shirts, and a few jackets and hoodies. Izuku had noticed the pattern of not getting anything form-fitting or tight. Dabi, how come you mostly like the baggier clothes? Dabi paused and looked at him. You don't have to answer. I know it could be a personal thing and I didn't mean to pry. Dabi smiled and little. It's fine, it's just more comfortable. Doesn't irritate the burns. Izuku paused and stared at the other. Half the time when they were talking or hanging out Izuku didn't really notice them. Of course he knew they were there but he often forgot about them. I didn't even think about that. Dabi jumped a little at the loud volume before Izuku quieted down. Do you want to look for something that would cool them down or relieve some of the pain? Do they hurt a lot? Is that jacket comfortable then? Should we get more sweats then? Dabi cut him off with a laugh. Izuku, it's fine, this is already more than enough. Izuku frowned a little. Well, we'll get more clothes still, let's head to the grocery store. They finally made it back to the house and Izuku saw that Inko had made it home earlier and the others were already here. Senpai. Shiro called as he ran out to help them with the bags. We should have been here before, your mom is so nice. Izuku laughed a little. Yeah, she's the best. Shiro stared at Dabi for a second, getting a confused look from Dabi. Can I help you? So you do live with them? Yes. Huh. The three walked up to the house as Dabi looked to Izuku for an answer, who only shrugged a little, at least until they made it inside and Shiro shouted, Denki. You owe me 2,000 yen. Do you mean it? Izuku set the bags down while Dabi just looked at the sea of children. Why couldn't you just be a homeless raccoon that hangs around for food? Izuku almost fell on the floor laughing. Why is everyone calling me a raccoon today? Inko came out of the kitchen chuckling a little before patting his face. It's alright Dabi, you are a handsome raccoon, it's nice to have you around. Thanks. He set the bags down and sat on the couch, almost collapsing onto it. Jesus, I hated that, there were so much. What's he talking about? Mina asked as Izuku moved Dabi's legs and sat down before putting them on his lap. We got him clothes when we got groceries, he is not that fashionably inclined. Mina laughed a little before going back to the game they were all playing. It looked like a card game. No, Kiri would make a great Isra. Both Izuku and Dabi jolted up and stared at the group. Really? I think he would make good security. I think Denks falls into the SRR role well. Izuku burst out laughing while Dabi looked mildly concerned about the conversation. Dabi, can you follow me to the kitchen? Inko asked, tapping the boy on the shoulder. He nodded hesitantly before following her to the kitchen. Is everything alright? I told Izuku the clothes were too much already. We can Inko shook her head. It's not about that, sweetheart, I just wanted to prepare you. Dabi's eyes widened a little in panic before she reassured him, it's nothing bad. I was able to get into contact with an old friend of mine. He's a detective and he wants to take on your case. He paused and brought a hand to his mouth. So I may get to see them again, right? He didn't want to get his hopes up, but he had missed his siblings and mom. Yes, he'll be working with another hero, a good one, and they'll do everything in their power to get your mother out and your siblings safe, especially your younger brother. He's still at the house, but we're hoping to change that soon. Dabi stood there in shock before pulling her into a hug. Thank you so much. She patted his back before pulling away. Of course, oh honey, you're bleeding. He felt his face and felt blood coming from his eyes. Sorry. She handed him some paper towel. Sometimes when I cry it bleeds instead. Tear ducts got a little fed up. She patted his shoulder. It's alright, once we get this officially started I'm taking you to the hospital. We'll see what we can do about these burns, okay? Some of it will always be there, but I'm sure we can help a little. Jesus, you people are too nice. Inko only smiled and led him back out where the group were still playing, with Izuku joining in about a weird conversation. Okay, but no, if you look at it, that doesn't make sense. Dabi fell onto the couch next to Izuku, who turned to him. Everything okay? Dabi let out a huff and smiled. Yeah. Everything's perfect. Izuku smiled and rubbed his arm before going back to the argument. Dabi watched them, still smiling. He hoped his siblings would get to meet these people and help them like they helped him. Hey guys. I made a Discord server. I would love to see you all. Hey. I fixed the link so it doesn't expire. You wanna join the Discord? Just click it. https://discord. G/VES, and Izuku bounced on the ball of his feet nervously as he messed with his hands, cracking them every now and again. He had already gone through his plan in his head. He was the only student in Class 1A, and that was bound to draw attention for sure. He also knew that when Present Mike was announcing him as the class, he would also mention that he was quirkless. He had asked him to say it after all. Kid, Izuku turned to Aizawa with a smile. Since you're the only student in 1A, we normally don't specify quirks in the intros. Do you want Mike to say you're quirkless? Izuku thought about it for a minute. He had originally planned on laying low, but if he was being announced separately it would be difficult. Sure. Aizawa seemed a little surprised at the answer. Normally when people hear I'm quirkless they assume weak, dumb, slow, stuff like that. If they underestimate me then they'll lose faster. Aizawa smiled and ruffled his hair. Smart, good luck kid. If you lose we're doubling down on your training. Izuku nodded and started stretching. He had been waiting to be announced. He was mostly anxious about everyone staring at him. He had gotten used to talking and being around strangers thanks to the gym, kids, and his job, but other things still made him nervous, such as really big crowds. And now, Class 1A. That only has one student. At that he walked out with a small smile, trying to keep the small bounce in his step. Midoriya Izuku. UA's quirkless wonder. Izuku faltered a little. He was not expecting that last part. He could practically hear his own heart beat as the stadium got quiet. Until Present Mike began talking again, he could hear people whispering still though. There's only him. But he's quirkless? He'll probably lose. I hope he doesn't get to hurt. He ignored them as he watched the other students walk out, clapping and cheering when he saw Suzuki. Once everyone was announced and told to meet in the middle, they immediately joined up. She glared at anyone that gave them funny looks while Izuku looked at anyone's quirk and tried to analyze them as soon as possible. We're going to jump right into the festival. Be prepared everyone. Midnight yelled as the screen lit up with the first round, laser dodgeball. The large group of students were shown to a large arena-like room. The entire room was dark, but they could see large, small, and wide boxes everywhere. There were random walls with holes through them that you could see through and likely fit your arm through. In this room you'll see obstacles that you can use to your liking. Suddenly lasers of different colors turned on, some moving, some appearing and disappearing, and others staying still. You'll all get one dodgeball. When the time starts you'll have 30 minutes to collect points from other people. Each person you get out is worth 10 points. If you catch a ball, neither person is out. By the end you need to be holding a ball or you're eliminated. Good luck everyone. They were all given a ball that was roughly the size of Izuku's hand. They had a moment before the timer started and Izuku could feel eyes on him. He tried not to focus on them as he watched the lasers. There was a pattern to all of them. All of the blue and purple ones stayed still, the green ones appeared and disappeared, and the red ones moved. It looked like the green ones were set to a specific timer, which made sense for a program if no one was controlling them, but he was worried about the purple ones. It didn't make sense to have two stationary lasers. He also noted that since the red ones moved while the blue stayed still, it might be a hint. I'm going after him first. Yeah, easy points, right? He smirked little. His plan was working after all. Begin. Izuku scanned the area before sprinting to one of the walls. He jumped over it, he threw his ball in mid-air and took the person hiding out. He rolled and picked his ball back up while taking the persons as they walked out of the area with the help of a teacher. He ducked behind the wall and looked through the holes. He could see people still having trouble even getting around the lasers. He watched as someone got close to the purple ones. As soon as they were within a few inches it moved towards them and hit them, getting them out. So his theory had been right. He looked around the edge of the wall and saw someone looking around. Taking his chance, he leapt over the wall before twisting and hitting them with one of the dodgeball. They groaned as they tossed their ball to him. He caught it and went back behind the wall, putting it with his other one. He knew some of the people were still gunning for him, especially if they saw the two he took down. So far it looked like a little over half the students had been taken out already. He assumed that if he took someone down he wouldn't gain their collected points, just the original 10. And if the two he took down had high points then it would dwindle them down. He grabbed his extras before jumping over the wall. He saw two people out in the open and quickly hit them before flipping over some of the lasers and landing on a platform. He ducked under a ball before jumping down. He rolled under one of the red lasers before ducking behind another wall. 10 minutes left. Izuku's eyes widened a little. He hadn't expected it to get so close. Taking a deep breath in, he jumped over the wall and dodged the lasers. He was hoping someone would try to hit him. When a ball came at him he smirked as he jumped and twisted in the air. He kicked at it making it fly back to the sender and get them out. An amazing move. Since he technically caught it and sent it he's still in. He smiled as he landed before having to jump again when a purple laser came his way. When he landed he didn't get long before he jumped back, landing on his hands and pushing off again. His feet landed on one of the walls and he pushed off before rolling and landing behind a platform. He turned and caught a ball. He looked at it before spinning a little and throwing it right back at the other, getting them out. Time's up. Izuku was glad to see that Suzuki made it. He waved over to her before they met up where the other students were. Hey Mido. What did you get? I think 60. Suzuki looked at him with shock. What? Midoriya, I barely got 20. Izuku looked at her with wide eyes. Oh, yeah, Jesus man. If I had known you were such a badass I would have teamed with you. Izuku laughed a little and rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry. She rolled her eyes and elbowed him a little. Good job everyone. For the points it looks like first is Izuku Midoriya. With 60 points. He felt the eyes on him again and people began to whisper, the next round you'll get into pairs and teams. Go ahead and do that. Suzuki and Izuku didn't even move, knowing that since they were paired no one would want to be paired with him. Good. Your points will carry over and be added with your teammates. The screen lit up again and Izuku felt like cheering paintball. They were given the choice between 3 guns, a Glock, a sniper rifle, and an automatic. Each team needed at least one of them. Suzuki went with the automatic since she didn't really know how to use or aim the others well. Izuku automatically grabbed the Glock before also grabbing the rifle. He had been working on using a rifle to add pieces to his gun so he could have a distance advantage. Where should we go? Suzuki asked as they looked around. The area was just a large forest with a lot of trees and what looked like a cliff edge. Follow me. He had trained in areas like these with his capture weapon and his guns. They ran deep into the forest and climbed into some of the trees. Sitting in the branches, we'll want to stay up in the air and out of sight as much as possible. The moment anyone sees us we're screwed. He made sure both of his guns were loaded before he scanned the area. All the teams had different colors. They had gone with a light blue so no one would think it was them who was taking people down. If you hit someone then a teacher would get them and bring them back to the arena. The colors were so they knew which team took them down and so they could add up points easier. Mido, I am so effing glad we are friends. Izuku laughed a little. He scanned the area again and saw a team of 4. Suzuki. He whispered pointing to them. They could at least get 2 if she was bad at aiming, but it would still be half their team. As quietly as possible Izuku aimed the Glock at the obvious leader while Suzuki aimed at the one behind them. They waited a few seconds before Izuku fired, hitting the leader. He heard Suzuki fire and saw it hit the other team as he quickly aimed at another and hit them. He had expected the 4th person to run but they only seemed to panic, letting Suzuki get another shot in. Hell yeah! She cheered quietly as Izuku tried to think of how many points they now had. They moved throughout the trees as quietly as they could. with Suzuki using her snakes to swing through them while Izuku would jump and use the branches to move. They had been racking up points as they went, taking out team after team. When they weren't shooting, Izuku was showing Suzuki how to aim properly or how to use the sniper rifle. Ammo drop. Izuku looked up as a drone flew overhead and dropped a crate of paintball ammo. Should we stop? Suzuki asked since they were close by. Izuku smiled as they jumped down and grabbed their own ammo. Before they left though, Izuku looked at the crate and smirked. How much do you think we could carry? The group cheered as they saw Izuku kick the dodgeball back to its sender. Inko simply clapped with the crowd as the kids all shook each other. That's how you deal with FING extras? Bakugo shouted as he jumped up and high-fived Shinso. Senpai's the best. So manly. Dabi laughed at the excited teens screaming. Jesus, y'all get hyped don't you? He asked teasingly as Shinso glared at him. Shut up. Siro smirked and leaned over to Dabi. At least we don't drool when he's working out. The others laughed while Dabi shoved Siro off the couch. They can't even see him. That's so cool. Kaminari shouted as they saw another team get taken out by a light blue paintball. He's gotta teach me that sometime. They watched as the camera got a small glimpse of Izuku swinging between the branches. When they heard the ammo announcement, they were a little shocked to see Izuku and his teammate taking all of the ammo they could carry. What are they doing? Kirishima asked a little confused while Inko smiled proudly. My baby's being smart. The group looked to her, some getting it while the others were still confused. If they take all the ammo, how can they lose? Dabi smiled a little proudly as they left the area, leaving the teams nothing. Izuku helped Suzuki back into the trees as they hid the ammo in the hollow parts and the leaves. Okay, when they come this way, we just fire. Don't worry about anything other than getting the others out. I'm gonna be over there so it's harder for them to know where we are exactly. We got this. Izuku smiled and nodded as he moved over to the other side of the clearing. They waited silently as some people came into the area. The groups seemed to form a sort of truce to get ammo, but when there wasn't any ammo they aimed at each other yelling. This was a good thing, it would save them the extra ammo to take them down. What they weren't expecting was another team to appear and take out both teams before they could even react. This is getting laughably easy. The leader spoke as he walked past the annoyed students. It's a little sad, surprised the quirkless beach isn't out yet. Izuku glared a little at the name as he aimed for that person, and if he shot where it would hurt more than normal, no one would know. Shut up, we all saw him in that first round. I'd be careful, isn't that right? The leader looked straight to where Izuku was. He didn't move, only shifting his eyesight a little. You know you can come out now, we already know both of you are here. Suzuki looked to him for a moment before Izuku nodded and they both fell to the ground, guns still trained on the team though none of them seemed bothered by it. What's this all about? Suzuki was the one to speak up while Izuku studied them, trying to figure out what their quirks were. Well, seeing as I'm the team's leader, I just wanted to chat with the reigning champions so far. Izuku shifted back a little. Something seemed off about the other, at least until we take you out. What makes you so confident? Izuku asked, giving a small signal for Suzuki to back up slowly and into the trees while he had the team's focus. Why shouldn't I be? Izuku noticed he was talking about himself, not the team, so he didn't plan on keeping them around long. You, he pointed to the person next to the leader, have advanced senses. It's how you knew we were in the trees in the first place. You, he pointed to the girl in the back, have a quirk that allows you to see trajectory lines. Saw you use it during dodgeball. You, he looked to the one who called him a beach, have a mutation quirk that makes you look like a mouse. I assume it also lets you use your tail at free will and claws. The three seemed shocked he figured it out. Really? And what about me? Izuku smirked. I have a few theories. It was silent for a moment until Izuku and Suzuki opened fire on the other three group members. They all seemed shocked to be hit. Izuku turned and fired once at the leader only for it to bounce off and force him to dodge. That was one of them. The leader smirked as the group members got up covered in paint. Oh. You said you'd protect us. I said if you weren't dead weight, but with these two you'll only be in the way. The three were led away from clearing as Izuku kept his gun trained on the leader. Not sure why you're still aiming, you know it won't work. Izuku smiled a little. Maybe, but second time's the charm. The two stared each other down as Suzuki looked nervously between them. Emido, he looked at her for a moment. I can't do this. You're on your own. She turned and ran from them into the woods. Izuku watched her in shock before looking back at the leader. Well, that was a little sad. She was interesting for the moment at least. He turned back to Izuku with a smirk. Do you want to run too or listen? What do you want? Izuku gritted out. Simple, a team up. Izuku laughed bitterly and looked at the paint on the ground. And that worked out so well last time. The leader tooted at him with a shake of his head. Except they were bad, annoying, dead weight. You on the other hand have experience, you know your way around here in guns. Why would I abandon that? And you have all the ammo. I'll have to decline, not interested in getting shot later. The other sighed and drew his gun. Well, I was hoping to avoid this, but you're too stubborn anyway. He began firing at Izuku, who ran in zigzags to dodge the pellets. He ran up to the other and kicked at the shield. It wasn't enough force to break it, but it made him stumble back and lose his balance. You aren't the first to tell me that. He stood in a fighting position with a large smile on his face. He took out his Glock and began firing at the shield. Even if it bounced off, certain ones broke on impact, solidifying more of his theory. He jumped back as the other got up and began firing back at him. Running to the trees, Izuku twisted and landed on it before twisting and tackling the other, making him land in the dirt, the shield blocking Izuku from getting too close. He rolled off to the side, dodging the spray of bullets aimed at him. You're annoying too. Izuku smirked as he climbed into a tree before stomping down onto the shield. I get that one a lot too. He tried to shoot at Izuku's feet but missed as he jumped back into the trees. When he landed on the ground, he moved from side to side, kicking up dirt and dust from the cracked ground. The other glared at him, trying to hit him but only helping in kicking up more dirt. You and that girl are losers. What makes you think you can win? Maybe be like her and run. Izuku dodged a fist and grabbed it before the shield returned and pushed him back. A little rude, don't you think? What happened to sportsmanship? As he yelled, he punched the ground with enough force to expand the dust cloud, making it hard to see in front of him. Oh, it went down the drain just like you will. He aimed the gun at Izuku's head, who was crouched in front of him like he was ready to attack his legs. He smirked at Izuku and ped the gun, ready to let off the round. So, any last words before you lose? Izuku kept his eyes on the ground before laughing. He looked up with a wide smile and ped his head to the side like a question. Who said anything about losing? Just as he said that, a gunshot went off. The leader jerked forward and turned in shock to Suzuki, who had a gun aimed at his back. Surprise beach. The leader growled and aimed at Suzuki, ready to fire, only for his arm to be caught by Izuku and slammed back into the ground. Izuku crouched down and spoke quietly to the leader. You give yourself away. He patted his face with an evil look. Work on that. Izuku stood up and high-fived Suzuki with a cheer. Time's up. Izuku was in his own prep room. While it was made for a whole class, he was of course the only one in it. So when his phone broke the silence, he jumped out of his skin. Dabi. He picked up the phone and answered, Hey, what's up? Nothing, just wanted to say you looked like a badass. He could hear the others cheering from the phone. A large smile broke out on Izuku's face as he laughed. Thanks guys. Did we get you with Suzuki's betrayal? Are you kidding? Shinso shouted, taking the phone. That was more drama than any of those stupid rom-coms Firecracker makes us watch. You shut your mouth. Izuku laughed harder as he heard the two start arguing. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Izuku let out another round of giggles at his mom encouraging him. He was glad they were all watching. Either way, we're proud of you. The other losers are re-watching the moment. While you're on break, Izuku hummed as Dabi took the phone back. When you win this thing, we'll have to celebrate. Izuku sighed. I don't think I'm gonna win, Dabi. The other end of the phone was silent. All he could hear was shuffling. Why is that? You've kicked everyone's ass with barely any help. I know for a fact that Eraserhead'll be said if you don't. He let out a small huff of air, making it clear the last part was a joke. Dabi knew Aizawa could never be angry with Izuku. But all of that was strategy, using the world around me, things I'm good at. The next part is the 1v1s. I don't think I can do that. Izuku trailed off a little, feeling the nervousness come back to him. Izuku, listen to me, take a deep breath and hold it. The team did as instructed, now let it go and actually think for a second, alright? Dabi what dash, the fire user cut him off. Izuku, it may be the fights but you're still in an arena, you're facing someone who might be stronger than you, who will have a quirk that you don't, but is probably the stupidest person ever. Use that brain of yours, Izuku. Smarter and harder, alright. If you got nothing on ya, then use them, use it against them. It was silent for a moment as Izuku let the words sink in. You're right, he heard a sigh of relief from the other line. Thanks Dabi, what did I do without you? Probably have more room on the couch, honestly. At some point it had become common for them to always steal the couch together. Nah, I think I like sharing the couch. Izuku felt himself blushing before laughing nervously. I should go, gotta get ready for my fight. Bye. He quickly hung up before the other could respond. He put a hand over his eyes and groaned. Why did I say that? We're in the final rounds now. And our first one-on-one fight is between the kid who keeps on giving, who has destroyed all the competition. Izuku Midoriya. As Izuku walked out, he heard cheering. Though he was focused on his opponent, he had a plain look, brown hair and eyes with nothing truly standing out. And a member of Class B, who we haven't seen much of. Haru Ito. When he walked onto the arena, Ito seemed cocky, simply looking Izuku up and down before rolling his eyes. Congrats on making it this far. But we'll be taking over from here. Izuku didn't respond. He may have a similar quirk to Shinso and he couldn't risk it. The green-haired teen got into a simple fighting stance, his eyes tracking the other's every move. Go! As soon as the start was called, the teen in front of him turned into nothing, but something was still there, a shadow. Izuku watched the shadow but moved around just in case he was wrong, though it was unlikely. When the shadow got close to him, he watched an arm fly towards him. He stepped to the side and grabbed where he estimated it should be. As soon as he did, the other teen appeared again. He kept a grip on the arm as he turned and flung them to the ground. Ito tugged, trying to get out of his grasp, but Izuku held on tightly and yanked him back to his feet. With a simple punch, he knocked the plain-looking teen out and ended the round. Midoriya Izuku wins. With a record time too. Izuku waited and helped carry the teen back to Recovery Girl, ignoring how Midnight mentioned something weird about sportsmanship. We weren't the ones to make the matchups, it's random. He turned and saw Aizawa leaning against the wall. I figured. He shrugged a little. It would have been fine if he wasn't so cocky and tried to use it sparingly. If he had turned invisible closer to me, it would have been more trouble, but he did it so far away that I could see the shadow right away. Aizawa hummed and pushed off the wall. I want you to win this, alright? Izuku nodded, but if you don't, I won't be angry, alright? He let out a laugh and nodded again. I know, Aizawa-sensei, but I wanna win too. Aizawa smiled and ruffled his hair. Good luck then, kid. From what Izuku could tell, if he was going to win this, he would have 3 more fights at least, unless there needed to be a tiebreaker, which was unlikely to begin with. So he kept track of all the winners of the fights after him. If he could figure out their quirks before he fought them, then he would have a better chance of winning. The other 7 winners had been a girl with a rock-based quirk that allowed her to control them, Naomi from the USJ incident, the guy from the USJ, someone with what seemed like a sound-based quirk that let them throw their voice, a rat-looking girl who was quick and slippery, a lizard, and Suzuki. With my luck, I'll end up fighting her. He groaned out, sliding down in his seat, still clapping when she won though. Izuku was now fighting Suzuki, or he was supposed to be. I'm gonna be honest, she rubbed her arm awkwardly. I don't really want to fight you. The entire arena was silent. What? Izuku dropped out of his fighting stance. Suzuki, I won't be angry if you win dash. She waved her hands. It's not that, I promise. But Izuku, you intimidate the shit out of me. The first time we met you held up a building. The other teen blushed as she yelled that. Since it was so quiet, everyone heard her. He did that? I thought he was quirkless. Why did he need to do that? I really want you to win this, so I drop out. She yelled to the announcer's box. Midoriya automatically wins. Izuku stared in shock before tackling the girl into a hug and laughing with her. You shouldn't have done that. It's gonna look so bad. She rolled her eyes and shoved him. Not if you win. Now come on, we're gonna get snacks and I'm sitting with you. Izuku sighed and let the girl drag him out of the arena. He would at least get a longer break this time. I feel like we should get soda and some chips. You're not on a diet, right? Why would I be on a diet? She started laughing. I don't know. I assumed with your godlike muscles you ate air and sunlight. Izuku blushed and hit her. Suzuki. With Suzuki with him, the rounds seemed to pass faster, even his own round had gone by quickly. Since the rock-based quirk didn't work on him and the only rock they had was the platform, there wasn't much she could do, so Izuku ended up just pushing her out of the ring after a small fight. Dude. You're kicking butt. Why do you look like someone said in your yard? Izuku looked at her weirdly for the comparison. What is dash? Never mind, he sat back down inside because this seems all too easy. Our first rounds were a little challenging, the second we had to get creative, but as soon as we get to the actual hard part it seems too easy. If this is about me dropping out, I'll still fight you. Suzuki offered with a completely blank stare. No, I'm not going to fight you, Suzuki. Your loss or another win. She shrugged as they went back to watching the fight. It was Naomi versus the US guy. How did she even make it this far? She's not good at anything other than being a beach. Her quirk is useful. She helped during the building. She also kinda caused it, but she helped at least. He tried to defend her, but there wasn't really a point. Well, when you fight her it'll be an easy win and you'll win the whole thing. Izuku only hummed, watching carefully. Something felt off. Naomi wins. The girl turned to them and glared at Izuku, though she was smiling. Effin' beach. Suzuki flipped her off as Izuku maintained eye contact. I have a bad feeling about this. He stood up and went to his prep room, leaving Suzuki to worry about him. The final round. Naomi versus Midoriya. The cat/wonder or the quirkless fighter. Izuku stared at her from across the ring. She was standing casually with a hand on her hip. Yeah, no, quirkless, I think you've had it easy. He shifted his foot back a little. I mean, no one else in the class. Who puts you in your place? He lifted his hands in front of him. None of these fools, obviously. But I'm more than willing. She spread her hands, palm out, the claws appearing. Go. She ran forward right away, wasting no time and slashing a hand where Izuku once stood. He stepped off to the side and grabbed her hand, though he was met with her other claws coming up and slashing at his arm. Jumping back, he placed a hand over the wound. The cut was deep and bleeding, and if it had been any lower, I don't plan on holding back, boy. She whipped her hand as BLD flickered to the ground violently. You can drop out now. It'll be better than being torn to pieces. She charged at him again with a large toothy smile. He jumped back again, trying to dodge the long appendages. She was aiming to hurt him, not just hurt him but damage him badly. She wanted him dead. She wanted him dead. She, focused dumbass. Suzuki shouted in time for him to dodge another slash. Realizing she was cornering him to the edge, he took a breath and flipped onto his hands before pushing himself up and over her, flipping their positions and raising his hands again. He slowed his dodging a little, letting a cut appear on his forehead. He dropped down and swung his leg out, getting a large gash in it as she fell to the ground with a strangled scream. Not letting her get back up, he pinned her hands with his foot and used his other leg to hold her chest down. She tilted her hands and dug her nails into his hand. He winced but didn't let her go. Get the hell off me. She squirmed and dug into his hands, but he didn't move. Nay, can you move? Midnight asked, getting closer to the pair, her eyes going to the large amount of BLD coming from Izuku. Hell yeah. This speech needs to get. Izuku watched one of her claws grow before it swiped down off. He stumbled back, feeling more BLD drip down his arm. It distracted him enough that she was able to grab him by his hair and tug forward. He growled and punched her in the stomach before grabbing her head and slamming it against his knee. You broke my effing nose? She held her face with tears in her eyes. And I'm going to bleed out. Looks like we're both having a bad day. He hopped a little before whipping the BLD off his face. That only seemed to make her angrier as she charged again, but it was sloppier and slower than last time. He grabbed her shoulder and dragged her forward enough for her to stumble. Aiming his elbow, he slammed it down onto the back of her head, finally knocking her out. Midoriya wins. The green-haired boy let out a sigh of relief, his vision swimming a little from the BLD loss. The ring had to look disgusting by now. He felt himself almost fall before Midnight caught him. You alright? They both knew he wasn't and he needed to lie down at least, but she still asked. Stings a lot, BLD everywhere. He waved his hand around a little as Midnight helped him to Recovery Girl. You should see Sho's face, he looks like he's having a heart attack. Midnight joked, getting him to laugh a little until he realized that was streamed to everyone. Should call my mom. Probably think I'm dying. It's alright, we'll have Sho deal with that. Izuku hummed as Midnight sat him down on the mattress. He didn't remember getting there. Look what you did. Recovery Girl shouted in fake anger. It was mostly worrying over the injuries. You're gonna sleep for a week when I'm done with you. She threatened, though Izuku would admit a small coma sounded good. Recovery Girl sighed and placed a kiss on his forehead while Midnight helped clean the still bleeding wounds. Izuku. Suzuki burst into the room, looking close to tears. Dude, you look like shit. That's the last thing Izuku remembered hearing before he passed out. Passing out to your friend saying you look like shit was a first for Izuku, but he doubted it would be the last. Oh thank F-. Izuku opened his eyes to Suzuki smiling. I thought you died. My last words to you were gonna be an insult. With a small laugh he began to sit up. It would have been a fun last few moments. Snake-haired girl punched him in the shoulder with a roll of her eyes. Maybe for you. Once they stopped laughing, Izuku could hear people talking outside. Oh right. Dude. Your mom showed up with a bunch of kids. I thought she was gonna kill that bitch herself. His eyes widened as he tried to stand up. They're here. The door was then slammed open, showing a very angry Aizawa and Inko. I want that child expelled. She shouldn't have been allowed to cause so much damage. Inko shouted, sitting on the bed next to Izuku, who was too shocked to say anything. I know, I'm already talking to Nedzu about it now, but he says since it's the sports festival it can be excused. Dabi followed in after them with a small smile and sat in between Izuku and Suzuki. Sup, name's Dabi, I sleep on their couch? Suzuki burst out laughing as Dabi held out a hand. Don't greet people like that. Izuku shouted, shoving the older teen. What? It's true. I don't care if it's true. It's a weird way to greet people. I thought it was fun. She shook his hand with a large smile. I'm Suzuki. He stopped a building from falling on me. Izuku groaned and covered his face. I'm surrounded by crazy people. Once Inko and Aizawa had calmed down and they had tracked down the others, they decided to move their conversation to the cafeteria area. It's dumb as F though. Katsuki shouted, small explosions in his palms, that Beach should be punished. Kirishima nodded along. Oh, I like him, Suzuki decided as the blonde shouted profanities, and I agree. She was clearing aiming to kill. Not even just maim or take down. We sadly don't have enough proof to say she was. Aizawa explained with a deep frown. It was obvious that he wanted to punish the student himself. No proof. Shiro yelled. She announced it on live TV. Denki and Mina nodded next to him. Exactly. She should have detention at least. Mina decided with Denki hyping her up. That is not the problem here. Shinso groaned, rubbing his temples. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Raccoon One is right. Dabi and Shinso stared at him confused. The effing issue is that no one stopped the goddamn fight. Why am I Raccoon One? Shinso asked with a small smile. I've known you longer than the burnt chicken. Denki slammed his hands on the table as he stood up, getting everyone's attention. Theoretically, we can't do anything right. Like she won't face punishment, right? It's not theoretical, we can't do anything about it. Aizawa said, still frowning. He didn't like people messing with his students, especially his favorite one. No, he's onto something, use that brain, Denki. Shiro shouted, making the others laugh. Alright, so, say she really likes electronics, right? Suzuki nodded in confirmation. So if ever the electronics she touched just so happened to malfunction and shock her, it would pieces her off. You would need a way to get that close though. Shinso smirked as he stood up. So theoretically, let's just say I might not have control of my quirk. As a pro hero and teacher I can't condone this. Everyone turned to him a little disappointed, but I just so happened to be sleeping this entire time and have heard nothing. Dabi, Suzuki, Shiro, Kirishima, and Mina immediately lost it as Shinso, Denki, and Inko went to put the plan in order fully. This is so worrying, oh god. Izuku rested his head on the table. While he had felt better, he still lost a lot of BLD. A warm hand rested on his neck, making him lean into it with a smile. Told you you'd win. He looked at a smirking Dabi and kicked him in the leg. Shut it. Suzuki watched them carefully before leaning over to Katsuki, Mina, and Siro. So there. She waved her hand between them. Oh, definitely. We have a betting pool on it. It's fing disgusting. All they do is stare at each other. Bro, you are not any better. The four looked to Kirishima, who had been pretty quiet. Have you seen Dash? Katsuki cut him off by tackling him. Keep your fing mouth shut. Oh, I gotta know this drama. Suzuki shouted, trying to get Katsuki off of Kirishima. Izuku came into class the next day feeling a lot better and with most of his wounds healed up. Midoriya. Izuku looked up at the voice, confused, before seeing Mirio. Mirio-senpai. It's good to see you. I saw the sports festival. You did fantastic. The blonde smiled brighter. Are you kidding? You did amazing. That last fight was scary. Izuku laughed a little and rubbed the back of his neck. A lot scarier in person, I've been told. Looking around, he noticed no one else was in the hall. What are you doing here anyway? He paused for a moment, realizing it sounded a little rude, not like at school obviously. Just here specifically. Isn't the second-year class on a different floor? Mirio only laughed and patted his back. It is. But I wanted to congratulate you on winning. It's impressive to say the least. Izuku paused. No one had told him he won the festival except when he had been with the others after the fight. Oh. Thank you. I should get to class, but still. Amazing job. Izuku nodded as the older teen left. The quirkless teen ran to his classroom and slammed the door open, shocking Aizawa, who was working on grading other papers. I won. You didn't tell me. The pro hero stared at him. You were announced the winner. How did you not know? Izuku threw his bag onto the seat. Because I was suffering BLD loss. I thought it was a dream. Aizawa sighed and stood up. Well, it wasn't. Congrats, you won the sports festival. He patted the other on the head before continuing, and with that you now have to choose a hero name and an internship. He whispered the last part, confusing Izuku, but he ignored it for now. Okay, how do I choose a name? Aizawa stared at him, leaning against his desk. I have literally no idea. Present Mike chose mine. Seriously? Yep, so he's going to help you choose yours? Aizawa walked out of the room, presumably to get Present Mike. I'm not choosing a name like that. The door was slammed back open by a loud blonde. Hey, that is a good name. Izuku laughed as the pro defended himself. It's a fine name. But not for me. Present Mike smiled. Well, of course I know that. I always learn my audience, little listener. Izuku laughed. He honestly really liked Present Mike. He understood how the two teachers were married now. I want a list of things about you. What's important to you, who's important to you, what your costume is like, and weapons. Go, go, go. It took him a while, but Izuku finished the list. He wasn't sure how this would help him with his hero name, but he was more than willing to try. Let's take a look. The loud hero picked up the paper and began reading it over, marking certain things in his head. Who's Dabi? Your boyfriend. Izuku blushed and shoved the hero. No. Present Mike only smirked wider. Just finish reading the list. Well, a good one would be Deadeye. Izuku nodded and wrote the name on the blackboard. Green would be easy, maybe Rabbit if we want to get funky. The green-haired teen rolled his eyes at the description. I don't have many more ideas. Taking a step back, Izuku stared at the board, a few ideas flooding into his head. He liked Deadeye and Rabbit the most so far. What about something with sundown? Present Mike looked at him confused. Well, in a lot of Western movies fights happen at sundown, and if I plan to be an underground hero it would be true. I love that idea. Present Mike took the opportunity to write it on the board. Sundown itself is too close to Tamaki-senpai's name Sun Eater. Maybe Dead Knight. No, that sounds too violent and intimidating. He began pacing the room, mumbling under his breath about different combinations or words he could use. Black hole. No, focus on one part too much. Daybreak. He shouted, running up to the board and writing it down. I want to be Daybreak. I like it. Is there a reason? When I was younger I was disappointed when I found out I was quirkless, but then my mom said I could still be a hero. It was like a light at the end of a tunnel. He turned to Present Mike, determined. I want to be the light at the end of the tunnel for other people. Present Mike looked close to tears with his explanation. That's so sweet. You're too sweet, Midoriya. He picked the teen up, who yelped, and spun him around. Please don't kill my student, Aizawa greeted as he walked in. Did you choose a name? Yep. Present Mike set Midoriya down. Meet the underground hero Daybreak. He did little jazz hands as Izuku blushed. Like it? Now let's go over internships. You're no fun show. Get out of my classroom, Hizashi. Oh, first name. I should run. Good luck, little listener. Izuku waved goodbye as he sat with Aizawa at the teacher's desk. Sadly, even though you won the festival, some heroes still are too scared to take you on, so you got less than you should have. The teen sighed a little, but the ones you got are good either way. Go ahead and look through them. Izuku nodded and picked up the papers. Aizawa hadn't been lying. Most of the internships were from the higher-ranking heroes. Ones from Ingenium, Edge Shot, and Miruko all shocked him, but the ones from Best Jeanist and Hawks were truly surprising. One caught his eye though. It was from Sir Night Eye, All Might's old sidekick. That one is one Mirio gave to me. Izuku looked up confused. Apparently he talked to Night Eye and he agreed that you could be a good fit. I'm not going to lie to you, I know the guy. He can be a huge prick constantly, but if you choose him I won't stop you. I think I will. He has experience with having a weaker quirk, right? Maybe he can give me more pointers on being in the limelight and dealing with large-scale threats. Aizawa didn't look happy on the choice but nodded. But, as a backup, just in case, I'll choose Hawks too. Izuku was in his own prep room. While it was made for a whole class, he was of course the only one in it. So when his phone broke the silence, he jumped out of his skin. Dabi. He picked up the phone and answered, Hey, what's up? Nothing, just wanted to say you looked like a badass. He could hear the others cheering from the phone. A large smile broke out on Izuku's face as he laughed. Thanks guys. Did we get you with Suzuki's betrayal? Are you kidding? Shinso shouted, taking the phone. That was more drama than any of those stupid rom-coms Firecracker makes us watch. You shut your F mouth. Izuku laughed harder as he heard the two start arguing. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Izuku let out another round of giggles at his mom. Encouraging him, he was glad they were all watching. Either way, we're proud of you. The other losers are re-watching the moment while you're on break. Izuku hummed as Dabi took the phone back. When you win this thing, we'll have to celebrate. Izuku sighed. I don't think I'm gonna win, Dabi. The other end of the phone was silent. All he could hear was shuffling. Why is that? You've kicked everyone's assess with barely any help. I know for a fact that Eraserhead'll be sad if you don't. He let out a small huff of air, making it clear the last part was a joke. Dabi knew Aizawa could never be angry with Izuku. But all of that was strategy, using the world around me, things I'm good at. The next part is the 1v1s. I don't think I can do that. Izuku trailed off a little, feeling the nervousness come back to him. Izuku, listen to me, take a deep breath and hold it. The teen did as instructed, now let it go and actually think for a second, alright? Dabi, what dash? The fire user cut him off. Izuku, it may be the fights, but you're still in an arena. You're facing someone who might be stronger than you, who will have a quirk that you don't, but is probably the stupidest person ever. Use that brain of yours, Izuku. Smarter and harder, alright. If you got nothing on ya, then use them, use it against them. It was silent for a moment as Izuku let the words sink in. You're right. He heard a sigh of relief from the other line. Thanks, Dabi. What did I do without you? Probably have more room on the couch, honestly. At some point it had become common for them to always steal the couch together. Nah, I think I like sharing the couch. Izuku felt himself blushing before laughing nervously. I should go, gotta get ready for my fight. Bye. He quickly hung up before the other could respond. He put a hand over his eyes and groaned. Why did I say that? We're in the final rounds now. And our first one-on-one fight is between the kid who keeps on giving, who has destroyed all the competition. Izuku Midoriya. As Izuku walked out, he heard cheering. Though he was focused on his opponent, he had a plain look, brown hair and eyes with nothing truly standing out. And a member of Class B, who we haven't seen much of. Haru Ito. When he walked onto the arena, Ito seemed cocky, simply looking Izuku up and down before rolling his eyes. Congrats on making it this far. But we'll be taking over from here. Izuku didn't respond. He may have a similar quirk to Shinso and he couldn't risk it. The green-haired teen got into a simple fighting stance. his eyes tracking the other's every move. Go! As soon as the start was called, the teen in front of him turned into nothing, but something was still there, a shadow. Izuku watched the shadow but moved around just in case he was wrong, though it was unlikely. When the shadow got close to him, he watched an arm fly towards him. He stepped to the side and grabbed where he estimated it should be. As soon as he did, the other teen appeared again. He kept a grip on the arm as he turned and flung them to the ground. Ito tugged, trying to get out of his grasp, but Izuku held on tightly and yanked him back to his feet. With a simple punch, he knocked the plain-looking teen out and ended the round. Midoriya Izuku wins. With a record time too. Izuku waited and helped carry the teen back to Recovery Girl, ignoring how Midnight mentioned something weird about sportsmanship. We weren't the ones to make the matchups, it's random. He turned and saw Aizawa leaning against the wall. I figured. He shrugged a little. It would have been fine if he wasn't so cocky and tried to use it sparingly. If he had turned invisible closer to me, it would have been more trouble, but he did it so far away that I could see the shadow right away. Aizawa hummed and pushed off the wall. I want you to win this, all right? Izuku nodded, but if you don't, I won't be angry, all right? He let out a laugh and nodded again. I know, Aizawa-sensei, but I want to win too. Aizawa smiled and ruffled his hair. Good luck then, kid. From what Izuku could tell, if he was going to win this, he would have 3 more fights at least, unless there needed to be a tiebreaker, which was unlikely to begin with. So he kept track of all the winners of the fights after him. If he could figure out their quirks before he fought them, then he would have a better chance of winning. The other 7 winners had been a girl with a rock-based quirk that allowed her to control them, Naomi from the USJ incident, the guy from the USJ, someone with what seemed like a sound-based quirk that let them throw their voice, a rat-looking girl who was quick and slippery, a lizard, and Suzuki. With my luck, I'll end up fighting her. He groaned out, sliding down in his seat, still clapping when she won though. Izuku was now fighting Suzuki, or he was supposed to be. I'm gonna be honest, she rubbed her arm awkwardly. I don't really want to fight you. The entire arena was silent. What? Izuku dropped out of his fighting stance. Suzuki, I won't be angry if you win dash. She waved her hands. It's not that, I promise. But Izuku, you intimidate the shit out of me. The first time we met you held up a building. The other teen blushed as she yelled that, since it was so quiet everyone heard her. He did that? I thought he was quirkless. Why did he need to do that? I really want you to win this, so I drop out. She yelled to the announcer's box. Midoriya automatically wins. Izuku stared in shock before tackling the girl into a hug and laughing with her. You shouldn't have done that. It's gonna look so bad. She rolled her eyes and shoved him. Not if you win. Now come on, we're gonna get snacks and I'm sitting with you. Izuku sighed and let the girl drag him out of the arena. He would at least get a longer break this time. I feel like we should get soda and some chips. You're not on a diet, right? Why would I be on a diet? She started laughing. I don't know. I assumed with your godlike muscles you ate air and sunlight. Izuku blushed and hit her. Suzuki. With Suzuki with him, the rounds seemed to pass faster. Even his own round had gone by quickly. Since the rock-based quirk didn't work on him and the only rock they had was the platform, there wasn't much she could do, so Izuku ended up just pushing her out of the ring after a small fight. Dude. You're kicking butt. Why do you look like someone said in your yard? Izuku looked at her weirdly for the comparison. What is dash? Never mind. He sat back down inside because this seems all too easy. Our first rounds were a little challenging, the second we had to get creative, but as soon as we get to the actual hard part it seems too easy. If this is about me dropping out, I'll still fight you. Suzuki offered with a completely blank stare. No, I'm not going to fight you, Suzuki. Your loss or another win. She shrugged as they went back to watching the fight. It was Naomi versus the US guy. How did she even make it this far? She's not good at anything other than being a beach. Her quirk is useful. She helped during the building. She also kinda caused it, but she helped at least. He tried to defend her, but there wasn't really a point. Well, when you fight her it'll be an easy win and you'll win the whole thing. Izuku only hummed, watching carefully. Something felt off. Naomi wins. The girl turned to them and glared at Izuku, though she was smiling. Effin' beach. Suzuki flipped her off as Izuku maintained eye contact. But have a bad feeling about this. He stood up and went to his prep room, leaving Suzuki to worry about him. The final round. Naomi versus Midoriya. The cat/wonder or the quirkless fighter. Izuku stared at her from across the ring. She was standing casually with a hand on her hip. "Ya no, quirkless, I think you've had it easy." He shifted his foot back a little. "I mean no one else in the class. Who puts you in your place?" He lifted his hands in front of him. "None of these fools obviously, but I'm more than willing." She spread her hands palm out, the claws appearing. "Go." She ran forward right away, wasting no time and slashing a hand where Izuku once stood. He stepped off to the side and grabbed her hand, though he was met with her other claws coming up and slashing at his arm. Jumping back, he placed a hand over the wound. The cut was deep and bleeding, and if it had been any lower, "I don't plan on holding back, boy." She whipped her hand as BLD flickered to the ground violently. "You can drop out now. It'll be better than being torn to pieces." She charged at him again with a large toothy smile. He jumped back again, trying to dodge the long appendages. She was aiming to hurt him, not just hurt him but damage him badly. She wanted him dead. She wanted him dead. She, focused dumbass. Suzuki shouted in time for him to dodge another slash. Realizing she was cornering him to the edge, he took a breath and flipped onto his hands before pushing himself up and over her, flipping their positions and raising his hands again. He slowed his dodging a little, letting a cut appear on his forehead. He dropped down and swung his leg out, getting a large gash in it as she fell to the ground with a strangled scream. Not letting her get back up, he pinned her hands with his foot and used his other leg to hold her chest down. She tilted her hands and dug her nails into his hand. He winced but didn't let her go. "Get the hell off me." She squirmed and dug into his hands, but he didn't move. "Nay, can you move?" Midnight asked, getting closer to the pair, her eyes going to the large amount of BLD coming from Izuku. "Hell yeah. This speech needs to get." Izuku watched one of her claws grow before it swiped down off. He stumbled back, feeling more BLD drip down his arm. It distracted him enough that she was able to grab him by his hair and tug forward. He growled and punched her in the stomach before grabbing her head and slamming it against his knee. "You broke my effing nose?" She held her face with tears in her eyes. "And I'm going to bleed out. Looks like we're both having a bad day." He hopped a little before whipping the BLD off his face. That only seemed to make her angrier as she charged again, but it was sloppier and slower than last time. He grabbed her shoulder and dragged her forward enough for her to stumble. Aiming his elbow, he slammed it down onto the back of her head, finally knocking her out. Midoriya wins. The green-haired boy let out a sigh of relief, his vision swimming a little from the BLD loss. The ring had to look disgusting by now. He felt himself almost fall before Midnight caught him. "You all right?" They both knew he wasn't and he needed to lie down at least, but she still asked. "Stings a lot, BLD everywhere." He waved his hand around a little as Midnight helped him to Recovery Girl. "You should see Sho's face. He looks like he's having a heart attack." Midnight joked, getting him to laugh a little until he realized that was streamed to everyone. "Should call my mom. Probably think I'm dying." "It's all right, we'll have Sho deal with that." Izuku hummed as Midnight sat him down on the mattress. He didn't remember getting there. "Look what you did." Recovery Girl shouted in fake anger. "It was mostly worrying over the injuries. You're gonna sleep for a week when I'm done with you." She threatened, though Izuku would admit a small coma sounded good. Recovery Girl sighed and placed a kiss on his forehead while Midnight helped clean the still bleeding wounds. "Izuku." Suzuki burst into the room, looking close to tears. "Dude, you look like shit." That's the last thing Izuku remembered hearing before he passed out. Passing out to your friend saying you look like shit was a first for Izuku, but he doubted it would be the last. "Oh, thank F-." Izuku opened his eyes to Suzuki smiling. "I thought you died. My last words to you were gonna be an insult." With a small laugh he began to sit up. It would have been a fun last few moments. Snake-haired girl punched him in the shoulder with a roll of her eyes. "Maybe for you." Once they stopped laughing, Izuku could hear people talking outside. "Oh right. Dude. Your mom showed up with a bunch of kids. I thought she was gonna kill that bitch herself." His eyes widened as he tried to stand up. "They're here." The door was then slammed open, showing a very angry Aizawa and Inko. "I want that child expelled. She shouldn't have been allowed to cause so much damage." Inko shouted, sitting on the bed next to Izuku, who was too shocked to say anything. I know, I'm already talking to Nedzu about it now, but he says since it's the sports festival it can be excused. Dabi followed in after them with a small smile and sat in between Izuku and Suzuki. Sup, name's Dabi, I sleep on their couch? Suzuki burst out laughing as Dabi held out a hand. Don't greet people like that. Izuku shouted, shoving the older teen. What? It's true. I don't care if it's true. It's a weird way to greet people. I thought it was fun. She shook his hand with a large smile. I'm Suzuki. He stopped a building from falling on me. Izuku groaned and covered his face. I'm surrounded by crazy people. Once Inko and Aizawa had calmed down and they had tracked down the others, they decided to move their conversation to the cafeteria area. It's dumb as F though. Katsuki shouted, small explosions in his palms, that Beach should be punished. Kirishima nodded along. Oh, I like him, Suzuki decided as the blonde shouted profanities, and I agree. She was clearing aiming to kill. Not even just maim or take down. We sadly don't have enough proof to say she was. Aizawa explained with a deep frown. It was obvious that he wanted to punish the student himself. No proof. Shiro yelled. She announced it on live TV. Denki and Mina nodded next to him. Exactly. She should have detention at least. Mina decided with Denki hyping her up. That is not the problem here. Shinso groaned, rubbing his temples. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Raccoon One is right. Dabi and Shinso stared at him confused. The effing issue is that no one stopped the goddamn fight. Why am I Raccoon One? Shinso asked with a small smile. I've known you longer than the burnt chicken. Denki slammed his hands on the table as he stood up, getting everyone's attention. Theoretically, we can't do anything right. Like she won't face punishment right. It's not theoretical, we can't do anything about it. Aizawa said, still frowning. He didn't like people messing with his students, especially his favorite one. No, he's onto something, use that brain Denki. Shiro shouted, making the others laugh. Alright, so, say she really likes electronics, right? Suzuki nodded in confirmation. So if ever the electronics she touched just so happened to malfunction and shock her, it would pieces her off. You would need a way to get that close though. Shinso smirked as he stood up. So theoretically, let's just say I might not have control of my quirk. As a pro hero and teacher I can't condone this. Everyone turned to him a little disappointed, but I just so happened to be sleeping this entire time and have heard nothing. Dabi, Suzuki, Shiro, Kirishima, and Mina immediately lost it as Shinso, Denki, and Inko went to put the plan in order fully. This is so worrying, oh god. Izuku rested his head on the table. While he had felt better, he still lost a lot of BLD. A warm hand rested on his neck, making him lean into it with a smile. Told you you'd win. He looked at a smirking Dabi and kicked him in the leg. Shut it. Suzuki watched them carefully before leaning over to Katsuki, Mina, and Shiro. So there. She waved her hand between them. Oh, definitely. We have a betting pool on it. It's FING disgusting. All they do is stare at each other. Bro, you are not any better. The four looked to Kirishima, who had been pretty quiet. Have you seen Dash? Katsuki cut him off by tackling him. Keep your FNG mouth shut. Oh, I gotta know this drama. Suzuki shouted, trying to get Katsuki off of Kirishima. Izuku came into class the next day feeling a lot better and with most of his wounds healed up. Midoriya. Izuku looked up at the voice confused before seeing Mirio. Mirio-senpai. It's good to see you. I saw the sports festival. You did fantastic. The blonde smiled brighter. Are you kidding? You did amazing. That last fight was scary. Izuku laughed a little and rubbed the back of his neck. A lot scarier in person, I've been told. Looking around, he noticed no one else was in the hall. What are you doing here anyway? He paused for a moment, realizing it sounded a little rude, not like at school obviously. Just here specifically. Isn't the second-year class on a different floor? Mirio only laughed and patted his back. It is. But I wanted to congratulate you on winning. It's impressive to say the least. Izuku paused. No one had told him he won the festival except when he had been with the others after the fight. Oh, thank you. I should get to class, but still. Amazing job. Izuku nodded as the older teen left. The quirkless teen ran to his classroom and slammed the door open, shocking Aizawa, who was working on grading other papers. I won. You didn't tell me. The pro hero stared at him. You were announced the winner. How did you not know? Izuku threw his bag onto the seat. Because I was suffering BLD loss. I thought it was a dream. Aizawa sighed and stood up. Well, it wasn't. Congrats, you won the sports festival. He patted the other on the head before continuing, and with that you now have to choose a hero name and an internship. He whispered the last part, confusing Izuku, but he ignored it for now. Okay, how do I choose a name? Aizawa stared at him, leaning against his desk. I have literally no idea. Present Mike chose mine. Seriously? Yep, so he's going to help you choose yours? Aizawa walked out of the room, presumably to get Present Mike. I'm not choosing a name like that. The door was slammed back open by a loud blonde. Hey, that is a good name. Izuku laughed as the pro defended himself. It's a fine name, but not for me. Present Mike smiled. Well, of course I know that. I always learn my audience, little listener. Izuku laughed. He honestly really liked Present Mike. He understood how the two teachers were married now. I want a list of things about you. What's important to you, who's important to you, what your costume is like, and weapons. Go, go, go. It took him a while, but Izuku finished the list. He wasn't sure how this would help him with his hero name, but he was more than willing to try. Let's take a look. The loud hero picked up the paper and began reading it over, marking certain things in his head. Who's Dabi? Your boyfriend. Izuku blushed and shoved the hero. No. Present Mike only smirked wider. Just finish reading the list. Well, a good one would be Deadeye. Izuku nodded and wrote the name on the blackboard. Green would be easy, maybe Rabbit if we want to get funky. The green-haired teen rolled his eyes at the description. I don't have many more ideas. Taking a step back, Izuku stared at the board, a few ideas flooding into his head. He liked Deadeye and Rabbit the most so far. What about something with sundown? Present Mike looked at him confused. Well, in a lot of Western movies fights happen at sundown, and if I plan to be an underground hero it would be true. I love that idea. Present Mike took the opportunity to write it on the board. Sundown itself is too close to Tamaki-senpai's name Sun Eater. Maybe Dead Knight. No, that sounds too violent and intimidating. He began pacing the room, mumbling under his breath about different combinations or words he could use. Black hole. No, focus on one part too much. Daybreak. He shouted, running up to the board and writing it down. I wanna be Daybreak. I like it. Is there a reason? When I was younger I was disappointed when I found out I was quirkless, but then my mom said I could still be a hero. It was like a light at the end of a tunnel. He turned to Present Mike, determined. I want to be the light at the end of the tunnel for other people. Present Mike looked close to tears with his explanation. That's so sweet. You're too sweet, Midoriya. He picked the teen up, who yelped, and spun him around. Please don't kill my student, Aizawa greeted as he walked in. Did you choose a name? Yep. Present Mike set Midoriya down. Meet the underground hero Daybreak. He did little jazz hands as Izuku blushed. Like it? Now let's go over internships. You're no fun show. Get out of my classroom, Hizashi. First name. I should run. Good luck, little listener. Izuku waved goodbye as he sat with Aizawa at the teacher's desk. Sadly, even though you won the festival, some heroes still are too scared to take you on, so you got less than you should have. The teen sighed a little, but the ones you got are good either way. Go ahead and look through them. Izuku nodded and picked up the papers. Aizawa hadn't been lying. Most of the internships were from the higher-ranking heroes. Ones from Ingenium, Edge Shot, and Miruko all shocked him, but the ones from Best Jeanist and Hawks were truly surprising. One caught his eye though. It was from Sir Night Eye, All Might's old sidekick. That one is one Mirio gave to me. Izuku looked up confused. Apparently he talked to Night Eye and he agreed that you could be a good fit. I'm not going to lie to you, I know the guy. He can be a huge prick constantly, but if you choose him I won't stop you. I think I will. He has experience with having a weaker quirk, right? Maybe he can give me more pointers on being in the limelight and dealing with large-scale threats. Aizawa didn't look happy on the choice but nodded. But, as a backup, just in case, I'll choose Hawks too. Izuku paced around the room with slightly shaking hands. It felt like he was buzzing with energy but also like he was ready to pass out. "You alright, kid?" Aizawa asked, leaning against the door of the training room. "Yes." "Well, no. I don't know." He sank to the ground a little, Aizawa rolling his eyes and sat down next to Izuku. "I'm just really nervous. I mean, I haven't been away from my family for that long before. What if the kids need me? What if something happens with Dabi? Or something?" Aizawa cut him off. "Listen, I get why you're nervous. Just take a few breaths, okay?" Izuku nodded, doing as told. "Look, I'll talk with your mom. We'll make sure they text you or call or something so you know they're okay. It'll all be alright, just relax." Okay, yeah." He smiled at his teacher before standing up. "Thanks, Aizawa-sensei." "No problem." The teen looked at the impossibly large building, people going in and out of it quickly, passing by him easily or ignoring his presence. With a final breath, Izuku pushed through the doors, going to where he knew he was supposed to meet with Mirio. "Midoriya." He turned and smiled at the older teen. "Mirio-senpai." Izuku hugged the other teen with a laugh. "It's good to see you again." "I know. Are you excited?" "Terrified, more like." He rubbed the back of his neck. "But I think I'll live, you know." "Good to hear. I'll show you the way. I'm sure Sir Night Eye is excited to meet you too." Izuku highly doubted it, but he was willing to let Mirio think that. They climbed up the stairs while Mirio gave Izuku a quick rundown of how things worked. From what Izuku could guess, Sir Night Eye had a weird obsession with comedy and was still slightly obsessed with All Might. That's one of the things that made him really nervous. Midoriya Izuku. The teen froze a little when they came to Sir Night Eye. He was looking down at them as he pushed up his glasses. "Welcome?" Night Eye tried to lay a hand on his shoulder, but Izuku dodged. "Sorry. Aizawa-sensei said I'm too open and that I need to start setting boundaries with people I don't know." Night Eye squinted, looking slightly intrigued. "I see. Do you happen to know anything about my quirk?" Izuku shook his head but soon smiled widely. "I would actually like to ask about it though. Since it's not a physical quirk, it's a lot harder to get a read on, so any information I have is almost purely on assumption, so if you want to answer some questions then another time." Izuku nodded a little sadly. "Please follow me to my office so we can finish paperwork." "Right?" He waved to Mirio before following the hero. "So what paperwork is there? Since you accepted me as your intern, it should have all been finalized, right?" Aizawa had assured him that it would all be taken care of. "Usually, but for my interns it's different. I test them before I accept them, and you managed to pass the first part?" Izuku paused. "Excuse me. What exactly was the first part? I don't remember you saying anything." "My quirk activates first through touch, then through eye contact, by not allowing the first step you passed." Wait. The first part of the test was something I couldn't have known about?" Night Eye nodded. Izuku didn't follow the hero any further though. "That isn't exactly fair though. Is the rest of the test like this? Should I have been given information?" Izuku understood surprise tests. Aizawa did them all the time, like on the first day, but this one seemed different. The first part of the test was something he couldn't have possibly known, and if Izuku was right, the rest of it would be like that. There was no information to give. Night Eye turned to him, still looking down at him. "If you wish to complain more than I won't accept you for the internship." "But because I'm asking important questions. Did you make all your interns do this or just me? If it's all of them that's concerning because you're wasting their time, I understand that respect is earned, but it's a two-way street and you definitely haven't earned mine by any means." "And then he kicked me out?" The group stared at Izuku before Shinso, Katsuki, and Denki all started laughing. "Holy shit, are you serious?" Katsuki asked through gasps of air. "I literally can't believe this happened. I need to lie down." Mina said, laying across Izuku and Dabi casually. "I think you did the right thing. Has Aizawa figured anything out yet?" Izuku hummed and leaned against Dabi. "He said he'll look into other heroes for me to intern under, but for now just to train like normal." "Dude, I don't think anyone's gotten kicked out like that." Siro patted Izuku's shoulder in sympathy, though the older one didn't seem that upset about it. "Probably, and getting kicked out by All Might's old sidekick didn't do anything for my image." He put his head in his hands with a sigh. He was glad he stood up for himself, but it could have backfired. "I think it makes you even more manly." Kirishima shouted with a large smile. "Think about it. You're a badass and you don't take anyone serious. Yeah, what Shitty Hair said. Izuku smiled at them. Thanks for trying to cheer me up, guys. The teen paused when his phone started going off. Hello. Got another hero for you, kid. Know the pro hero Hawks? Try not to get kicked out again, loser. Izuku rolled his eyes, ignoring Shinso as he left the house. Since he had to leave earlier in the morning, Dabi had offered to walk the kids. That way Izuku would have time to prepare for the internship. He hoped that this one would be more successful than his Night Eye internship. Even though it hadn't even lasted a day, he felt confident enough to say it was probably one of the worst in UA history, who even got kicked out on their first day. Other than when Aizawa-sensei expelled people. Using the shoes he designed, he summoned the skateboard and went off. It wasn't much faster than running or walking, but it was calming enough for him to get his mind straight. The teachers had talked to him the day before, talking about what would happen if he was kicked out again. They would simply all treat him like an intern for the next week or so. None of them were allowed to offer him an internship since they were his teachers, but Nedza made it clear that if it happened again they would ignore the rule. He tried to think why Hawks had offered in the first place. Izuku's fighting style was similar to Eraserhead's, Midnight's, and most other heroes with weak or specific quirks, but Hawks' fighting style was more diverse. He was able to use his wings and feathers for multiple things. There was a reason he was the number 3 hero. Maybe I can ask him when I get there. He stopped when the light turned red, letting the cars go while he thought, or I'll keep my mouth shut and not get kicked out again. Once it turned green, he kicked off again. It took around an hour before Izuku made it to the hero agency. He was a little surprised with how fast he had gotten there, but assumed he had sped up when he was lost in thought. Walking in, he was a little surprised with how professional the place looked. Hawks was an amazing hero, but he wasn't exactly known for his professionalism or strictness. How can I help you? The person at the desk had light gray skin and sharp teeth. My name's Midoriya Izuku. I'm here for an internship. They hummed, typing something in the computer before smiling. All right, I'll get you in the system and let Hawks know you're here. Why don't you take a seat over there? They pointed to a small collection of chairs in the corner. Thank you. He set the case, holding his costume on his lap, thinking about wearing his wrist computer and updating his files to pass the time, but he assumed it would be a little rude to do so. Here we go. They walked out from behind the desk holding a small card. We try to keep security tight here, so you'll need this badge. It looked like a small key card that a hotel would use. It'll let you into any place you need as well as let you buy food and drinks in the building, especially handy since you'll be here for a while. They nudged him a little with a smile. Hopefully. Don't worry, Hawks is actually a pretty chill guy. Izuku didn't find that hard to believe, but he had also met a lot of chill guys that turned out to be bad behind closed doors. I'll take you up to his office. He's meeting with another hero right now. The teen silently prayed that it was an endeavor. While most of the top heroes weren't known for interacting with each other, often Hawks had shown an interest in trying to befriend Endeavor. Not that it meant much since Hawks was famous for being friendly with all heroes. Hawks. They knocked on the door. There wasn't an answer, but Izuku could hear what sounded like fighting on the other side. Your intern is Dash. The receptionist paused at the scene in front of them. Hawks was pinned to the ground with one of his arms twisted behind his back while Miruko was cackling and putting pressure on the arm. Admit it? Never. The two rolled around a little more, but Hawks wasn't able to escape Miruko. Are we interrupting? Both heroes froze, finally seeing the two in the doorway. Should we come back later? Nope. Hawk's wings flung out, kicking Miruko off of him. Sorry about that. She was just leaving, the hero grunted as he tried to push the woman out. I wasn't. Right? They sighed, making it obvious that this had happened before. Well, Hawks, your intern Midoriya is here. Is it safe to leave him in your care? Totally. Completely safe. Izuku had trouble believing him since Hawks was still trying to push Miruko out of the room. Well, if you need me, I'll be in the lobby, Midoriya. Don't be afraid to come get me if either of them become too much. Thank you. He turned back to the two heroes, Miruko glaring at him while Hawks finally gave up on trying to push her out. Hi. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. Hawks offered a hand. Is there a reason you picked me second? Well, one of my upperclassmen wanted me to try his mentor, but it didn't go well. He rubbed his arm a little, looking off to the side. You're the kid that told off Night Eye? Miruko cackled. That took some guts, kid. Thanks. Is that why you're so nervous? Hawks asked, rubbing his chin, "'Cause I know I'm famous, but come on." He pretended to flip his hair while Miruko rolled her eyes. "A little, you're also one of the very few heroes to offer an internship. Most didn't want it because of the whole quirkless thing." Hawks only waved a hand. "Don't really care about that, you won the sports festival?" With a shrug he made it seem like that's all that mattered. "Yeah but the hero put a hand over his mouth. "Silence, you are my intern, which means you listen to me." Izuku and Miruko both lifted an eyebrow. "Okay, well you're supposed to listen to me." He whipped around to the other hero, "And don't encourage rebellion, it's bad for morale." "I feel like it's great for morale." She turned to Izuku. "Wanna overthrow this guy and take over his agency?" "Sure." The woman cheered while Hawks looked offended. "You were nervous a second ago. Where did that go?" Izuku only shrugged a little. "Stop instilling rebellion." He tried to tackle Miruko, but she dodged and easily turned the tide against Hawks. As he watched the two fight, he pulled out a small notepad and began taking notes on their fighting styles and defenses. Both of them were good fighters, but it was obvious that Miruko was used to close combat while Hawks was more for aerial fighting. He could still fight close combat, but she was simply better than him. "Are you taking notes on our fighting?" The two heroes had paused while Izuku was mumbling to himself. "Oh, sorry." He closed the notebook and was about to put it back when Hawks stopped him. "Wait, I want to see what you wrote." The blonde flipped through the few pages he had written and whistled. "Wow, you are observant." "Let me see." Miruko read some before nodding along with Hawks. "Can you do this with other heroes and villains?" Hawks asked, handing Izuku his notebook back. "Yes, I actually have a complete database on heroes and villains' quirks, fighting styles, strengths, weaknesses. Aizawa-sensei and Principal Nedzu helped me code the entire thing. That way if someone were to access it they would have no idea what any of it said." "Kid, you have got to show me this thing." Izuku smiled at the prospect of showing off the info. He opened his case and grabbed the arm sleeve that had his screen on it. Turning it on, he went over to Hawk's desk and took a cord, plugging it into the computer and uploading the database. "Diamond?" Just looking at the amount of files seemed to overwhelm the winged hero. "How long have you been doing this?" "Well, I started when I was younger. I wanted to know everything about quirks. When I thought I would get mine, I wanted to be prepared. Then when I learned I wasn't getting one, I wanted to know out of a curiosity, figure out what I was missing. Then it started turning into preparing for any fight. Aizawa-sensei has been helping me hone in and analyze an enemy as quickly as possible." "Let's test that theory." Miruko grabbed both boys and dragged them through the agency until they were in a large gym. "Tell Bird Brain here how to fight better against me." Izuku nodded once. He looked over Miruko quickly, noting her posture, stance, how quickly she was breathing, and her focus. He did the same to Hawks before shouting, "You have better skills in the air. Get higher." The blonde nodded and flew above. Miruko only smirked and jumped up, ready to kick him back down. Drop. Hawks folded his wings and let himself drop to the ground. She's used to having to get close to her opponents. If you stay far enough away and tire her out, you'll have a better chance. You got all of that from her stance? Well, I have watched her fight before, but kinda. He watched the two go around the gym, Hawks taking his advice and trying to tire her out. Her feet were shifted, ready to run at a moment's notice. She's used to having to chase her opponents down, and her quirk lets her do that strong and quickly. She knows you have the aerial advantage, so she was ready to jump, but she wasn't ready for you to drop like that. Nice. Miruko shouted, even though she was slightly more winded now. "Kid's right. We fight all the time and you pull the most random sheet, but you never go on the defensive." "Do I really not? Most of your fights you go head on." Izuku paused and waved his hands a bit. "Not that that's a bad thing. It works for most, but if someone fights you enough they get used to it. You use your feathers as blades, you tackle people, but you never try to wear your opponents out. You try to stamina them by being faster and more agile." "But I'm faster," Miruko shouted, suddenly tackling Hawks to the ground. "But she's faster." "Demon, didn't know I was that predictable." Hawks dusted his jacket off. "Any ideas for that?" "Maybe you could try to go defensive more. You have the stamina to outlast them. Have you seen those action movie car chases? Where the protagonist suddenly stops, letting the two cars crash or swerve. You could do that. Like when you told me to drop." Izuku nodded along. "I feel like this'll be the start of a wonderful internship. Midoriya. This house is AF Nightmare Baku bitch. Who the F changed my name again? Raccoon. Wow, it is such a mystery, we may never know. Possum. Shinso did it. Raccoon. I hope you choke and die. Spider Tape Man. Hey Midoriya Senpai-san. Electric Boogaloo. How was your first day? Raccoon. Did they kick you out yet? Robin Hood. Not yet // but it was really goods. Hawks took my analysis seriously and Maruko was there. Ultra Strawberry Dreams. Oh, to see that woman in person. Ultra Red. I like men but, you know, Electric Boogaloo, who woods. Possum. As the only legal adult I'm stopping this now. Baku bitch, so your butt is robbing the cradle then. Possum. How about you shut your FNG mouth? Raccoon. Can't believe this. Spider Tape Man. Can't believe what? Raccoon. Exactly. Robin Hood. No. Electric Boogaloo. I don't even know any more. Raccoon. Also those girls from the cafe said good luck. Robin Hood. I haven't seen them in forever. Ask them later how their tests went. Ultra Strawberry Dreams. Midoriya Senpai's replacing us. Baku bitch at Robin Hood. Die. Ultra Red. You made Baku bro type die in lowercase. Look what you've done. Possum. I'd replace you all too. Robin Hood. I'm not replacing any of you. They just come to the cafe sometimes. They're around your guys' ages anyway. Electric Boogaloo changed Robin Hood's name to Traitor. Ultra Red changed the group's name to the other woman Traitor. How are you all this dramatic? Alright, having Miruko here yesterday definitely opened up some ideas for your training, but for now I want to do what I originally planned. Hawks led the two back to the training room. This time Izuku was fully dressed in his gear and weapons, which is. Drum roll please. Hawks pretended to pause and waited until Izuku hit the wall to create the drum roll. Thank you. Which is teaching you how to fight bigger and better opponents. No offense, but isn't that what I normally do at school? Full offense taken, and yes. Hawks did a little spin, but they can only teach you so much. I know most of the teacher's quirks and a surprising amount are actually rescue or underground heroes. Don't worry, those types of heroes are the best for teaching the next generation and whatnot, but you don't exactly have any powerhouses on staff. Except Nedzu, he scares me. I think he scares everyone. Exactly, but since you don't have any powerhouses on staff, the only time you get to fight someone with a quirk considered stronger or better than most, the only experience you have is the sports festival, which, well, you were bleeding out near the end, so we all know how that went. I would like to avoid that. Hawks pointed at the teen. Which is where I come in. I'm the number 3 hero. You won't get more powerhouse than me. Unless you interned with Endeavor or All Might. Izuku made a face at the names, which you will clearly never do, so we'll start off simple with a spar. Izuku nodded and got into a low fighting position. He could assume that Hawks would take to the air and simply send his feathers after the teen, but there was also the possibility of the hero going for a close-range attack with one of his larger feathers. Good, you're already thinking ahead. Hawks drew one of his larger feathers, but like I said, we'll keep it simple, so we'll play to your strengths for now, which is close range, right? Izuku nodded. Good. The hero raced forward, swinging the feather at Izuku, who ducked down and drew his Eskrima rods and blocking the next hit. He pushed forward, throwing Hawks off balance, trying to aim for his legs. Hawks jumped before turning and swinging the feather down. Izuku rolled to the side before putting his Eskrima rods back. He used his capture weapon to wrap around the hero's leg and pulled, once again throwing Hawks off balance while pulling the teen closer. He kicked his leg up, almost hitting the hero across the jaw before Hawks grabbed his ankle and flew up. Izuku quickly wrapped his capture weapon around Hawks' leg again. When the other tried to drop him, the hold Izuku had on his leg allowed him to slow his descent before he landed in a roll. Not bad, Hawks landed. Some of your tricks almost got me, but it's not bad for a first attempt. Thanks. Izuku beamed at the hero, feeling a little winded from the spar. Now with your sticks, do they connect and make a staff? Oh no, they just stay apart. I would think about changing that. I don't know if you know how to use a staff, but it would help with range and movement. Izuku thought about it for a moment before typing the idea out on his computer. Now I see you also have guns. But long range, if I was fighting someone who dash. Izuku paused and stared at the hero. Do you want me to shoot you? I mean, no, but in a training sense it would give you the advantage. What kind of rounds do you use? I have RBB bullets, beanbag shots. I added paintball recently, and actual bullets for emergencies. The teen walked closer and showed his screens. I was actually thinking of creating a small disc that would let out an electric charge. My Eskrima rods also let out electricity though, and I wasn't sure if that would be overdoing it. I don't think you can overdo it really, it'd be just like someone with a basic lightning quirk. He hadn't thought about it that way before. True, I wonder if there's more I can change with my gear and weapons. If you want to run some ideas by me, I'm more than willing, Midoriya, but let's get back to training for now. They had spent the rest of the morning sparring, changing whether or not Hawks was in the air to get variety. The hero had been impressed when Izuku easily adapted to either style, seeming to have plans around any advantage the hero might have had. Not bad. Hawks offered his hand to Izuku, who was laying on the ground catching his breath. How long have you been training? Izuku grabbed the hand and let Hawks tug him up before answering. Ever since we found out I was quirkless. He folded his hands behind his head, taking deep breaths. I started with parkour and free running, but when I turned 6 she let me take a bunch of fighting classes. She sounds pretty great. She is, she's supported me through everything. He laughed a little. I've brought home 2 different strangers and now they live with us, and she just kinda accepted it. Hawks laughed at that. How do you end up with 2 strangers? Well, one's my little brother, Shinso Hitoshi. I met him one day at the beach and we hung out, and I gave him my number telling him to call me if he ever needed anything. Izuku smiled a little sadly. He called me a few days later cause his foster home was abusive, so I just kinda took him. I don't know about condoning kidnapping. I did not kidnap him. He shoved the hero, who only laughed again. Alright, what about the other one? Oh, Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I kinda found him bleeding in an alley on the way home from work. Hawks stared at him. You did not? I did. Oh my god. Hawks burst out laughing again. Kidnapping? It's not kidnapping. As it got later into the day, Hawks was called away for a meeting. He couldn't take Izuku too, so he had called Miruko to watch the teen. Why am I babysitting? Because he needs adult supervision. I really don't. And you seem to like him, so think of this as me setting up a play date. The hero clapped his hands as he walked out the door. There's food on the counter for pizza, and make sure he gets to bed before 8 o'clock. Once he was out of the room, Miruko stared at Izuku before walking over to him. Got more of that analysis? Sure. Did you want specifically other heroes or some villains? He opened the laptop that the secretary had let him borrow during his stay, plugging his small wrist computer into it. Show me mine first. He nodded and opened her analysis, typing in the password before adding the cipher keys. You got this locked up? Aizawa-sensei and Principal Nedza mentioned it could be dangerous if someone else saw all of this, so they taught me how to code it. I did have to rewrite all my notebooks though and hide the old ones. Ding, you said you were doing this for a while, right? Yep, more specifically since I was about 3. Miruko let out a low whistle before reading the page. Here we go. I did 2 on you. One's just for your fighting style while the other is about your quirk. Cool. She read it over before standing up. I want to try that. She pointed to one of his style ideas. Throw something at me? He nodded and took one of his paintball rounds out, letting her get away from his before he threw it as hard as he could. As it came towards her, she shifted her legs before kicking one of them in an arc, creating a wind-like blast that sent the paintball back to Izuku, who ducked. Yes. Try shooting at me this time. When Hawks got back, he froze, seeing the training room a mess. There were random holes and paint splatters all around the room, with Miruko and Izuku fighting in the middle of the chaos. What the hell happened? They both paused before going back to fighting. Once Miruko had Izuku pinned, she answered. You told me to babysit. I'm babysitting. To emphasize her point, she then sat on Izuku's back, who only huffed and accepted defeat. Yet to watch him. Not destroy the place. I watched him do it. Does that count? Hawks sighed. Midoriya, why did you destroy the place? She was testing out one of my move ideas, and then we wanted to see how well I could hit a moving target. Miruko showed her chest, a few paint marks on her outfit. I can hit one pretty well, but then we got a little too excited, I think. He waved his hand at all the marks on the walls and floor. Yeah, I can see that. Hawks sighed again. I'm never having kids. This is a nightmare. The two laughed at him. Alright, that's enough training for today. Go ahead and get changed and whatnot, Midoriya, while I cuss out the babysitter. I didn't do anything wrong. Dabi, hey, Your mom's detective friend came over today. He's already talked to my older sister and brother, said he's gonna do my mom next to Zuko. That's amazing. Did he tell them where you were or anything? Should we get them something? Ask Mom if we should invite them to dinner sometime. Dabi, you are a lot more excited than me, Izuku. Why aren't you excited, Dabi? I'm mostly thinking of the fact they all might hate me or SM Izuku. How could they hate you? Dabi, can you call? Izuku sat up and leaned against the wall, waiting for Dabi to answer. Hey, why would they hate you? He heard the other sigh. I already told you I left them, right? Not to mention he probably told them I was dead or some other shit. Fuyumi might know I'm alive since I saw her a while ago, but I don't know, I still feel like I failed them after everything. Dabi, you didn't fail them, you got out, and that may seem selfish, but it's okay to be selfish sometimes. It should have never been your job to save them. But Shudo's my younger brother, he shouldn't have to dash, and Fuyumi and Natsuo were older than both of you. You better not be blaming them, dash. I'm not Dabi, I promise, but you getting angry for me even hinting at that is how I feel when you say it's your fault. There's always going to be someone you wished you could help or protect, and sometimes you can't or you're too late, but we can. We've made a plan, it's already working, and we can help your little brother and your mother. Izuku sighed and looked at the ceiling. It's only Endeavor's fault. He's the one that did all those things, not your siblings, not you, not your mother. The line was silent for a second, making Izuku check that Dabi hadn't hung up. Thanks, Izuku. Course, Dabi. Wait, did you still want to be called Dabi or Dash? Do not call me Tia, I will actually throw up. Izuku laughed. Okay, you can stay, Dabi, then. The two sat silently, just listening to each other breath and shift, any noise that the phone would pick up. Did you want to hang up? Or can we stay on call? Izuku laid down. It still feels weird not sleeping at the house. Guess I got used to you guys. He chuckled, laying one of his arms over his eyes. That's fine with me, but you know if Hitoshi finds out he's gonna give you shit for it? He gives me shit for everything. I think I can deal with the teasing. Izuku flipped through his notebooks while Hawks looked over a case. He had wanted to look at old ideas for support items to maybe update them for future use. He also had some ideas for new ones thanks to his friends. He always thought Kirishima's quirk was interesting. The team usually hardened his hands and chest to attack or defend. Izuku had also been helping the team figure out more moves to help with fighting. Since he was at the internship, though, Dabi had taken over helping the kids along with Kirishima's moms, though Dabi was getting all of his rambles about their advances and quirks. I'm bored. He looked over and saw the hero throw the papers in the air. What are you doing? It has to be more interesting. He threw himself down next to Izuku and looked over at the notebook. I was looking at old ideas for support items. I've been wanting to update some of my stuff ever since you mentioned I should make my Eskrima rods connect. Looks like you have some notes on a Kirishima quirk? It's one of my friends. Well, he's better friends with my brother, but we're pretty close as a group and I usually help with their quirks. Our friend Kaminari is actually the one who gave me the idea of electrifying my sticks. So then what did Kirishima's quirk give you an idea for? Well, the soles of my shoes are weighted to give my kicks an extra punch. They also transform easily. How? Well, it's this tech that I had read about, similar to nanotechnology and folding metal. He tapped the tip of his right foot twice, activating the skates C. The metal folds out and corrects itself into the form that I programmed it for. He deactivated the soles. I was thinking of maybe creating another form. Like maybe some armor. I'm not sure though. Well, how does Kirishima use his quirk? Well, he used to only use it defensively, but I've been trying to show him how to use it offensively, like hardening his hands to attack. Maybe like punching the ground and causing disturbance, stuff like that. How would you copy it? I think maybe like my shoes. Kirishima does this thing where he hits his knuckles together like this. Izuku hit his hands together. I could use that to activate it. Like when I tap my shoes. Then the metal armor will wrap around my forearms and it could give my hits a boost. And I could use them like shields. You should add some other stuff too, like electricity or something. See if you can make it green. It'll match your hair. Thanks, Hawks. Yeah, no problem. The two fist bumped. Now, any other ideas? Well, if I'm going to add electricity, maybe I should also add fire and some kind of explosive. Or maybe some kind of corrosive liquid. Let me guess, All quirks of your friends? Yep. I would do one for Siro, but my capture weapons are already pretty similar and Hitoshi's quirk is mental, so dash. Well, now I feel left out. I want support item friendship, what the hell? Listen, he grabbed Izuku's shoulders. You're interning under me, but we're friends, got it? You can't escape this and you shouldn't want to. I'm like the coolest hero here. Well, dash, another word and you're fired. So you want to make a support item with all of us involved? Izuku sighed and sunk down in the bed. Well, originally it was just going to be like Kirishima's because, well, hardening is a really cool quirk and I thought extra armor would be good, and it just kinda spiraled cause Hawks said I should add electricity like my sticks, and then I thought, well. Izuku covered his face. Even though Dabi couldn't see him, I thought about adding fire, you know. Like you, and then I thought maybe like explosives, and then I thought about acid, and it just kinda spiraled, and then Hawks felt jealous. I don't know. You thought about me? Izuku felt himself blush and cover his face more. Well, you just dash. It's fine, Izuku, I'm just teasing. Shut up. The other laughed and Izuku could imagine him holding his stomach. He wondered when he started to know how Dabi would react. But you got any ideas for Hawks? He has wings and I don't think Aizawa-sensei would let me fly. Teach wants you permanently on the ground. I think he'd rather cut off his own leg. Sounds about right, what else? Well, he uses his feathers as swords, so maybe that. You want swords? They would be cool. You are not getting swords. So you want swords? Izuku shrugged a little. Maybe not swords, but a knife or something could definitely help, right? Aizawa-sensei has a knife he uses. Ox hummed. Not a bad idea, you'll want to look into more stuff later. Of course. Good. Now let's get some work done. The other woman trader, you guys seriously haven't fixed the names yet. Electric Boogaloo, what's there to change, huh? Possum, he's making support weapons inspired by us. Electric Boogaloo change trader's name to Best Big Brother. Electric Boogaloo change the chat's name to We Love Midoriya. Possum, your love is easy to buy. Electric Boogaloo, I have no idea what you're talking about. Ultra Red, what's one for mine? Best Big Brother. Well, actually it was originally yours, Kirishima. Ultra Red, yeah, Baku bitch. What the F, why not mean? I've been here the longest. Ultra Strawberry Dreams. Baku out here getting territorial. Raccoon, should I be offended as your actual brother? Best Big Brother. No, because your quirk is mental and we've both been working really hard to get where we are without our quirks. Raccoon, I've picked up the crying effect of the Midoriya's. Possum, can confirm he's crying. Raccoon, if mom wasn't in the room I'd kill you. Spider Tape Man, I think he copied me first because his capture weapons are on his arms like my tape. Baku bitch. Everyone shut the F up. Baku bitch. Now explain why I wasn't first. Best Big Brother. Your quirk is very hard to replicate. Kaken, Siro's quirk is similar to my capture weapons and it can be replicated by how I or Aizawa-sensei use them. Then with Kirishima's I was thinking of adding armor and making it act like my Saul's, and I thought about how Kirishima hits his fists together and Hawks thought it was a good idea. And I use Kaminari's in a way since my Eskrima rods are electrified and Hawks said I should electrify the armor, and then I thought about adding fire like Dabi's and then explosions for Kaken and then acid for Ashio, and then Hawks felt jealous so I started thinking about his and came up with swords, but then I thought about using a knife like Aizawa-sensei. Baku bitch. If you add in explosions I will forgive you. Best Big Brother. Okay Kaken. Ultra Strawberry Dreams. Mito really is out here being the squad Big Brother. Raccoon, does that make Dabi the brother-in-law? Possum, I don't give a F if Mama Inko is here. You're living dead. Best Big Brother. Ima, call mom to make sure they don't kill each other. So Midoriya, today is your last day. Hawks pretended to wipe a tear and it means we won't see each other ever again. Izuku paused in his packing and turned to the hero. I thought you planned on stopping by my work now. Well, I do, but I like to be dramatic. I'm also dragging Miruko because she cannot escape the babysitter role. Izuku rolled his eyes and went back to packing, but since it's your last day let's do something fun. Like what? Do you have any other hero course friends? Maybe we can bother them. Izuku thought back to his friends and grimaced. He was close with Mirio, Tamaki, and Nijir, but he had mostly been friends with Mirio, who was interning with Night Eye, who didn't like Izuku. Well, wait, there is Suzuki. She's in class 1B, but we met during some training and we've been friends ever since. Who's she interning with? Let me look. Dude, you look like Sheet. Eraser Jr. Hey Suzuki. Hawks wanted to do something fun and he suggests you and your hero hang with us. Who are you interning with? Midnight Jr. Hi Izuku Midnight Jr. I'm interning with you Wabami the snake hero. We should totally hang. I'll ask her. Midnight Jr. She said yes and we can go get food Eraser Jr. Yes. Izuku. Suzuki ran up and tackled Izuku who laughed. Suzuki. She set him down and frowned. I call you by your first name, call me by mine. Sorry Himri. She rolled her eyes and punched him in the shoulder. Forgiven for now, how's interning going? Great. I've gotten tons of new ideas. It's like watching our kids have a play, Uwabami teased, taking selfies with Hawks. I know right? I feel so proud. The two pro heroes kept laughing while the interns glared. Whatever, any ideas for food? Suzuki laid her arm around his shoulders, 'cause me and Snakes are feelin' chicken now. Hey. Hawks, don't you eat chicken? Not the point Uwabami. The two ignored the heroes. There's this cafe I like. Let's go there. Suzuki led the group around the city while Izuku began telling Uwabami all about his ideas for her quirk. Have you thought about using a snake for each direction before? It would spread your range a lot when it comes to finding people. I have a little bit, but I'll try to push it more. And we're here. Suzuki gestured to the building with a large smile. Izuku turned to the storefront and froze. It was Sunflower Cafe. A dash, let's go in. Hawks dragged Izuku in while Uwabami and Suzuki chatted lightly. Hi there Midoriya. It's good to see you. Mayumi came around the counter and hugged the teen. Are you doing your internship? Why yes ma'am, this is Pro Hero Hawks and Uwabami and this is my friend Suzuki. Well it's lovely to meet you all. You too. I didn't know Midoriya work here. I did. He talks about it all the time 'cause he brings his brother here. Suzuki bragged. Then why did we come here? I like drama. Izuku rolled his eyes and tried to trip the girl but she only jumped over his leg and went to the counter. Now what does Izuku get? The four had been sitting in the cafe for a while now. Uwabami and Hawks had been talking for the last hour about teaming up for some small case and then for a commercial while Izuku and Suzuki had been talking about new support items for each other. I seriously think you should try a WHP. Just like Midnight. Yeah, but my hair kinda already does that. So, if you use a weapon then when someone attacks it won't hurt you. I'll think about it. So Midoriya, got any fun costumer stories? Wamabi asked, leaning across the table and whispering. Not really. Izawa sensed. Sometimes comes in before we close. There's also these girls that come in and I help them with their work sometimes. Boring. Wasn't there that one guy? What one guy? Both heroes asked, looking to Suzuki. Come on Izuku, you know the one, he sighed and sunk into the chair. Well we were slow one day and his guy came in, I think he was a little older than me I don't know, and he ordered his food but then he didn't leave, he sat at one of the open seats at the bar and we talked for a minute, he seemed nice and he covered his face and he skid out but I said no. Why'd you say no? Is it 'cause you're straight? I might fire you as my intern if you are. Oh no, he said no because he likes someone else, who? Has he told you about Dabi? Hawks gasped and turned to Izuku. Dead body guy. Really? Who's dead body guy? I am. I was walking home once and he was hurt so I helped him and he just hasn't really left. He slowly sunk down more and more as Hawks and Uwabami awed at him. I can't do this. It's so cute though. Did you know after the sports festival he stayed with Izuku the entire time? Can we not talk about this? His little brother sent me photos of them cuddling on the couch. Suzuki Himari. You sure you got everything? Yes Hawks, I triple-checked. Izuku chuckled a little. I feel like you just don't want me to leave. I don't. It's gonna be so boring without you here. Especially to distract Miruko. Hey. He isn't distracting me. Hawks ignored her and patted his shoulder. Now be good for your mom and brother and keep me updated on Dead Body Guy. Hawks. Who's Dead Body Guy? I'll tell you later. Hawks. The two heroes laughed as the teen shouted at them. Okay, but seriously, safe trips and you have our numbers right? Yep. And you guys added me to that group chat. Hawks is gonna annoy the shit out of you so feel free to mute it. If you mute me I will find you. Izuku rolled his eyes. I seriously need to go though otherwise I'll miss the train. He hugged Hawks and high-fived Miruko. It was awesome working with you guys. Thank you so much for taking me on. Of course. Make sure to brag about shooting me. Very few can do that. He waved goodbye one more time before leaving and heading to the station. Midoriya household rabbit, I'm heading home. D.E. Panda, I.E. Panda, we got a surprise when you get here feral cat. Who the F is we? Vet. Dobby, you do have a surprise, remember? Feral cat, in my defense I think I've been blocking it out, rabbit. Are you okay? What's the surprise? Panda, Dobby's not ugly anymore, rabbit. He was never ugly. Panda, gay homosexual rabbit. Shut up Hitoshi, I swear to God, feral cat. This is doing wonders for my confidence, Panda. Bet it's doing other things to Vet. Hitoshi, don't tease them too much. They'll have enough to deal with when Izuku gets home, rabbit. What happened? Vet, nothing bad, honey, I promise. Your little brother is just following in your footsteps, rabbit. Toshi, why would you do that? I'm a terrible role model, rabbit. I literally get hurt all the time. Panda, thank God mom's a nurse, rabbit. I don't trust this or any of you, feral cat. Good rabbit, you're also on that list. What is your surprise? Feral cat, no, love Panda, bet yukjerg fijiakles vet. Don't worry, Dobby and Hitoshi are just fighting in the living room, rabbit. Okay XD, I'll text the others to let them know I'll be back, vet. Keep us updated, honey. This house is AF nightmare, Robin Hood. All you guys changed it back / ultra strawberry dreams. We still love our big brother. Love Robin Hood. Love you guys too. Love Robin Hood. Anyway, I'm heading back home. Spider Tape Man. Why Electric Boogaloo. WOO Ultra Red. Why Liine. It's Robin Hood. Oh, you sound like Mike Sensei, Baku bitch. F. Yeah, hurry up and make those support weapons, Deku. I wanna kick your butt, Robin Hood. I'll try my best, Kakin, but it'll take more than a day, Raccoon. Yeah, it might take him too, Robin Hood. / Possum. You do make that stuff real quick, Izuku. Robin Hood. Thank you, Robin Hood. Oh yeah. Do you guys know what surprises Hitoshi and Dobby have for me? Electric Boogaloo, well, didn't tell him. Baku bitch, nah, Robin Hood. Kakin's involved. Baku bitch, with eye bags sheet. I don't know what the F in Possum has going on, Possum. You just saw me yesterday and didn't notice? Baku bitch, you got like a haircut or something. Ultra Red. Baku bro, I love you to death, but Jesus Christ, we all noticed right away. Even Denki. Electric Boogaloo. Hey now, Spider Tape Man. I could see Dobby lying, but you're telling me Mama Midoriya didn't tell him about the Baku and Shinso thing. Robin Hood. There's a Kakin and Toshi thing. And I missed it. Baku bitch. Not like that, you F nerd. Raccoon. Shut the F up, Izuku. Ultra Strawberry Dreams. While you guys were quick to yell, Electric Boogaloo, there's something ye wanna tell us. Baku bitch, go F yourselves, Raccoon. Shut the F up, Possum. This is what you get for trying to fight me, Raccoon. I'm gonna steal of your FNG skin, Robin Hood. Toshi, don't do that. Spider Tape Man changed Raccoon's name to Skin Stealer. Skin Stealer. This is my new hero name, Ultra Red. I thought you wanted Mind Break. Skin Stealer. Full title is Mind Break. The Skin Stealer, and he'll be okay with this? A girl with blonde hair buns sat on the couch, fidgeting with her red skirt. The nerd won't give a sheet. Katsuki assured, not looking up from his phone as he typed aggressively. Bakuho -F is right, he did it first anyway. Shinso dodged Katsuki's foot as he patted her shoulder. Yeah, kidnapping's like his thing, I think. They're right, Himiko. Inko came into the living room and handed the girl a pink mug. Izuku's very understanding and accepting. He'll be more than happy to have a sister. The girl smiled wide, showing off her fangs. I've never had a brother. Let alone two. She hooked her arm around Shinso, who barely reacted. I'm excited to meet him. But he won't mind rooming with you? She asked Dobby, who only shrugged. I bet he'll love rooming with Dobby. I'll burn you alive. Yeah, well, Shinso stopped as front door opened. I'm back. Inko clapped and ran to the front door, tackling Izuku in a hug. I missed you too, Mom. He looked and saw Shinso and Katsuki walking up. I missed you guys too. Where's Dobby? Of course you ask for him first. Izuku shoved Shinso away before pulling him into a hug. Yeah, well, you guys were being weird in the group chats and made it seem like Izuku cut himself off as he saw Dabi awkwardly leaning against the wall. Is that a good oh? Izuku looked the other over. Before he had gone to the internship, Dabi was a mess of staples and skin grafts. They had talked about getting it treated or seeing a plastic surgeon, but nothing had been set in stone. Now though, while Dabi still had massive burn scars, they no longer looked dark purple. They were slightly red with the skin looking slightly tight and like normal burn scars, and instead of the black hair he had grown used to, it was now a snow white. Do we like it? Dabi shrugged a little. Feels a hell of a lot better, plus Detective Tsukachi thinks I can get in contact with my siblings soon, and I figured. Dabi shrugged again, looking nervous as Izuku didn't react. After a moment Izuku chuckled and pulled the older into a hug. Then it looks great. Great. The two held each other for a minute. And I like your hair, the white really suits you. Thanks. Izuku hummed and looked over his shoulder, a little surprised to see a blonde girl in a skirt and white button-up shirt. Oh, sorry, I didn't know we had a quest. He separated and offered his hand. My name's Midoriya Izuku. I'm Himiko. She looked to Inko, who was waving her hand. Midoriya Himiko. Midoriya. Wadash. He turned to Inko and Shinso, who were both smiling while Dabi and Katsuki looked like they were trying not to laugh. We got a sister. He turned back to Himiko and smiled, picking her up into a hug and spinning her. This is amazing. It's so nice to meet you. He set her down, seeing a fanged smile. You have fangs. That's so cool. Are they related to your quirk? What is your quirk? When did we? How did we get a sister? Found her. Kaken, what do you mean you'd found her? We kidnapped her, just like you kidnapped me and Dabi. I didn't kidnap you. He turned back to Himiko. I'm so sorry you had to deal with them. It's okay. They're really great. So are the others. But they found me after I broke out of my house. Izuku stared at her for a moment. I'm glad you're with us now. He pulled her into another hug before looking to Inko. Oh yeah, where is she staying? You didn't make her sleep on the couch, right? Of course not, Izuku. We moved Dabi into your room, so you two are sharing now. The others all looked amused while Dabi was covering his face, trying to hide the blush that was now obvious. Is there a problem with that, Izuku? Oh, of course not. Good. Now why don't you guys go visit the others before they get antsy? They've been wanting to hang out with Himiko again. Izuku was glad that his internship had ended on a Friday, since it gave him the weekend to catch up with the others and get to know his new sister. He was happy they had found her and were able to help her, especially since it was Detective Tsukachi who was helping her. He wasn't surprised really, since the man had been helping the family all the way back when they got Shinso. So far it seemed like Denki and Mina got along with Himiko the most, just off personality alone. Based on past, though, Shinso, Dabi, and Himiko had formed their own little club. So if Himiko is the same age as Senpai, does that mean you guys are twins? Denki was hit in the back of the head by Katsuki. They're not actually related, dipshit. They don't even have the same birthday. Izuku looked over at Himiko with a smirk. Wannabe twins, Himiko. Can we? Yep. He stood up and clapped his hands, getting the group's attention. Me and Himiko are twins. We've decided. That's not how it FING works. Midoriya household rabbit. Hey mom. Me and Himiko are twins. Did you want to share a birthday? Can we? That would be so fun. Panda. Can't believe I've already been replaced, rabbit. Try growing up. Panda. I want you dead. Izuku had taken Himiko to work with him on Sunday, while Shinso and Dabi had offered to bring the girl with them to the dojo, so she wasn't left home alone. She had decided to go with her twin. I just sorta make drinks and serve people here. We're usually pretty quiet. Oh, it's so pretty in here. Her eyes had stars as she looked around the small cafe. Glad you like it? Mayumi smiled at the girl. It's nice to meet you. I'm Mayumi, Midoriya's boss. Hi. I'm his twin sister Himiko. His boss barely faltered, used to the chaos Izuku brought everywhere. Well, Himiko, I hope to leave Izuku in good hands, she joked, tossing the keys to Izuku. Have a safe closing, okay? And I expect to hear all about your internship and this later. Of course, Mayumi. Once she left, Izuku went behind the counter and got ready. Here, you can sit at one of the stools if you want. Himiko nodded and sat at the one closest to where Izuku normally stood. So does mom expect you to work? PFT no, her and Hitoshi were actually a little worried when I picked the job up. He leaned against the counter, my schedule's usually pretty busy, I have class in the morning, then we go to the dojo to train, then if I have time I try to clean up that dirty beach and use the stuff to practice making support items, and then I usually close here before going to bed. Wow, she leaned against her hands, that's awesome. I want to do all that stuff too. Izuku chuckled. The dojo would be easy, but working here might be a little harder. If you're really interested though I'm sure Mayumi wouldn't mind the help. Himiko nodded her head almost violently, but do you know your schooling level? And not really. That's fine. There's this test we had Toshi take after we adopted him, it'll give us a range and then we can help you catch up if you're behind. Really? Could I go to school with you? Well, I go to UA and I'm in the hero course. I know for the other classes you can take a test to get accepted later on in the year in case there was a special case, which I'm sure you would count, but for my class you'd probably have to wait till next year. But if I get in I can go to school with you, right? Izuku was a little surprised by how excited she seemed for all of this. Yeah. We'll get you prepared in no time. The two spent most of the day talking about their plans and how they would get Himiko ready for UASAP. They had the idea that if she was really behind then Katsuki and Dabi would help her catch up when it comes to schooling and training, but if she was only a little then Izuku would tutor her while he worked at the cafe. Problem child, Izuku chuckled as Aizawa walked up to the counter. I assume your internship went well. Yep. Black coffee and a muffin. Aizawa nodded, watching Izuku work before looking to Himiko who was staring at him with a smile. Who's this? Hi. I'm Himiko Midoriya. I'm Izuku's twin sister. She offered her hand with a large smile. Aizawa shook it slowly, a little confused. I wasn't aware he had a sister. He didn't. Hitoshi and Katsuki found me after I ran away. Aizawa stared at her for a moment. Midoriya dash. Mom already had Detective Tsukachi arrest them and she's officially my sister. He set down the coffee and muffin and we already have a plan on tutoring her. Yeah. I want to be in the hero course next year like Izuku. Aizawa squinted at both of them as they smiled at him. I pray I don't have to deal with any of your family next year. When they got back home Izuku wasn't surprised to see Shinso and Dabi both still awake, watching some video essay on the TV. Toshi, you and Himiko should probably get to bed. The blonde had been practically slumped against Izuku ever since they left the cafe. You both need sleep. So do you. Shinso stood up and grabbed Himiko's arm, dragging her up the stairs. Night. Dabi stood up and stretched. Brat's right though, you look dead on your feet. Izuku rolled his eyes but followed Dabi upstairs, grabbing some sweats before changing and sitting on his bed. Izuku's room had been rearranged a little. Luckily he had one of the bigger rooms so it allowed them to just split it down the middle with their beds on opposite sides, both having their own small desks in the corner while Izuku had a closet and Dabi's bed had drawers in the bottom for his clothes. So, Dabi turned to the other, when did you get that all done? It must have taken a while. He sat next to Izuku on his bed and leaned back against the wall. The day after we called. Thought about what you said and, he looked at his hands for a moment, jumping a little when Izuku grabbed one and held it firmly and I wanted to be different. I didn't want to be some patchwork guy who was covered in the proof of Endeavor's shitty parenting. They couldn't fix it all but. It feels nice. He ran his thumb over Izuku's hand, noticing the almost invisible scars on his knuckles. Feels like I'm me again, you know. I'm really happy for you, Dabi. He turned to face the other more head-on. I'm proud too. You've gone through so much and you survived. That's amazing. It's amazing that all three of you have gone through terrible things but still come out good on the other side. That's because of you, Izuku. Dabi tugged on his hand and brought it up to face, kissing the knuckles. You're the best thing out there. Izuku felt his face heat up as he tried to think of a reply. You guys I mean it's not dash. Dabi chuckled and pulled the other team closer, wrapping his arms around him before laying down. Go to bed, Izuku. He relaxed in Dabi's arms, letting out a sigh. Okay. Izuku groaned at the sound of his alarm, fumbling with his phone before turning it off. I don't want to wake up. He looked down and saw Dabi with his eyes still closed and wrapped around Izuku. Just call in or something. I can't call into school. He tried to get up but Dabi just dragged him back down. Dabi, let me up. I have to get ready. So do you? The older just groaned Dabi. Fine. He let Izuku up before sitting up and grabbing his own phone. I hate the mornings. I would have never guessed. Izuku grabbed his clothes and changed in the bathroom, not surprised to see Dabi still trying to wake himself up. I'm gonna make coffee, you want some? For the love of God, yes. Izuku chuckled and went downstairs, not surprised to already see his mom awake. Morning, Mom. Morning, honey, what are today's plans? Well, we'll walk the others to school, then come back to change, then I'll go to school. Himiko said she'd take the test today so we can help her, and Dabi said he'd be willing to hang out with her at work and stuff until we get out. My little problem solver. She kissed his forehead. Make sure to relax sometimes though. I will, Mom. Have a good day at work. I'll try. Make sure to remind Dabi to talk with the detective later too. The two hugged before Inko grabbed her bag and keys and left. Did I miss Mom? Shinso asked as he rubbed his eyes before face planting on the counter. You did, but she said she has the evening off. Cool. Izuku rolled his eyes and filled a purple mug with coffee and slid it over. You're the best, brother. He rolled his eyes again and filled 2 more mugs, one blue and the other green, though he wasn't sure what Himiko would want to drink. Morning, she looked a little tired still, but was more awake than Dabi was since he still hadn't come down. Can I have tea? Sure. Mind running this up to Dabi? She nodded and carefully took the mug before going upstairs while Izuku worked on the tea. She fit in easily. Shinso pointed out, slowly sipping at his own mug. I'm glad. I think she'll be great. You're just happy to have someone else who distracts the others. They are a lot to deal with. As soon as Izuku walked into the class, he got a water bottle tossed to him. He was thankful since Himiko had turned the last part of their walk into a race and he wasn't willing to lose. Thanks. Bitch, you want to tell me how your internship went? Really well. Hawks actually gave me some ideas for more support weapons and adjustments for my fighting style, plus Maruko was there, and since she's more of a physical fighter it was great practice. Good, I want an essay on the experience later. If you have ideas for support, run them by Power Loader and get to work? Yes, sir. Before Izuku could leave though, Aizawa grabbed his arm. One last thing, Tsukachi contacted me about your friend. Is there a reason he has a case open? Well, Dabi didn't do anything bad, I promise. It's more about his family, his home life was like Hitoshi's and Himiko's. That's the best way to explain it, but he has a little brother and wants to help him. Aizawa stared at him, searching for a lie, but when he didn't find anything he nodded. Alright, if either of you need help let me know, kid. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. He paused before hugging the teacher quickly. I'm gonna work on support now. He ran out the door before Aizawa could stop him again. Once he was in the support room, he waved to some of the other students before going to his own little corner. Since he came so often and made his own things, Power Loader had set up an extra workbench for him to use. It was smaller than the others, but Izuku didn't mind since he usually worked in the living room or his own room. And what are we working on today, Midoriya? Power Loader leaned over to look at his notebook. Gauntlets? Sort of. They'll go over my knuckles and probably end before my elbow. He showed some of the details of the sketch. The idea is that they'll look something like brass knuckles in resting form, but when I hit them together they'll activate and stretch out to create armor. I wanna add electricity to it like my rods, maybe some extra stuff, and I'll have to edit them so I can still use the capture weapon. Izuku then trailed off, mumbling new and old ideas to change or fix about the gauntlets. Best of luck, you know where to find me. He nodded at the teacher absent-mindedly, writing down new ideas a mile a minute. When lunchtime came around though, Power Loader kicked him and the other students out to make sure they ate. Izuku grabbed 2 trays like normal, setting the tray on Aizawa's desk since the teacher was in a meeting, though present Mike assured him that he would make the hero eat. He went up to the roof, already seeing Suzuki sitting there and working on her homework. Himari. He sat down next to her and pulled her into a hug. You'll never guess what. What? I got a sister. Suzuki gasped and shook Izuku's shoulders. You got a sister? I have to meet her. We should hang out after school. I don't work the cafe today, but we're helping her get ready to start school. I love that. I'll totally come. Besides, I miss my little gremlins and teasing you about you know who. Izuku blushed and shoved her any news on him. Well, while I was away he got the procedure done to fix the old skin grafts and he stopped dyeing his hair. It looks really nice. Suzuki wiggled her eyebrows at him and Well, with the sister I am. Ishirirum with a no dash. Slow down, you share a room. Izuku ducked his head as she began to freak out. Oh my god. My babies are growing up so fast. Shut up. Use protection. Shut up. The two laughed for a minute before Suzuki saw his notebook. What are we working on today, Mr. Brainiac? Well, I got this idea from Kirishima's quirk, and then I got some ideas from the others, and then Hawks got jealous and it just kinda spiraled into this. He showed her the pages, glove-like gauntlets that when I hit them together they cover most of my forearm. They'll have an electrical charge like my rods, so the inside will need to be insulated, and I'm thinking of adding stuff like charges and canisters. So I can set off explosions and make my punches stronger and maybe acid to much melt stuff, and I want the metal to be able to slide against itself smoothly, kinda like the back of my heels when they stretch back. And slam to give my kicks extra strength, and then I want a knife to come out the top. It'll be removable obviously, but it could be really handy in an emergency. I also have to change the screen on my ARM computer, but I'm thinking of changing that to a visor with gloves that can affect what's wear on the visor, kinda like one of the pre-quirk sci-fi movies we watched. Maybe I can make the visor cover my eyes too. Suzuki stared at him for a moment before grabbing the sides of his face. Your brain is such a mystery and wonder to me. Thank you. It was a compliment. She let him go and flipped through the notebook. This all looks sick though. I agree on the visor thing too. People will just think it's sunglasses or something. You should do a whole rebrand. But I like my costume. Not like entirely, I love the white and black thing you have going on, but you'll have to redesign some stuff, so just go crazy. Izuku thought about it before smiling. You're right. I should go for it. Hell yeah. The two spent the rest of lunch coming up with new ideas for his costume and what they should change. I'll ask the others too. Don't forget to meet me out front after school. They split up as Izuku went back to his classroom for the rest of his lessons. Every time he got done early, he immediately started getting to work on the redesign. He had seen a bit of techwear stuff when Mitsuki and Masaru were working and asking the kids for their opinions on a new design, and he had liked some of the shapes the clothing made as well as some of the seemingly random designs on the clothes. He wrote down the changes he wanted to make as well as small sketches of the clothes and new support items. While he knew students and heroes went through changes in costume, he wondered if some were as drastic as the ones he was making. Did you make any progress on your new support ideas? Aizawa asked at the end of the day, watching as Izuku got packed up. Not exactly. He lifted a brow and waited for Izuku to explain well. I was showing Himari some of my ideas and was talking about how I might have to change some stuff to adjust for the new tech when she suggested I just sorta throw everything away and redesign all of my stuff including my costume. That'll take time. I know. But I already have most of the designs done. I just have to send in the costume and then finish the support stuff. I'll be done in no time, I promise. Just make sure you're finished before your end of semester exams. Yes, sir. He bowed before grabbing his bag and jacket. Have a good day, Aizawa-sensei. Stay safe, kid. He ran out front, already seeing Suzuki wait for him. She smiled and tackled him, almost making them both fall. Suzuki maneuvered herself so Izuku could carry her around. Am I just a horse now? Giddy up. She kicked his side, laughing when he jabbed her with his elbow. But seriously, are we waiting for them? Yeah, they should be here soon though. Izuku. This time it was Himiko who tackled him. I had so much fun today. The test was a little difficult, but Dabi said I did good. She turned to Suzuki. Hi. I'm Himiko Midoriya, Izuku's twin sister. Suzuki Himari. Izuku's best friend. The two shook hands like it was a business deal. You guys should probably get off him before he drops. Wrong, I've seen him hold up a building. Both still got off of Izuku like Dabi told them to, but you just want him all to yourself. You almost as bad as the raccoon. Dabi rolled his eyes before laying an arm around Izuku's shoulders. How was school? Pretty good actually. I've started redesigning my hero costume and gear because I wanted to add and change some stuff, but then Himari said I should just redo it all. It's true, I did. She turned to Himiko. If you're going to school with us, you should totally start designing your costume. Yes. I want red and pink. Maybe we should all design costumes. I know the others have been wanting to work on them before they apply. We should totally so that today. Is someone slacking off? Dabi teased, getting a punch in the shoulder. You're the one that wanted me to call in today so we could stay in bed. You're in his bed. Izuku took off running as Suzuki chased him, screaming about details while Himiko and Dabi laughed. I want funky designs. Mina swirled on the paper, purple and blue for sure. I want to look trippy. I think I'll go a little simple for mine. Siro shrugged a little, keep it cool and calm. Hanta, we should match colors. Kaminari shouted, latching onto the other's shoulder, we'd look cool as hell. What do you think, Bakubro? Kirishima showed him the picture like a kid showing their parent the drawing. You have a shitty art style but the outfit isn't bad. He likes it? The others cheered while Katsuki rolled his eyes. You of us know you can call me Katsuki, right? The others all paused and turned to him. We've been friends long enough. He called us friends. Mina and Kaminari were quick to tackle him while Kirishima and Siro were a little more hesitant. Shinso just rolled his eyes and went back to his own ideas. I forgot how chaotic they are. Suzuki said with an evil smile. It's so much fun. Himiko and Suzuki then went back to designing their own costumes. Himiko asking for the other girl's opinion on some of the choices. What do you have so far? Dabi bumped his head against Izuku's shoulder. They were all laying on the ground drawing in a circle. Izuku thought it was a little funny since Shinso and Katsuki often messed with the group for being childish. You're not beating the feral cat allegations? Dabi laughed a little and bumped him again. Who said I was trying to? Izuku rolled his eyes and moved the papers a bit so Dabi could see. I was thinking of maybe going for a mage dressed in techwear in the future. I don't know how, but that perfectly explains all of this. Dabi picked it up and rolled so he was laying on his back. This'll be cool though. What about that visor and mask you were talking about? Well, I was thinking of something where like on the outside it's like those glasses that make eyes and faces, but on the inside it's like a computer screen, like maybe it could give live subtitles or translations, show me the notes I have on someone's quirk, stuff like that, maybe night vision and infrared, and then for the mask I thought about going full gas mask, make it all bulky so it can hide the mic that picks up my voice. Maybe a little screen that shows a mouth so it can match with the visor. Looks like you got a lot of chunky tech planned. Yep. If it's chunky it'll be harder to break, but people might aim for it more thinking it helps a quirk or something. Good idea. Dabi handed the papers back. Hey Izuku, I left my phone in my gym bag. Can you go get it for me? Sure. The teen stood up and went into the locker room. Once he was out of sight, Dabi got the others' attention. Listen up, children. Suzuki and Katsuki looked ready to argue, but Dabi didn't let them. I wanna ask Izuku out and I need help coming up with how and what we should do. You're that confident he'll say yes? He stared at Katsuki for a minute, who shrugged. Effin' fair enough. You should take him to a really fancy restaurant. Mina shouted, on the perfect night so it's a little chilly and you can give him your jacket and dash. I don't think Senpai would like that stuff. Yeah, our brother's a romantic but not that much of one. Plus eating in big crowds tends to freak him out. Yeah. Me and Izuku eat on the roof during lunch. Kaminari raised his hand, waiting till Dabi pointed at him. You should take him for a walk. Dude, you're not even trying. Sparky's got a point. Deku likes to walk around and cheat. You should go to that little food truck near the shopping area. They have really good snacks. Himiko offered, her own mouth drooling at the thought of food. Then, you should go to the forest. Go near the lake, it'll be so cute. Okay, but how do I ask him? You can ask him. Dabi rolled his eyes. You know, sheet, but we also live together and share a room now, so how? Do I? Okadabi. Shinso stood up and pretended to dust himself off. This is the most help you get from me and Katsuki, alright? Have you two thought about this? Hard no to when you two are staring at each other all effing day. Here's what you do. This weekend he doesn't work at the cafe. In the morning once you're both awake you ask him if he wants to go for a walk. You do all the romantic stuff we listed. Then at the end you grab his hand like it's a bad rom-com and confess your undying love for him and make out under the stars, alright? You both like romance novels too much. Romance novels that are helping, so shut up. I couldn't find your phone but dash Izuku pause. Why are you both standing? They were gonna finally duke it out? Izuku sighed, obviously buying the lie. Please don't, I don't think Kirishima's moms would appreciate it. They definitely wouldn't, dudes. I feel like you two would go for murder. I hope to poison his coffee one day. I'll chug the pot if I don't have to see you again. It's done. Izuku ran into the teacher's lounge holding the cases that now had his new hero costume and gear. Can we try it out? Head to the training area. Aizawa stood up as Izuku cheered and ran out of the room. Look at Sho being a dad. Shut up. Izuku opened the costume case first, practically vibrating as he pulled the clothes out. The undershirt was a white sleeveless athletic fabric that allowed him to move and breathe easy. Over top was a black jacket with white lining. The torso of the jacket was form-fitting while the sleeves were baggy, allowing him to hide the new gauntlets and capture weapon. There were parts of the jacket cut out to let more of the white peek out. The briefs were black with white zippers and random white lines crossing over each other. Straps were added to the briefs to hold his guns, emergency knife, and foldable staff. His shoes were chunky black boots with white metal soles. He had changed them so they could turn into the ice skates and rollerblades but no skateboard. He also added more weight and mechanics to make his kicks more powerful. Pulling out all of his tech, he carefully put it on and turned everything on. The gauntlets looked like armored gloves in resting form. Hitting them together caused the metal to stretch out over his jacket. There were parts in the gauntlet where he could load special rounds that would cause explosions or eject acid depending on the gauntlet he used. Both had the electricity built in like his staff, the jacket acting as a cover and insulation so his arms would stay safe. Since the gauntlets restricted the capture weapon, he made it so when activated it would automatically load the fabric for him to shoot and use, similar to Zero. He hit a small SWH with his finger, causing a large, feather-like knife to pop out of the top of the gauntlets. He tested it a little before hitting the button again and making it disappear. Finally, he put on the visor, hat, and gas mask. Turning the visor on revealed that his gloves had a connection to it, allowing him to change what he saw by using his hand. There was voice activation built in, but the hands would be easier for him to do when he was just working. Checking the mirror showed that the mask and eye screen were both working, letting it create different eyes and mouth shapes. He deactivated the gauntlets and went to the training ground where Aizawa was already standing. Looks good, I like the new design. Izuku rubbed his neck a little, and the screens change. Yep. The voice was a little distorted as he spoke, so people can still understand me. I can change it though if I'm trying to hide something. Good, get in position. Izuku nodded and got into a fighting stance. He didn't want Aizawa to see the gauntlets quite yet since they were meant to be a surprise to an enemy. The two stared at each other for a moment before Aizawa took off. Izuku drew one of his guns and started shooting immediately. Though this was to test out his new gear, he still wanted to show his teacher he had improved with his fighting. He aimed mostly at the elder's feet to trip him up, which worked until Aizawa used his capture weapon to get closer. He holstered the gun before drawing his staff, using it to try and hit the teacher before splitting it and blocking a hit. Not bad, good change to a staff, but try to work quicker on the change between staff and rods. Yes, sir. He jumped back before Aizawa could kick him. He swung his own leg, hitting the ground, the metal heel of his shoe extending before shooting forward, causing more ground to break as he kicked. Interesting choice. The kicked-up dirt blinded Aizawa a moment. Izuku using his own capture weapon to try and get the teacher, still a little slow on the transition to capture weapon. Don't copy me to close, kid. Right? He dodged a hit before smirking, hope you're ready. He put his staff away before hitting his knuckle together, laughing a little when Aizawa looked surprised. Not bad for a surprise, good for fighting villains. He dodged a punch from Izuku, looking in surprise as the place he previously stood exploded from the punch. What was that? Aizawa stopped the fight, more curious about the tech than the fight. My left gauntlet is loaded with explosive rounds while my right has acid stored. Both have electricity built in though. He twisted his wrists a little, causing green lightning to appear over his arms. My costume has insulation so it won't hurt me. Plus, I have 2 knives now. Izuku turned the electricity off before activating the knife, making Aizawa jump a little. Jesus Christ, I regret letting you go with Hawks and Miruko. Dabi felt like he was going to have a panic attack. He probably was having one currently, but that didn't matter. Dabi, you need to breath, okay? Inko rubbed his back, trying to get him to focus. It'll be okay. I just need you to take a nice deep breath. Finally he took a breath, choking a little. Good. Keep going, okay? Is he okay? Himiko asked a little worried. She wasn't sure how to help other than sit with him. Izuku was a lot better at this stuff. Do you want to tell us what happened? They let Dabi calm down, simply waiting for an answer. Do they talk to Mom and Shudo and they? He shuddered a little before smiling. They don't have to deal with Endeavor anymore. They. Himiko cheered before hugging Dabi. Wait, but why were you panicking? They. He looked to Inko who nodded. They want to see me. Do you want to see them? Inko asked carefully. Yes. Yeah, He looked at his arms. Even though they were no longer that dark purple, the signs were still there, his skin tight and scared. I just don't want them to see me. Oh honey, Inko held his face. Your family loves you. There's no reason they would care about how you look. As long as you're alive. I know, you're worried about whether or not they'll actually like you. They both looked to Himiko surprised. It's how I felt when you guys talked about Izuku, how nice and understanding he was, and I trusted you. But there was something that made me think it was all a lie, that he would be like the others at my school, but he wasn't. She hugged Dabi close. He was amazing. And now I have an amazing family. So you should trust us like I trusted you. He stared at her for a moment before smiling. Thanks, Himiko. No problem. Now when are we meeting them? Well, he lifted the phone and looked at the text from the detective. Tsukachi said they were at the station right now. They're getting everything sorted out right now, so we could go now. Do you want to go now or wait until the others get here? Even if Dabi complained about them, they all knew he treasured the kids and appreciated them. But let's go now and maybe come back instead of having a conversation at the station. Alright, I'll let my boss know I can't come in today while you two get dressed. Standing outside the room, Tsukachi told them to go to felt even more nerve-wracking than deciding to come in the first place. We can turn around right now, Dabi. We won't force you. And no, I can. He still hesitated, but Himiko didn't. I'll go first and warm them up for you. She ignored them and threw the door open and burst in before closing the door behind her. She could buy her friend time. Hello. The five in the room all stared at her before Tsukachi rolled his eyes. Nice to meet you. My name's Himiko Midoriya. I'm Izuku's twin sister. She offered her hand to Rei, who shook it slowly. Hello. I'm sorry, I don't know who Izuku is. Don't worry about it, Miss Rei. Tsukachi tried to guide Himiko away from them, but she was persistent. Offer her hand to the others as well. Like she said, she's Himiko Midoriya. Midoriya is the family that is currently housing Tuya. He prefers Dabi, by the way. Right? Rei smiled. Thank you for taking care of my son, Dabi. No need. He's been living there longer than I have. Natsuo looked at her weirdly. But you're a Midoriya. Adopted? She nodded to Tsukachi, who explained. Himiko was found by their youngest son and their friend. She had run away from an abusive home and they took her in. Yep. They have a habit of doing that, she joked, sitting next to Fuyumi. I definitely see the resemblance. No offense to you, Miss Mid-. You can just call me Himiko. She smiled. And don't worry, Dabi's just nervous, so I'm buying him time. He's nervous. They all turned to Shudo, who had been rather silent. Yeah, I don't know if Tsukachi told you, but he got hurt badly. The three oldest frowned. We remember the scars. I think they were worse since he left, but I don't know much. Shudo nodded his head once and stood up, going to the door. Shudo - Fuyumi tried to stop him, but he already opened the door, coming face to face with Dabi. Shudo stared at him before grabbing onto him, hugging his brother tightly. I thought you were dead. Dabi's eyes widened. He was still a little surprised by the hug, but he slowly wrapped his arms around his little brother, covering the slight shake of his shoulders. Sorry. Dabi looked to the other three and opened one of his arms, prompting the others to stand and join the hug. Miss Midoriya, she looked to Tsukachi. Let's let them talk while. She knew he wanted to ask her something as well as give them privacy. Of course, Himiko. The girl stood and skipped over to her mother, following the two adults out of the room. What is it you need, detective? While we deal with this case, we were able to get custody of Todoroki Shudo thanks to Yue. Inko was a little surprised to hear that, though she didn't doubt that the staff loved her son enough to help him with whatever he asked. They have offered to house Miss Rei and the young Todoroki while we deal with this case, but if they've been reunited with Dabi, they shouldn't be separated. Inko thought for a moment. They could shuffle the children around a little, and it's only Shudo and... Correct. The other two live in an apartment. Miss Fuyumi owns the apartment but stayed home to try and keep Shudo safe. I think we can deal with a few more house guests. She turned to her daughters. Think the boys will mind? Nope. Then it's decided, we'll take them with us to Kochi. While the family had mostly only hugged at the station, they all seemed to relax once they entered the Midoriya household. You have a lovely home. Fuyumi complimented as Inko handed out different drinks. Thank you, the kids make it more lively, I like to think. So where were you? Shudo asked, cutting straight to the chase. Around a bit. Dabi waved his hand, mostly the streets or shelters for a while. Then I ran into Izuku one day and they wouldn't let me leave until I was healed. So you were hurt? Rei looked worried for a moment while Natsuo began looking his younger brother over. He shoved the other a little, though didn't mind when his brother kept his arm over his shoulder. I kinda got into this fight. He was being in language. To this nice lady that helped me before, I beat him up obviously, but he got a lucky shot and kinda stabbed me in the shoulder. And this Izuku took you to the hospital? Well, Dabi sank down a bit, trying to hide in his cup while Inko chuckled. No, I wouldn't let him. Don't worry though, Inko sat in one of the open spots with Himiko next to her. I'm a nurse and I make sure all of my kids have first aid training. He was in safe hands and we could have taken him to the hospital if it was really bad. Thank you then. Inko waved Rei off while Dabi continued. Turns out I was bleeding pretty badly and I ended up passed out in an alley near Izuku's work. He found me on his way home and just kinda picked me up and took me here. Does he just kidnap people? Natsuo asked, getting the others to laugh. What? Please ask him that when he gets here, Dabi said. I need to see the look on his face. But you've been doing good. Rei asked, resting a hand on her son's shoulder. Why, the Midoriyas have been great. I have a job, got a few friendish people running around. It's been good. Rei pulled him into another hug. I'm so glad. The sweet moment was interrupted as the front door banged against the wall and Kaminari ran in, resting his hands on his knees and breathing. Dabi, I need you to hide me. Why do you where the FAS heat? What did you do? The family looked confused but Inko waved them off, just saying this usually happened. Something I'll never regret, but Katsuki will get me really close to. Hide me. Fine, go to the stairs and I'll distract him. You're the best man. Kaminari seemed to finally notice the other four in the living room. Hi there. My name's Kaminari Denki, please come to my funeral if he finds me. With that the blonde raced up the stairs and ducked behind the wall. The door slammed again as Katsuki walked in, his hands steaming as he breathed, looking around. Where is he, you stupid possum? He paused when he saw the new people. Effin' hi, they kidnap you too. No, we're Dabi's family. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Doesn't mean you're not kidnapped. Now where is Pikachu so I can kill him? The one with the lightning bolt? Shudo asked. Getting a nod, Dabi told him to hide behind the stairs. Traitor! Kaminari shouted, running back down and outside the house. Katsuki pointed at Shudo. You half and half are my new best friend. He turned and chased Kaminari. Get back here so I can kill you. You won't be Miss Denki. Shinso shouted as he walked into the living room, looking the group up and down. Sup, I'm Shinso, Himiko and Izuku's little brother and this guy's worst nightmare. Dabi nodded. It's true, he's annoying. And you live on our couch, so shut up. He hugged Inko. Hi mom. Himiko bounced after the other teen, both of them getting snacks from the kitchen. We'll hold a appealing funeral, Denki. Mina shouted as she, Kirishima, and Siro walked in, all sitting on the floor. Hi. My name's Mina Ishido. Kirishima Ijiro. Siro Hanta at your service. He gave a two-finger salute. Are you guys joining our little family? He pointed to Fuyumi and Natsuo. Sadly we aren't looking for any more older siblings, so you'll have to apply another time. Mina burst out laughing while Kirishima rolled his eyes. Ignore them, it's nice to meet you. We're Dabi's family. I'm Rei. This is my oldest Fuyumi, Natsuo, you already know Dabi, and my youngest Shudo. Cool to meet you, man. Kirishima offered a fist bump that Shudo returned carefully. Let me guess. Cat called you half and half, didn't he? How'd you know? We're very attuned to our angry dog. Mina said, nodding confidently. Don't take it personally. Shinso and Himiko set the snacks on the tables. He gives everyone bad nicknames. Shitty hair, Raccoon eyes slash alien girl, soy sauce face, eye bag slash raccoon, Pikachu slash dunce face, possum, staples, burnt chicken nugget dash. Why did I get so many nicknames? I think he likes to challenge himself and give you as many as possible until you react to one. Dobby shrugged a little, and then you have Vampy Beach and of course the iconic Deku. He read my name wrong once when we were younger. Izuku walked in, having shut the door and made sure the wall wasn't damaged. Hi. My name's Midoriya Izuku, you must be Rei, Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Shudo, right? He pointed to each one, seeming to guess. How did you know? Dobby talks about you guys a lot. He set his bag near the stairs. I'll be right back. I have to go stop Kakin from killing Denki. He went out the back door, likely to chase the two down. How'd you guys outrun him anyway? I wish I was joking, but he was saving a kitten from a tree and making sure the little girl that lost it got home safe. Dobby sighed and rolled his eyes. Of course he was. Shinso stared at the group before turning to his mom. So do they live with us too now? We'll talk about that later, Hitoshi. The teen only shrugged, used to it at this point. I'm sorry, but is this normal? Fuyumi asked, looking at the group of teens and hearing shouting in the background as Izuku came back, dragging both blondes inside. You all seem fairly calm to have strangers in your house and even hinting at us living here. Oh, so you're like new. Izuku let Kaminari go. Well, you see, Miss, Katsuki was the first since his parents and Mama Inko grew up together. Then one day we found out that Ijiro's moms trained Izuku and we were added to the little family. Then Izuku kidnapped Dash. I didn't kidnap him. Hitoshi and he was added. Then he kidnapped Dash, not kidnapping. Dobby, then when he was gone Hitoshi and Katsuki kidnapped Himiko. So we expected Mama Inko and Dobby to one day do the same. You just happen to also be Dobby's family. He turned to the other teens. Do we think this counts? I don't know. Mina rubbed her chin. They did show up and are on the couch just like the rest. True, it would be like with us, right? Yeah, but I already told them we're not looking for more older siblings. I feel like Senpai's got it down. I don't, because you all keep saying I kidnap people. He turned to the family and smiled. I promise they all came willingly. I don't know, Izuku. I was suffering from BLD loss. Dobby argued. Dobby, don't you dash. He's right. You did break into my house. I felt threatened. Shinso nodded. Both of you, I swear, dash. My parents dumped me on you, Deku. Kakin. The teens all started laughing while Izuku groaned. You're all a very lively bunch. Rei smiled at them. I thank you all for looking after my son and offering your home to us, but dash, Izuku cut her off. Miss, I don't know you exactly, but I know Dobby cares for you for a lot. Enough to risk a lot to get help. If he wants you around, if you want to stick around, then we'll have you. He laid a hand on her shoulder. You're all amazing people and we would be honored to even have you but guests. They all sat in silence for a moment before Natsuo broke it. Holy shit, I see it now. I feel coerced. We've been kidnapped. He set his head in his hands while the others lost it. While the kids all distracted each other, Inko pulled Rei aside. I talked to the detective. I know Fuyumi and Natsuo have a place to stay, but yourself and Shudo don't. So please stay here with us. Dobby would love it and he's important to my family, so you're important too. Rei looked ready to argue, but Inko didn't let her. We have a few extra rooms. We'll just clean them out and you'll be able to stay here. Not forever if you don't want to, but at least long enough for the case to be closed and you to be on your feet. Thank you, Inko. She hugged the other woman. Thank you for saving my family. Inko smiled and looked into the living room where Izuku was trying to coax Shudo into eating or drinking something. I didn't save your family, but I'm glad I can help. So we could have Hitoshi and Izuku share a room while Shudo and Dobby share one. Himiko could share with me. Inko slightly mumbled to herself as she looked over the rooms they had. We could clear out some more rooms too. Miss Inko. She turned to Shudo with a smile. Hi honey, you don't have to call me miss. Just Inko is fine. What can I help you with? Well, Inko, I actually had an idea. He handed her his phone. Dobby said you're a nurse and Fuyumi helped look into it, but there's a few houses near there that are for sale and I think could be within our price range. Oh. They looked at a few of the houses. I'm not sure, Shudo. These seem really dash. We could pay for it. The teen shrugged a little. I heard Mom and the detective talking and they said Endeavor had to pay us a lot of money. That money's for you guys to use. We don't need to dash, Inko. She looked to see Rei standing by the stairs. Please let us. You've already helped so much. buying a new house will hardly put a dent in anything. Let us help you like you helped us. As long as you're both sure, I don't want to use your money like that. Dabi said I should just think of it as wasting Endeavor's money. Shudo shrugged a little, it's kind of fun. Since Shudo and Rei were now living with them, and moving with them once they settled on a house, the group had decided to try their best to integrate them into the group. Rei had been easy since the woman seemed to like the company of Inko and the Bakugus, often relaxing with a book while Mitsuki worked or helping Inko and Masaru cook. Shudo had been a little more difficult though. Dabi had explained it as being isolated as a kid, Dabi being similar before he ran away. Kaminari, Siro, and Mina seemed to take that as a challenge though, grabbing the ice user and making him join in whenever they could. How long have they been doing this? Dabi asked, leaning against the wall. They were at the gym like always, most of them deciding to relax or work on homework, except for Kaminari, Siro, and Mina who had dragged Shudo with him. No idea. Izuku took a sip from his water bottle. What are they even doing? They thought it would be a good idea to teach him some dances. Kirishima explained from his spot next to Katsuki and Shinso, I think it's one Mina keeps seeing on her phone. He's surprisingly good. Shinso pointed. He looks like a fine idiot. Izuku rolled his eyes and nudged Katsuki with his foot. Don't worry, Kat, I'm sure you'd be even better and Katsuki jumped up and tackled Kirishima who started laughing while Shinso just rolled out of the way. I will never understand them. Izuku shook his head before looking to Dabi. Alright, what is it? What's what? You've had this look on your face for a couple days now, like you want to say something, so what is it? The older blushed a bit and looked away. I do not. Yes you do. Come on Dabi, what is it? He leaned next to Dabi, tilting his head to try and meet his eye. Is there another secret in there? You're suddenly a villain or something. Har har, no it's not that. Dabi took a deep breath before facing Izuku head-on. When everything calms down and we're all settled and would you want to go on a date? Yes. He covered his mouth when everyone looked at him. I mean yeah I would love to. Yeah. Both of them were blushing and having trouble looking at each other. I want you to know you guys did this in reverse, Shinso said, smirking at the two. You already live together and we're like your adopted kids. Wait, I thought he was dating my brother. No, they've just been dancing around each other for a while. We were not. Izuku glared at them, making the other three slowly back up. We didn't mean anything by it, senpai. He ignored Siro and began chasing the three around the gym. I sometimes forget he acts like Katsuki sometimes. More like Kat acts like him. Izuku felt exhausted. With semester exams coming up, packing for the move, training and working still, he felt like he was dead on his feet. Hey Midoriya. He jumped a little and turned to see Mirio, Tamaki, and Nijire walking up to him. How's it going? Pretty good senpai. How are you guys? We're great. Say, I heard you changed your costume again. You have to show my sometime. I heard you have knives now. Are you trained with them? Are you even trained with any of the weapons you use? Sorta with the knives, those are a little more recent, but yes. Every weapon I use I'm either currently training or have trained with them. Izuku answered Nijire's questions easily while Mirio tried to get Tamaki to interact with him. Come on Tamaki. Midoriya's nice. It's only one person. Izuku and Nijire watched the two for a moment before the bell rang. It was good to see you Midoriya. Nijire dragged Mirio, who was dragging Tamaki, away and to their own classes while Izuku waved and headed to his own. Have you been sleeping properly? Izuku jumped again, turning to Aizawa who had his arms crossed. Sorry sensei. I didn't see you there. You didn't answer the question. Oh, well Izuku rubbed the back of his neck not. Exactly. Dabi's mom and little brother are moving in with us because of some home life stuff so we decided to move and it's just taking a lot of energy to pack everything, still work, help Himiko and Hitoshi with school, helping the others train dash, you're taking a nap. Aizawa grabbed his arm and started dragging him to the teacher's lounge. What? Aizawa-sensei, shouldn't I dash? You should be resting. The other teen looked down a little. You're ahead of the usual curriculum so there's no reason you shouldn't be able to take a day off and relax. So you're going to lay down on the couch and sleep while I catch up on some reports and grading? Are you sure? The teacher just stared at him, right? Aizawa pushed him into the lounge. Luckily none of the teachers were there since classes had just started. Here, Izuku got a face full of blanket as Aizawa threw it at him. There's already pillows on the couch? Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. He hesitantly sat on the couch with the blanket covering his leg. You're sure the other teachers won't mind? If they mind, they'll keep their mouths shut. Izuku frowned a little. No problem, child, they won't mind. As long as you're sure. He thought for a moment before getting his headphones out and playing music. He had a calming playlist specifically for when he slept or was having trouble sleeping. Wake me up before lunch, please. Sure, kid. Aizawa wasn't going to wake him up if he wasn't already awake. He could see the teen was exhausted. After a few minutes, Aizawa turned around in his desk and double-checked that Izuku was actually asleep. Once he was sure, he wrote "Sleeping Do Not Disturb" on a paper before taping it to the teacher's lounge door. That way Mike or Midnight wouldn't come bursting into the room and wake the kid up. He stepped out of the room and dialed Izuku's mother. If she didn't answer, then he would just leave a message and hope she got back to him later. Hello. Hello. Is this Midoriya Inko? It's your son's teacher. Aizawa. Is he doing okay? Did something happen? Not exactly. I was just wondering if everything at home is okay. He came in this morning looking a little tired, so I'm having him take a nap for now. Oh, I knew he was working himself too hard. We're moving to a bigger house due to some personal problems, and I told him to let us deal with it since he has exams coming up, but he's just so determined to help. I've convinced his boss to let him take a few days off and only call him if she really needed him, but he just goes to the gym with the kids more and overworks there. That doesn't surprise me. Aizawa thought about it for a moment before sighing. Your son builds a lot, right? I know he's built his own weapons and tools, but I don't know the exact extent of it. Yes, Izuku builds all the time. He actually built his friend a phone. He's quite smart, but what does that have to do with anything? If the problem is having free time in his schedule, then I might have an idea. I'm all ears. Izuku groaned, shoving Suzuki's face away. Even if he wasn't fully awake, he knew it was her. It's me, your boyfriend. Dead body on the couch himself, bolting upright, he grabbed the pillow he was using and smacked her with it, making the girl fall. Shut. Oh, you have a boyfriend? He turned to see some of the other teachers in the room, most notably Midnight, who was wiggling her eyebrows. No. Yes. Shut. Suzuki only smirked. He has a boyfriend and they live together and sleep. Shut your mouth. He tackled the girl to the ground, who just kept laughing. Sounds like you're moving fast, little listener. Izuku's entire face was red as he glared at Suzuki. No need to rush things. It's not like that. Young love. How amazing. Izuku groaned and hid his face in Suzuki's stomach, who just laughed harder, patting his back in fake sympathy. What's going on? Aizawa walked into the room with a few papers in hand. I thought I left a note not to wake him up. It was me. Suzuki raised her hand since she was still on the floor. I brought sustenance. She pointed to the 3 lunch trays sitting on the side table. Lunch Rush handed me an extra one for you. Then you're forgiven. He looked down at Izuku, who was still blushing and hiding in his best friend. What did I miss? Nothing. He jumped up, waving his arms. Absolutely nothing. Himari was just teasing about something. Yeah, I was. Izuku clapped a hand over her mouth. She was sitting down and eating lunch with me. Suzuki slowly nodded her head. Yep. That. The 2 teens quickly grabbed their own trays and sat on the couch, whispering to each other while the other teachers tried not to laugh at Aizawa's confused expression. All right, he slowly sat at his desk, looking to the others for clarification, but none of them said anything, all turning away to their own works. Well, Midoriya, we were thinking next semester to dual enroll you. He handed the papers that showed a new schedule. Not much would change other than having specific times to work with Power Loader and a few of the other support students. You would also get the chance to analyze and help other students pick out and design gear. Really? I would love to do that. I assumed you would. When you take the written exams, we'll see how far ahead of the curriculum you actually are and go from there. Your schedule will have you with me in the morning, and your usual classes. Then after lunch you'll be in the support course classes and any extra things we need to add, more training with Snipe, training with me, things like that. This is awesome. He looked at the papers. What about this spot right here? It's blank and it says it's an after-school program. That would be the training. Aizawa rested his elbows on his knees. Your sister wants to join the hero course, right? She'll likely need after-school training to catch up, and I know of one other person willing to transfer. He looked to Suzuki who smirked, not to mention next year will be a lot different for you, this will help you get prepared. Right? I'll have to send Mayumi my schedule later so she knows when I can't work. Wow, little listener, you do a lot. You have 3 jobs? This isn't about me. Dibs on the biggest room. Oh no you don't. Hitoshi and Himiko ran up the stairs, trying to trip each other up as they went. Glad those two are already excited. Inko laughed. Why don't you 3 go pick out the rest of the rooms while me and Rei tell the movers what to do? Sure thing. Dabi slung an arm over Shuto and Izuku's shoulders. Obviously I'll choose since I'm the oldest. Is that how we're deciding now? Izuku crossed his arms with a smirk. You two of course will get the best rooms since I'm the best brother and boyfriend. Izuku blushed and punched him in the arm while Shuto nodded along. Makes sense, will you two be sharing a room again? They both paused, they hadn't talked about rooming arrangements yet. Guess we'll find out? Izuku went up the stairs first. The house they had settled on was large, the top floor being all bedrooms and bathrooms while the second floor had a large kitchen with an island and bar, a living room, and even a few side rooms that they planned on using for offices and a guest room for when the others stayed over. There's only 6 bedrooms, Hitoshi shouted. I called dibs on this one. The rooms were connected by the hall, 3 on one side and 3 across with 2 bathrooms further down the hall. Cheater! You tried to push me down the stairs. Shuto watched them go back and forth before walking to the one next to Hitoshi. I'll take this one. What if I wanted that one? He only shrugged as Himiko groaned. Fine. I'll take this one then. She chose the one across from Hitoshi, leaving the one at the end of the hall next to Shuto and the 2 next to Himiko. Guess we'll take the one at the end of the hall. The house has been segregated by gender. Izuku rolled his eyes as Dabi started an argument with Himiko. Today we'll be doing the written tests. Aizawa handed him a few packets, all of them with the different subjects, and some with ones UA definitely didn't have classes for it. The first parts are everything in the normal curriculum. The rest of the packet is to base how far ahead you are, so don't be scared to leave anything blank. The extra packets are things Nedzu wanted to test you on. Right, is there anything else? Not today. Tomorrow you'll be doing the physical exam, and before anyone tells you, you'll be doing a different test than the other classes. While they'll be fighting robots or the test to move to this class, you'll be doing a more extensive test. That doesn't make me nervous at all. Izuku mumbled as he ducked his head down. You'll be fine. Aizawa ruffled his hair. Now get started. I feel like my head melted out of my brain. Slamming his head against the wall, Suzuki started laughing at him. I'm sure you did fine. What if I didn't though? Izuku sunk to the floor with a frown. They all really want me to do good and be this smart and amazing person, but what if I'm not that? What if they were reading too much into it? Or I answered all the questions wrong out of nervousness? Or Suzuki put a hand over his mouth. Izuku, you are my best friend, and you can think I'm biased all you want, but I know you are a smart and amazing person, and I know that because the first day we met you treated me like a person and even stood up for me when you wouldn't stand up for yourself. I know you're amazing because you held up a building to save me and someone who treated you like shit. I know you're smart because you've built everything you've ever needed, because you made plans for us to win in the sport festival. She grabbed him by the shoulders. I also know you're going to be an even better hero than All Might because you are kind along with all those other things. You've seen and been through so much that would have turned most people villain, but you kept being kind. That's how I know you passed. By the end of the speech, Izuku was crying. Thank you. He pulled Suzuki into a hug as she rubbed his back. You're welcome. Now let's eat. Internship chat. Maruko, kid, I heard you got testing today, Daybreak. Hi, yeah. I'm a little nervous since Aizawa-sensei said my test would be different from the others. Hawks, as my antenna you'll clearly pass with flying colors, and if you don't I will find you. Daybreak, okay Maruko. Jesus Christ, Hawks. What? He's awesome, he'll pass no problem. Daybreak, thanks Hawks. I'll let you guys know how I do. Hawks, afterwards we should get food to celebrate. There, know what you won't pass Maruko. Dude, turn on autocorrect for the love of God. Hawks. No, love Midoriya Himura household vet. Good luck today Izuku. Love rabbit, thanks mom. Love panda, kick butt or I'm locking you out of the house. Feral cat, he'll do amazing. Good luck Izuku bat. Yeah. Good luck. Eat your enemies. Rabbit, I'm not gonna eat anyone. Penguin, you'll do good. Izuku Rabbit, thank you. Ray, Normal Cat, why are we wishing him luck? Feral Cat, he has his physical tests at UA today. Normal Cat, ah okay, good luck. Izuku Rabbit, thanks. Shuto Dove, best of luck. My students also wish you luck. Rabbit, aw. Thanks. Fuyumi, tell the little ones I said thank you. Dog, good luck man. Rabbit, thanks. Natsuo, this house is AF Nightmare Skin Stealer. Everyone wish my brother luck or my name becomes real. Electric Boogaloo, we were gonna do that anyway but good luck. Izuku Spider Tape Man, you'll do great. Senpai Ultra Strawberry Dreams, let's F-gu kick butt. Izuku Ultra Red, you'll be the manliest out there. Baku bitch, if you don't F-win I'll kill you. Deku Zero Ultra, we already wished him luck, do we have to do it again? Possum, you don't gotta but Suzuki keeps beaching at me so I'm adding her here. Vampy Beach, yes, my new best friend Robin Hood, she was my best friend first. Vampy Beach, we can share. Possum has added Suzuki Himari. Suzuki Himari has changed their name to Snek Snek. Best of luck to the Midoriyas because you both have testing. Robin Hood, Himiko, you have testing. Vampy Beach, not till later. Skin Stealer, everyone say good luck to my sister or my name becomes real. Izuku stood in his hero costume in front of the training ground anxiously. He was tugging and twisting his fingers as he waited for the time to start. Stop that problem, child. He took a deep breath and let his hands go. Why are you so nervous now? You seemed anxious yesterday but this is worse. It's just, everyone wants me to do great, but what if I fail? He looked to Aizawa who sighed before crouching in front of him. Let's get one thing straight, they want you to do great because you've been working for it and you deserve to be great. Second, if you don't do great that doesn't mean you failed, it means you need to work harder. You can't fail this test. Alright. We don't run things here like that, I don't run things like that. Right? He shook his hands out before nodding. I got this. If I don't do great I didn't fail. Exactly, we already know you're ahead due to the one-on-one training and outside training. That's why this is set up differently. You'll do fine at worst and great at best. Got it? Got it, sensei? Good, now go. Izuku jumped a bit but took off running into the training ground. They had explained to him that he would be simulating a normal patrol for a hero with added difficulties and fights to really test him. Nedzu would be watching through the cameras the whole time. The entire area looked like the city at night, large and small buildings littering everywhere with roads and allies cutting through. Even the sky looked dark. They had given him a general route to take but made it clear that if he felt the need to go off-route it wouldn't count against him as long as he had a reason. For a few moments nothing happened, but then he heard a scream, one that sounded strangely like Present Mike. He switched his visor to thermal so he could find the hero easier, but looking closer he could see another figure approaching him. Are they simulating a mugging? When he made it to the alley it was pretty clear that that was what they were doing. Present Mike dressed in casual clothes while Snipe waved a gun around and pretended to threaten the man. He really wanted to laugh at the scene but he couldn't since this was a test. Taking a moment to fully observe them, he turned his visor normal before using his capture weapon to wrap around Snipe's wrist. When the hero let off a shot he moved to the side before wrapping his other capture weapon around the man and slamming him to the ground. Once he was secure, Izuku pulled out a pair of cuffs and hooked him one of the pipes. Sorry, Snipe-sensei, he whispered, getting a thumbs up from the man. Are you all right, sir? Present Mike pretended to cry as he grabbed Izuku's arm. My hero. Thank you so much. Izuku giggled a little as the blonde pretended to be in more distress. What should I do now? See, call the police and stay away from the villain, please. Of course, hero. Izuku laughed a little louder before waving and leaving the alley. How do you think your student will do, Eraser? Nedzu asked as they watched Izuku stop another mugging and help the civilian. He'll pass with flying colors. It seemed like you thought otherwise when you were talking to him. Of course you were watching us. Aizawa sighed while the principal laughed. Kid's got enough people in his life assuring him that he'll do amazing. He needed someone who just assured him he wouldn't fail. They watched as Izuku dropped down in front of the bank. I've trained him hard and he has the potential to be an amazing hero. He'll pass. After the first few muggings he had gotten suspicious. While he didn't doubt that he would be dealing with a lot of muggings since he would work at night mostly, he also knew he could be dealing with worse. They had lived in a bad part of the neighborhood for a while and he had seen some of the bad things. He knew there would be more than muggings. A bank robbery was interesting though. Turning on thermal, he looked around the building and saw 3 people inside with one near a hidden car. I should take the getaway driver first, then slip inside. He went to the back of the building and waited before dropping down on the person. He didn't waste any time and simply handcuffed them before taping their mouth shut, though he paused when he recognized the person as Heya, a friend of Nijire. It's the big 3, isn't it? The girl only shrugged a little. Oh boy. He looked in the building and tried to guess who was who. They all had good control over their quirks thanks to their training and work studies, but he could work around them if he did this right. Gotta take out Hato first? He went to the top of the building and opened a vent, slipping in and using his capture weapon to savagely get him inside. This is so exciting. We get to help Midoriya with his test. I know, right? What do you think he'll do? I think he'll go for the front. Both of you are too excited for this. Mirio and Nijire were talking in excited whispers while Tamaki was leaning against the wall. It left Tamaki open. While his original plan was to take out Nijire first, if he could get Tamaki out first it would still be a big help, but it would also let the other 2 know he was there and they would attack right after. He tapped his mask, letting the gas mask and visor light up a little. If they knew where he was he might as well try throwing them off. Taking his gun out he loaded the electrical charges and aimed at Tamaki. It wouldn't hurt the other student too bad but it would knock him out. Tamaki. He kicked the vent open and threw down a smoke bomb. It would still let them see the glowing parts of his mask, but he was hoping they would aim for them. Good thinking, Midoriya. But we can still track you with your mask. You're so sneaky. I love it. He dodged the energy pulses sent by Nijire and kept track of where Mirio was. As soon as the upperclassman went to the ground he would have to move around so he wouldn't know where Izuku was. Dodging the 2 was difficult. With every attack the smoke would clear a little more and once it was gone Izuku threw another one down and took of his mask. Why are you standing still? He smirked when Nijire and Mirio attacked the mask and visor. I wasn't. He shot Nijire in the back, knocking her out and placing her next to Tamaki. Smart thinking, Midoriya. Mirio walked up and offered his hand. As a bank robber I am too scared to face you and will be turning myself in. Izuku stared at him and cautiously put him in cuffs, but the other teen never moved, only sitting next to his friends as Heya was brought in by a fake police officer. Thank you so much, hero, we'll take it from here. Izuku tried not to laugh as Midnight came in with a fake mustache in a Halloween-looking cop costume. Alright. He quickly left and went back to the route. Let's review, Midoriya. Netsu changed the screens to show the multiple crimes Izuku had stopped as well as a few times when he had talked to the police or even reporters to explain the situation. You handled all crimes very well. You could have talked to the police and reporters more, but we can work on that. You also stopped the bank robbery and never let your guard down around Togata. The principal wrote a few things down before smiling. You passed with flying colors. Really? Izuku was crying as he shouted, I did good. You did great, kid. Aizawa ruffled his hair a bit, almost falling over when the student tackled him into a hug. All right, calm down, but he didn't push Izuku away as the student cried. I believe this means we can move forward without plans. Netsu clapped his hands and got Izuku's attention. You have also passed all written exams. Even for the classes we don't teach, which is fantastic. Netsu laughed evilly. Midoriya, Izuku. For the next semester you will be taking more advanced classes and training which will put you further ahead than any of your schoolmates. I believe by the end of next semester you will no longer have to take the curriculum. What? Himiko was nervous. She knew that the others had done all they could to make sure she was caught up with the normal schooling while Dabi and Izuku had made sure to train with her so she wouldn't be completely helpless when she did the physical exam, but she was still anxious. All of these people had put their time and effort into helping her and she didn't want to let them down. Himi. Izuku ran down the stairs in his usual jacket with a pair of jeans and a white shirt. Are you excited? You're doing the testing today. I'm not sure. She smiled and rubbed her arm a little. What if I don't pass, Izzy? The others smiled softly at her. I don't know. I don't think you'll fail and sure you might end up in a different class, but as your brother I'll be proud of what you do no matter what. Himiko smiled widely before pulling Izuku into a hug. Thank you. Of course, he pulled away. Now I'm meeting Hawks and Maruko for some celebratory foods, but keep me updated, okay? You'll be testing with him, Ari, anyway, don't be scared to ask questions either. He kissed the top of her head with a smile. I gotta go, make sure the others know where I am so they don't think I'm dead. Bye, Izzy. Have fun. She watched her brother leave with a slight bounce in his step. She was happy he was so happy, she wanted to be like that. You got this, Himiko. Your last name is Midoriya, which means you're destined for greatness. That's right, she turned and smiled at Inko. Everyone in my family is destined for greatness. You're all working so hard. The woman had slight tears in her eyes. Geez, Mom, Shinso came out of his room with a sigh. I swear, you and Izuku with the waterworks. I'm just so proud. She grabbed both of them as she kept crying. My babies are doing so good. Love you too, Mom. You're gonna drown us. Himiko took a deep breath as she walked into the gates of UA. She bounced as she walked, trying to get rid of all the anxious energy she felt. There were a few other people going into the building around her. She knew the testing was open since some people wanted another chance rather than going into a different class and transferring during the sports festival, though she was confused why Suzuki was testing with her. Himiko. The snake-haired girl tackled her into a hug. Are you excited? Yeah. A little anxious though. Suzuki kept an arm over her shoulders as she guided them to the written exam area. I don't blame you. I mean, I did good the first round of testing, but since I forfeited during the sports festival, Nedzu said I had to take the test again if I wanted to transfer. Kinda SC case, but what can you do? That's a bummer, but at least we can test together. Hell yeah. We're gonna do awesome. Why do you keep checking your phone? Miruko leaned over his shoulder. What's the not adults chat? It's my sister, my boyfriend, my friend, and me. We don't use it often, but Himi and Himari promised to tell us first when they got their results. Doesn't it take forever to get your results for the tests? Hawks asked before obnoxiously slurping on his smoothie. For the normal test, but since it's the middle of the year and this is more of a placement, you get the results that day, I'm really hoping they pass. I'm sure they'll be fine. Miruko waved her hand before smacking the other hero when he kept slurping. Those two seem like fun anyway, they'll be great. I want that snake girl as my intern next. You'll keep being my intern, right? Hawks tried to give Izuku puppy dog eyes, but the teen only laughed. I would love to keep working with you, Hawks. The hero cheered, but he pretended to cry. I do have to focus on school. Principal Nedzu said by the end of the year I'll be done with the normal curriculum and I'm supposed to start working with Power Loader Sensei soon for the support course, and I was going to talk about working with the general education students and the business course on a few things. If I bribe you with a bunch of stuff, will you stay working with me? I want dibs. I've called dibs. Ask him for money, he has a lot of that. I'm not going to ask for money. And I do want to keep working with you, Hawks. Just wait, I have an idea. I'll have to run it by Principal Nedzu, but it might help with my other ideas. Lay it on me, kid. Well, I noticed that a lot of the courses are separated, yeah. Even when I sometimes worked in the support room, most of the students left me alone, but if I'm going to be working there more this year and the next, I should get to know them right. So I wanted to talk to Power Loader about maybe getting to work with them more. After all, if I'm going to be a hero, I should have people who can help me. So support course for items and tech. Maybe even like my eyes and ears and whatnot. Kid, you already do all of that yourself? But not everyone does. Himi and Himari can get help from me, but what if I'm busy? They'll need someone else. Not to mention Class B doesn't seem to have any ties to that class, and if I'm going to be a hero, I should have a marketing and PR team, right? Even if I work mostly underground, I do want to be able to inspire and help people. They could help me do that. The two watched as the teen got more passionate. I want to be able to unite the courses somehow. It's not fair that the general course gets no training, and if they want to transfer, then they have to fight. They should be able to work with the hero course to get stronger. The business course should meet the people they'll one day work with. Support too. Look at you being a hero already. Miruko ruffled his hair with a smirk. I doubt that Rat will say no to you. You could have some of them intern with agencies and heroes. They both looked to Hawks, who shrugged. If they're going to work at an agency one day, then they should see what it's really like. You're right. They could see how to make more weapons specific to certain heroes, how to market a product, anything. Izuku was practically jumping. I really want this to work. Well, come on then. While we wait for your little group to finish testing, let's get this idea going. Fighting the robots had been difficult. According to Suzuki, they were stronger than the original test. After all, it was a placement test, and if they were going to transfer in the middle of the year, they had to be good. The two girls were waiting for the results when Himiko heard it. I asked not to be put in Class A. She thought that was strange. Class B was full. I don't want to be around that freak. Me neither. I hope they boot some of the B class to be stuck with it. Himiko glared at the two. She wanted to hurt them. They had no right to talk about her brother like that. Didn't he win the sports festival though? He probably cheated. There's no way. Himiko. What's wrong? She looked to Suzuki with slight tears in her eyes. They're being mean. She stood up and grabbed their attention. How dare you? He's worked hard to be where he is. He's more of a hero than any of you will ever be. Oh yeah. One of the guys turned with a sneer. What do you know about that freak? He's a hell of a lot nicer than you a-holes. Suzuki said, backing Himiko up. You have no right to talk about someone you don't know, especially if they passed the first time and you have to retake it. She smirked. I doubt you even passed. Even if you did, you won't be around long with that stupid mindset. Oh yeah. It's not like you passed either. Actually, I did. You must be really stupid not to recognize me from the sports festival. Her hair slowly turned to snakes, all of them letting out a hiss, and he actually won the entire thing. Why would someone waste their time to fake it if they were going to bleed out? Exactly. Izuku's worked hard, unlike you all, to be a good hero. You shouldn't be mean just because he's different. You too. Everyone stopped and looked to Aizawa. Come with me. Everyone else sit back down and keep quiet while you wait for your results. The group seemed smug as the hero led Himiko and Suzuki to the hall. I'm sorry, Aizawa-sensei, but he's my brother. He's so much better than them. She's right. You agree, don't you? He turned to them and held up his hand. I'm not angry or punishing either of you. I'm glad you stood up for your friend and brother, as well as the talents of my student. They both smiled brightly. I was going to give you the results, but when I heard the argument, I assumed it would be better to tell you away from the others. He pulled out 2 papers and handed them to the girls. Suzuki Himari, Midoriya Himiko. The 2 girls slowly opened the papers before gasping and cheering. Welcome to Class 1A. Not adults, adults whine ant. We got IN. Your F stuck with US Izuku. Gay cousin, Izzy we get TOB classmates. Single mother. 0000000 guys, this is amazing. I am so proud. Stepdad. Woo, good job actual adult. Good job Himiko. Family doctor. Yeah guys, kick butt. Whine aunt. I have TO, tell my dad, but we should totally celebrate with Everone. Single mother. Yes. I know the others will drag Himi out. Actual adult. Maybe we can have a girls' day to celebrate. Whine aunt. Yes. Family doctor. Let me know when you guys celebrate. I'm a little busy with classes and stuff, but good job. Gay cousin. I am so happy. I am stepdad. She's adopted the Midoriya trait of tears. Stepdad. One day Hitoshi will also cry. Whine aunt. We just gotta make him a Midoriya single mother. He'll do it in his own time guys. Single mother. We should be focusing on you guys. Tell the others. This house is AF Nightmare Snack. Guess who gets TOB classmates with Izuku now? Beaches. Vampy Beach. We passed. Skin Stealer. That's amazing guys. Spider Tape Man. Let's FTO Ultra Strawberry Dreams. Senpai out here living my dream. Ultra Strawberry Dreams. Getting to be in a class with only 2 other women. Robin Hood. One of them is my sister. Himari is like my sister. I have a boyfriend. Ultra Strawberry Dreams. Live in the dream. Electric Boogaloo. I.e. good job HUS. WO0 Ultra. Yay Electric Boogaloo. We love it show. Go girl give us nothing. 0 Ultra. You're welcome Baku bitch. Bot F in time losers. Ultra Red. Guys 000, this means we all have to get into 1A when it's our turn. Possum. To make Eraser's life a living hell. Spider Tape Man. Hitoshi would never go for that. That's his hero right there. Electric Boogaloo. I thought his hero was Izuku. Did that change? Skin Stealer. Hide your skin. Robin Hood. I am your hero. Possum. Just so y'all know, he's crying violently right now. Skin Stealer. I'm leaving the country. No one will ever hear from me again. I am going to decompose. I can't do this. Robin Hood. Hitoshi, I'm your hero. Skin Stealer. Tell mom and other mother they were great. I'll be leaving and never coming back. Zero Ultra. Mom and Mom too said they love you too but think you're overreacting. Skin Stealer. Overreact D's nuts. I'm going to KMS. Electric Boogaloo. Was this supposed to be a Sarat? Spider Tape Man. I think only Senpai didn't know Ameo Ultra Red. I thought we all agreed he was our hero when we got him the jacket. Possum. He can't text right now because of the tears but he's blabbering about loving you all so much and now I'm watching Pro Heroes. Hawks and Maruko laugh at him. Snek. Would it be weird if we added Pro Heroes to this chat? I feel like it would but I kinda want to / Possum. Let me ask IG Possum. They said we can but we also have to add them to the not adults chat. Snek. Deal. Possum has added Maruko and Hawks. Hawks has changed their name to Burb. Maruko has changed their name to Energizer Bunny. Energizer Bunny. Which one of you is the snake hair one? Snek. Me. I'm Suzuki Himari and I just got into 1A. Let's FO Energizer Bunny. Good job. You're my intern now. Snek. Burb. I don't think that's how it walkers. Baku bitch. Jesus FNG Christ how are you worse than Sparky? Electric Boogaloo. Hein Burb. Also who's who? I know Possum is Dead Body Guy and Robin Hood is Midoriya. Possum. I have a FING names. Skin Stealer. No you don't. Skin Stealer. Also hi I'm Shinso Hitoshi. I'm Izuku's little brother Vampy Beach. Izuku's sister Himiko. Zero Ultra. Dead Body Guys. Younger brother Shudo Himura. Spider Tape Man. Hanta Zero. He kidnapped us. Robin Hood. I haven't kidnapped anyone. Electric Boogaloo. Lies and slander. Denki Kaminari. Baku bitch. Bakugu Katsuki. Ultra Strawberry Dreams. Mina Ishido. Ultra Red. Kirishima Ijiro. Mina stop flirting with the heroes. Ultra Strawberry Dreams. No, love. Skin Stealer. Back to me. I will now be leaving the country. Never thought learning English would be helpful. Baku bitch. You're not leaving the F in country. Dumbass. Skin Stealer. I'm already halfway out the window. Beach. Zero Ultra. Mom too said she would use her quirk to pull all of the threads out of your shirt until you came back. Skin Stealer. I'm suddenly sitting in the living room like nothing happened. As soon as Izuku was awake he carefully got out of bed, trying not to disturb Dabi in the process, and went downstairs to get ready like it was any normal day. Except it wasn't because since they were officially on break before the beginning of the semester he had things to do. The thing he wanted to do while everyone else was asleep was talk to Mayumi. He knew that she was thinking about hiring more people again since the cafe was getting more popular. Apparently when 3 heroes limelight heroes show interest in a little cafe everyone wants to go there. So he was going to suggest hiring Rei. The woman still wanted a job and he figured the cafe would be a good idea. Then he was going to go back home and lock Himiko and Hitoshi in his room, maybe call over the others, but he couldn't decide yet. Inko had to go into work and Rei was going to watch the others while Izuku and Dabi finally went on their date. He was excited, but he was also nervous. While the group liked to make jokes about them already being married or doing the relationship backwards, he still wanted to do it right, to have a fun first date like normal couples did. Hey Midoriya. Mayumi waved before going back to the coffee she was making. Once she was done she handed it off before going around the counter and hugging Izuku. What brings you in today? Well, I know you were thinking about hiring more people since we're pretty busy now. Those hero friends of yours have done wonders for our business. Right, so I was thinking maybe we could hire Rei Himura. She's looking for a small job to mostly waste free time and not have to use Endeavor's money. Mayumi hummed a little. I don't see a problem with it. I have a few more candidates I want to go through and if you're willing I would love to have you sit in on them, after all. The manager should be there. Izuku gasped. I'm the manager now. Yep. I'm the owner and still make all the final decisions obviously. The team nodded along but there's no reason that when you work at nights or whenever that you shouldn't be in charge. I never bothered to give you a title before since it was only us, but you'll now be getting a title, maybe a little more responsibilities, and, drum roll please, he rolled his eyes and tapped his fingers on the counter. A raise. Really? Of course. And I saw this thing online on how to get better tips so you'll be helping me with that. Now go back home, tell your family the good news, and enjoy the rest of your day alright. I will. By Mayumi. When he got home he saw Rei, Shudo, and Himiko all awake, though he wasn't surprised Dabi and Hitoshi were still asleep. Hey guys. Shudo nodded to him before focusing on his breakfast. Welcome back, where did you ton off to? Hi Izzy. Well, I stopped by my work. I know you were looking for a small job and I was thinking you could work with me. Mayumi said she'd love to have you. Are you sure? I remember hearing it was pretty small. It is, but since Hawks and Miruko go there a lot and Uwabami visits, still we've gotten more popular. So we're making more than enough money to add some extra people, and it's still a small-time job, so I think you'd be perfect. I think it's a good idea, Mom. Rei smiled and ruffled Shudo's hair softly. Also, me and Himiko were interested in taking ballet classes. Yeah. We're gonna twirl the villains away. That's an amazing idea. Did you know there are studies that show doing ballet can actually really help with physical activities? Be careful though, I've seen some horror stories. Izuku shuddered a little while Himiko laughed. We got this. We'll be the most elegant butt kickers out there. You could join at Mina's studio. Hitoshi walked in rubbing his eyes. She said they had a few openings. Let's ask her, Shudo. Okay. Himiko ran out of the room, dragging the other behind her and up the stairs. So, Hitoshi leaned against the counter. Izuku? Toshi. Izuku mimicked him with a smile. Are you ready for your date? As soon as he was reminded of it, Izuku slammed his head against the counter. I'll take that as a no. What am I supposed to do? I know he said not to dress up, but I don't want to go on a date in sweats. Did you ask Suzuki? She keeps trying to make me wear heels. I don't trust that woman. Why don't I help? Rei offered. You've gotten me a home and a job. Helping you prepare for a date with my son is the least I can do. Rei, you don't dash. No, I insist. Come on. She carefully started tugging him towards the stairs. Hitoshi, make sure Dabi gets dressed nicely. I'll put him in a 3-piece banana suit. Izuku rolled his eyes while Rei chuckled. They both knew he wouldn't actually let Dabi suffer. When they got to his room, Rei was quick to wake Dabi up and shove him out. Mom, it's Dash. She slammed the door in his face with a smile, hearing the teen groan from the other side. Thanks, Rei. No problem, honey. Now let's see what you have. Dabi glared at the door a little longer before sighing and going downstairs. Hitoshi was laying across the couch while Himiko and Shout sat on the floor looking at videos on the computer. Are those ballerinas? We're taking ballet. Yeah. I want to add the shoes to my costume. They'll look so cute. Fair enough, you losers want to help me get ready for this date? Yes. Himiko shot up and tackled Dabi while Shudo just shrugged. I already told them I'm making you wear a 3-piece banana suit. That got Shudo to laugh. Wait. If you guys share a room, aren't all your clothes in there? Mom will probably pick an outfit for him and go into her room so we can take over in a minute. The group waited before they heard both doors close. Let's go. Once they closed the door, Dabi threw most of his clothes on the floor and stared at them. I feel like this isn't going to help. Shush, Shudo, you know nothing? I don't think any of us do, Hitoshi pointed out. Most of us haven't even had a crush, let alone an actual date. Maybe if you weren't a little beach you'd ask Blasty. I will dangle your corpse out the window for all to see. I have an idea. Himiko raised her hand. What if we Google it? I remember seeing a montage of a girl changing clothes when her friends were helping her for a date. I'm not taking chick flick logic. You got a better idea? Dabi glared at Hitoshi. That's what I thought. Himiko, pull up the chick flick. Izuku looked in the mirror with a smile. Instead of his usual joke or plain shirts, Rei had found a short-sleeved black button-up with a white shirt underneath. She had also grabbed blue high-waisted jeans. They had both worked to braid a section of his hair before putting it all into a short ponytail with a little bow. Look at you. Rei messed with his bangs before pulling out her phone. Let me take a picture to send to the others. They'll love it. Izuku blushed a little but let her take the picture. Now, do you feel ready? Nope. She laughed a little. You know, there was someone before NG and I didn't feel ready then either. She grabbed his hand with a smile. But I've seen the way my son looks at you, the things you've done for him. When I was with NG for so long I worried that maybe love didn't actually exist, but then I saw my kids again, I saw Mitsuki and Masaru, and now I get to see you and Dabi. I really hope you get that chance again, Rei. He hugged the woman, trying not to get tears on her. You deserve it. Thank you, honey. Now let's go downstairs and wait for the others, okay? The group had finally finished watching all of the random montages. They had settled on an outfit, black jeans with a black t-shirt and a dark maroon leather jacket. Should I put makeup on? Dabi poked at his face a little with a hum. Depends, I think eyeliner would look cool. I'll do the eyeliner, but I was wondering about covering up some of the scaring. The three teens paused. Dabi, are you serious? Himiko asked a little confused. I don't see why you should. Izuku thought you were hot when you were bleeding out. You wouldn't want me to cover up my scar if I was going on a date. There's no reason you should either. I hate that all of you have logic. Dabi sighed. Fine. Himiko, get the eyeliner. Ugh. Once she came back, Dabi carefully put some on his waterline, trying his best not to stab himself in the process. I think he's date ready. If those montages told us anything, as soon as he walks downstairs, Izzy will gasp and fall in love on the spot. Isn't he already in love or something? I still think they're secretly married. Dabi rolled his eyes. Everyone out. One of us has a date. They all tumbled out of the room before the three fell down the stairs. Good job, ID dash. Dabi cut himself off, seeing Izuku standing at the bottom and trying to help them up. He didn't look much different than normal, but something felt different. Idiots. You look good, Dabi. The white-haired teen nodded his head a little dumbly. I think Izzy broke him. Oh, for sure. Shut up. Dabi shoved them a little. And you look good too, Izuku. Thank you. All right, you too. Let me get a picture. Oh, hush, Dabi, let me have my fun. Izuku only chuckled and grabbed Dabi's hand, posing for the camera with a large smile. The others will love this. Dabi groaned and covered his face. Can we leave now? Izuku nodded, waving to the others before leaving. So where are we going? Izuku asked, still holding on to Dabi's hands. Well, the little sheets aren't completely useless. Izuku punched him in the arm for that, so they gave me some ideas. It's a surprise for you though. Ah, come on. I want to know. Nope, it's a secret. Izuku groaned before bumping shoulders with him. But while how's school and stuff going? You already know all of this? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Izuku rolled his eyes. Well, I've been making that plan with Nedzu. I at least get a week break before Aizawa-sensei wants me back at school to work more, and I'm sure he'll drag Himari and Himiko into training to get them started. He even talked about bringing in more heroes. The wild pussycats, right? I remember you geeking about them. I wasn't geeking, I'm excited. Exactly, about heroes because you're a hero nerd. Whatever, Dabi, but how's work? Well, some of the other kids I teach have been theorizing that I'm some retired pro who got into a major fight before taking up the job. I've tried to tell them that that's not what happened, but the others just encourage them, especially Shudo. Never thought he'd be a conspiracy theorist? I kinda see it. Sure you do. They finally made it to one of the food trucks. Let's get some food. I love this truck. Once they had finished their food, Dabi started leading him towards the forest, a very familiar forest. What are we doing here? Well, you like walking, it's peaceful, and Dabi rubbed the back of his neck. It kinda has a special place in my heart, you know. Because you were able to tell me who you were. Well, and I like to think it was the first time we actually saw each other. Dabi sat down at the same tree with Izuku next to him. After you told me everything, it felt like I knew who you were, an amazingly kind, appealing guy, who thought he was weak because life wasn't fair to you. The teen was blushing now, but he still grabbed Dabi's jaw. And I saw someone who had been through so much and was still willing to help his family. You still helped me. Dabi smiled into Izuku's palm. You're the amazing one, Dabi. And you're the one who's going to be the greatest hero ever. Izuku smiled. I wouldn't go that far. I would. The two stared at each other, seeming to get lost in each other before Dabi whispered, Is it okay if I kiss you? Please. The two got closer, Izuku keeping a hold of Dabi's hair and jaw while Dabi rested his hands on Izuku's side. Finally leaning in, they closed their eyes before their lips touched. It didn't feel so much like fireworks as it did a campfire, the soft heat keeping them warm while they basked in each other for a moment longer before leaning away. Izuku couldn't help the small sigh that left him as they parted, leaning into the heat before realizing there was definitely something close to burning. Dabi. Izuku looked down at the other's hands and started laughing as he realized Dabi's palms had heated up. I am so sorry. No, it's okay. Izuku kept laughing. He took a deep breath before leaning against Dabi, making sure the other hadn't let him go. It's kinda cute that us kissing makes your quirk act up. Cute until I set you on fire. Izuku knew he was trying to joke, but he only smiled. You'd never burn me. I have. But you wouldn't now. No. I wouldn't. The two stayed laying there under the tree, kissing every few minutes until it started to get dark out. We should probably head back before they think we died or something. We're the couple that dies in the horror movie. Really? I thought we'd be the killers, like Billy and Stu from Scream. Oh yeah. And which would you be? Billy, obviously. I make all the plans and you just do as I say. Izuku smirked as Dabi gawked at him. Is that so? The older grabbed him and lifted him into the air, spinning him around a bit. I'm just your loyal little follower then. Dabi put me down. Parental guidance Rei, Izuku and Dabi Inko. Yeah, look at my baby and his boy. Fuyumi, my brother looks so cute. Look at how he's looking at Izuku. Mitsuki, yeah, look at them go Masaru. I hope they had a fun time. Fuyumi, I'm sending this to the other chat too. They have to siege. Not adults, actual adults. Look what MOM sent me. Izuku and Dabi family doctor. Ao, my brother cleans up. Gay cousin, I helped Dabi with the outfit. Wine aunt. Look at Tao boys, they look hot. Pet rabbit. Deawam, the boys clean up. Pet rabbit at pet bird. Come look at this pet bird. That's my intern right there. Let's go get your man's single mother. Jerkfurk guys, we are also in this chats. I mean thank you but? Stepdad. He looks hot right. Single mother. Wine aunt. Dabi out here getting smooth. Gay cousin, did you kiss? I need to no single mother. Dabi's quirk acts up. Wine aunt. My F god. Gay. So gay. You're in his bed. Family doctor. Dim and Dabi get it. Actual adult. Wear protection. Stepdad, we only kissed Fuyumi. Holy sheet. Wine aunt, in her defense you literally sleep together and have like 7 kids. Gay cousin, I'm one of them. Pet rabbit, y'all did do it backwards like WTF. Wine aunt, that's what I am saying. Stepdad, I hate this FNG chat. Dabi opened his eyes slowly. Normally he woke up to Izuku moving or his alarm going off, but for once it was Dabi who was awake first and he kind of liked it. It wasn't often that he got to see Izuku just lay there, relaxing under the warmth and sleeping peacefully. Shifting a little, he reached around before finding his phone and checking the time. It wouldn't be long before Izuku was waking up then. He moved them around so he could see Izuku's face and carefully began caressing his cheek until he woke up. When green eyes met his, he smiled. Hey bunny. The teen blushed a little but smiled back. Bunny. That jacket you always wear. Izuku laughed a little. Did we ever tell you where I got it? Don't think so. Well, when I was waiting for my results for the entrance exam, the others were so certain I'd get in they asked Kirishima's moms, Haku and Sakura, to help them get me a present. Apparently they wanted the squad big brother to be official. Sounds like the sappy stuff they do. Izuku chuckled before kissing Dabi's forehead. I gotta get ready for work. And so do you, the older groaned, pretending to flop around without letting Izuku go. Dabi. The other was finally able to break free, still laughing as Dabi glared at him. Come on, we'll see each other later. I know, I just hate working. Izuku rolled his eyes and finally got up, quickly changing into jeans and a button-up, grabbing his jacket and throwing it over his shoulder. Get dressed and I'll have breakfast ready. You're the best. Are you excited? Izuku asked as he and Rei walked to the cafe. I bet Mayumi will love you. I hope so. I think it will be fun for us to work together. While Rei might show a little more emotion than Shudo, she was still rather calm and subdued. He hoped the job might help her come out of her shell more. She'll conduct the normal interview while I set everything up. She knows I'd be a little too biased. Rei nodded along. Because you're dating my son. The teen blushed a little but waved his arms. And not like that. More of. Well, she's heard me talk about everyone. Apparently I made Kaken sound too nice and she wasn't ready when he stopped in one day. The woman frowned a little. Bakugu is a lovely young man. That's what I said. The two laughed as they entered the store. Miss Himura. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mayumi shook her hand with a large smile. Let's get started, shall we? No need to waste time. Of course, Mayumi led her to one of the booths while Izuku began setting everything up. Thank you for letting me have this interview. Oh please, no thanks needed. Mayumi just waved her hand a bit, looking over her papers. All right, name, age, any education you might have, and quirk? Himari Rei, I'm 42, I have my high school degree, and my quirk is called Frost. Oh, haven't seen many ice quirks lately. She wrote it all down before humming, and why do you want to work here? Well, after a few personal matters I found myself a little bored at home. I felt a little bad just sitting around while others did so many things, so I planned to look for a job, but then Izuku suggested I try here and it seemed like a good idea. Another honest person. We need those. Mayumi looked a few things over before smiling. Well, Himri, when do you want to start? Oh, the woman was a little surprised. Whenever, though I would like to work mornings if that's possible. Yeah, no problem, you'll work with me mostly then, though I'm sure you'll be stuck with Midoriya every now and again, the woman teased, getting eye roll from Izuku. But let's have you come in tomorrow morning to get started. Thanks you, Mayumi. Rei bowed before turning to Izuku. Have a good day, honey. Thanks, Rei. Be safe. Once she left, Izuku ran over to Mayumi and gave her a hug. I'm so glad. I can't wait to work with Rei. Yeah. The woman patted Izuku's head before fixing her braided hair. But don't forget, we're hiring more than just her. You're helping me with more interviews today, Mr. Manager. Hey. He clapped a little. Can I have a clipboard to look intimidating? Do you even have to ask? Uraraka was nervous. She had never tried for a job before. Sure, she had helped her parents, but they didn't want her to work, but she wanted to work and she could do it now. The cafe wouldn't pay her enough to move out or anything, but it would give her enough that she wouldn't have to take money from her parents. She looked down at her clothes. When she called, the woman hadn't mentioned a dress code, so she had thrown on her white shoes with a white pleated skirt and a pink blouse. Casual enough but still professional. She would kill this. Walking in the cafe felt just as nice as it had sounded. The Sunflower Cafe was a fantastic name for this place with all its soft colors and warm feelings. Looking around, she spotted another teenager behind the counter making a drink. He had dark green hair pulled into a small ponytail with his bangs still hanging out. There were freckles splattered all over his cheeks that seemed to also scatter across his neck and arms. He wore a simple black button-up tucked into dark jeans. She felt like this guy definitely also fit the Sunflower Cafe name. Hi there. He waved her over. My name's Midoriya Izuku. You can call me Izuku. I'm the manager. Is there anything I can get you to drink or eat? I'm actually here for an interview. The older only smiled. I know Uraraka Ochako, right? She nodded a little surprised. Mayumi, the owner, is finishing some stuff up right now, so she'll be a minute. And don't worry about paying, it's on the house. Do you have strawberry milk and mochi? You're in luck. We do. Why don't you take one of the booths and I'll meet you over there? She nodded again and sat down nearby, waiting for the other teen to join her. After a moment, he came over with 3 drinks and the promised mochi. Thank you so much. No problem. He sat down across from her and took a few sips of his drink. While we wait, why don't you tell me a bit about yourself? You're in your last year of middle school, right? Any idea where you want to go next? Please. I actually want to be a hero. I'm planning on applying to UA. She whispered the last part a little. A lot of people from her school would make fun of her for wanting to be a hero even though her family was poor, but she was willing to work. Really? Not this guy though, he somehow looked more excited than her. What's your quirk? Are you shooting for 1A? My quirk is called zero gravity. Anything I touch with all 5 fingers becomes weightless, and yeah, I really hope I get in. Izuku was practically vibrating. That's amazing. I would love to ask more questions about your quirk sometime. Do you plan on being a rescue hero? You should totally go for a space theme. I want to. 13 is one of my favorite heroes. I love them too. Did you see their latest rescue? I couldn't stop watching it. Uraraka paused for a moment. Oh, if you don't mind me asking, are you in high school? Hey, yes I am. I go to UA, class 1A actually. She gasped. Really? What's it like? It's pretty awesome actually. My sister and friend were able to transfer, so it's not just me anymore. My teacher has a habit of expelling a lot of people. Apparently I was good enough to stay. That's amazing. Uraraka clapped her hands together with a smile. What's your quirk? Oh, Izuku rubbed his neck a little. Sometimes he forgot not everyone knew. Most the time he didn't have to tell people because they didn't know him. The last person he told was probably Dabi's siblings. Quirkless actually. The girl stared at him for a long moment and Izuku feared for the worst before she gasped. Really? So you must be like a good fighter, right? The older paused for a moment before smiling. I've trained since I was younger, so I like to think so. Do you know any good cheap places to train? I've been wanting to train for a while, but my family isn't exactly well off. I know the perfect place. I see you two are getting along well. They both turned to see Mayumi holding a clipboard and smirking. Nice to meet you, Uraraka. The two shook hands while Izuku moved over to let the woman sit down. Nice to meet you too. Thank you so much for letting my interview. Most people didn't want me because of my age. Mayumi only waved her hand. Oh please, I've had this guy since he started high school. As long as you're okay with the hours, then I don't care. She looked down at the clipboard. Speaking of which, are you okay with working later hours? Mostly after school stuff and maybe a night shift, but you won't be working alone. That's actually perfect for me. Good, when can you start? Uraraka looked between the two confused. Don't you have to ask me more questions? I heard most of what you and Midoriya were talking about, and those were most of my questions. Plus we have a lot of teens coming in. She nudged Izuku a little, who rolled his eyes. So you'll definitely be a favorite, I'm sure. You'll mostly work with Midoriya, who does most of the night shifts since we stay open for some underground heroes. I can start tomorrow. Is that okay? That's perfect, we'll see you tomorrow. Once they finished with interviews, Izuku was happy. They had said no to people since a lot of them just wanted the chance to meet a pro, which wasn't a problem, but it was also clear they weren't actually interested in working, especially when some of the older interviewees learned Izuku would be telling them what to do most of the time. So they settled for only having Rei and Uraraka. Izuku sat at the kitchen counter, messing with his gas mask, when Denki and Katsuki walked in, both looking like they'd rather be anywhere else. Are you two okay? Izuku asked hesitantly, taking his headphones off. He didn't doubt they were friends, but the two of them were hardly ever just the two of them. Usually one of the others would be with them, so seeing only the two blondes together put him a little on edge. So like, you've been building your own stuff for a while, right? Denki asked, looking nervous. Yes. Aizawa-sensei and Powerloader-sensei also plan on having me as a licensed support tech by the end of the year. Cool, cool. So like, Katsuki rolled his eyes and nudged the other blonde before speaking. We want to build our own sheet for our costumes, and you're the only one in this Fed-up family who knows how to do sheet. Really? I mean, I expected Denki, but Kaken. Wait, you expected me? Denki sounded shocked. I mean, I'm not exactly the smartest, so dash. Denki, that's not what I'm talking about. He patted the other on the shoulder. I mean, you seem to have an interest for it. You listened when I ranted about the new soles for my shoes. Because they're awesome. See? Izuku only smirked. Kaken, though, was not expecting that. I want to be the best, so I need to make sure I have the best. That means either you make them or I make them. You think I'm the best? Katsuki only rolled his eyes, but the teen was blushing as he tried to ignore Izuku. Okay, it's kinda hard to teach this stuff, but I'll do my best. Why don't you guys come up with ideas or drawings for what you want? Then we'll go from there. Awesome. Denki cheered. I've been wanting to add something to my costume. Since you used charged bullets, maybe I could do something like that. I definitely want to stick to hit people with. I'm gonna make the coolest FING gauntlets. More like second coolest. Have you seen Izuku's? No sheet I have. But mine will be giant FANG bombs. Loser, not whatever White Knight sheet he has going on. Katsuki waved his hand dismissively. It's not White Knight, Kaken, it's just the form I liked best. It was either metal looking or it would look like someone just took the shape tool on MS Paint and went crazy. White Knight. Screw Kaken, I think they're cool, Izuku. Thank you, Denki. Katsuki groaned and slammed his head on the counter. Okay, go grab some of the drawing papers from my room. Can we use your sketchbook? You touch my sketchbook and they'll never stop finding you. The electric user lifted his hands before backing away slowly, going to look for the papers while Katsuki grabbed different pens and pencils. Now with some of this stuff we can just make it home, but I can probably get it cleared and work on them at school if you guys want. Work on mine. Denki jumped up and down, almost dropping the papers. F that, you can work on my sheet when you're FING licensed and we're all at UA. Of course, Kaken. Sunflower fam Uraraka. I know this is for work, but I don't have Izuku's number and I wanted to make sure I had the right place. Mayumi, don't sweat it, girl. Y'all can use this however you want. Talk sheet. IDC Midoriya, Yeah, Mao Mayumi's pretty chill. It was just us before, so this is a nice change of pace. Midoriya, but you're at Garden Variety Gym, right? Uraraka, yes. Thank you so much. Himura, ask for Dabi, that's my son, he's a teacher there. Uraraka, thank you Miss Himura. Himura, just Ray works honey, good luck and have fun. Uraraka looked up at the sign and took a breath before walking in. She could hear people working out on one side while the other sounded like people fighting or running. She had to admit the place had a weird name since the gym was anything but garden variety. Hi there, a woman with long black hair and slightly tanned skin walked up, a small smile on her lips. My name's Sakura, how can I help you? Hi, my name's Uraraka and I was wondering if, she had to think for a moment, she hadn't been to a gym like this before. I wanted to start training and one of my coworkers suggested I come here. Another one told me to ask for Dabi. They said he was a teacher here. The woman paused before smiling wide. Well, why don't we get you set up? I'm sure Dabi would love a new student. She began guiding Uraraka to one of the back offices, waving to a few other people on the sparring and running side. Uraraka quickly noticing that they were around her age. You know, most of his students are around your age. Really? Really, he's such a sweet young man. She sat at the desk and pulled out some papers. If you don't mind me asking, who are your coworkers? Oh, well, one of them, she told me to call her Ray. She said Dabi was her son, and the other, he told me to call him Izuku, said he trained here and it was cheap. It is. Midoriya is one of our longest students. He's been going here for a very long time. Before his mother was making more money, he would come here for classes, but we like to think our personality made him stay. The two laughed a little before Sakura handed the papers over. So this has our rates, classes, teachers, hours, everything. I will tell you Dabi tends to teach more quirk-based combat as well as the basics, so don't be scared to branch out as well. My wife, Haku, and I have also been teaching for a long time and have a few different styles under our belts. Wow. She read over all the classes. And you don't charge much? Of course not, just enough to keep the lights on and our life comfortable. We want all people to be able to exercise or train no matter their status. She slipped another paper across the desk. We also have something set up for those who can't afford our prices. It's a bit different, but if need be it can be helpful. Thank you so much. She smiled widely. With what Sunflower Cafe was paying and the rates of the gym, she would be able to pay for it easy and still have money left over. I'll have to come back, maybe when I get my first paycheck, but I would love to work out here. I will also let you know if you ever come just to hang out, then it's fine. Sakura nodded to the group outside the office. Our son and his friends hang out here all the time. Of course if they train they pay, but as long as they just lounge around then it's no problem. Uraraka looked out at the group. For a moment. Maybe, she wasn't sure if she wanted to. She never really got along with people at her school, some making fun of her for being poor, others for wanting to be a hero for the money. But there were some she was at least friendly with. Thank you so much, I'll be back. I look forward to it. Uraraka. Ray tied her hair up and dusted her apron off. She looked around the small cafe before taking a deep breath and joining Mayumi behind the counter. You look great, Himura. The woman complimented with a large smile. Cafe ready if you ask me. I'm glad. She looked around the counter and noted the different machines. So what should we do first? Look at you ready to work too. Alright, we'll start off simple and I'll show you the recipe book. Mayumi pulled out a binder. Now some people might ask for something not in this, which is fine. If that happens, feel free to ask them about it or look it up. Most of our costumers are pretty understanding, right? Mayumi handed her the binder. So I'll let you read through this during the rush, then once it calms down we can work on making more of our regular stuff. Thank you. No problem. Now get to studying. I'm so glad we get a small break. Nemuri stretched her arms above her head. Hisashi nodded along, looking at his phone. I know. All those papers. He paused with a smile, looking at a storefront. This is where Sho's kid works. We should stop in, I've heard it's good. Didn't Shoyuta say that Midoriya usually works nights? If he's not here it's fine. Besides I want some sugar and coffee. Before Hisashi could open the door though, Nemuri grabbed his arm with a gasp. I can't go in there. Why not? The hero gestured down to herself. Rather than her hero costume or his business look, she was in sweatpants and a crop top, with her hair up and a medical mask to help conceal her identity. You dress like this all the time. Yeah, but there isn't usually a appealing woman working the counter. She pointed through the window. Hisashi having to squint a little to see who she was talking about. It was a woman, likely a little older than them, with long white hair tied into a ponytail wearing a light blue shirt with jeans and an apron. The woman was smiling politely at a costumer as she handed them their drink. I mean, she is pretty dash. I'm telling Shoyuta you're cheating on him. Shut up, but she's at her job. Not to mention she's probably seen worse. Come on, you can flirt with her. The blonde dragged her in, ignoring her pitiful attempts to escape. Welcome to the Sunflower Cafe. What can I get started for you? The woman asked with a polite smile. There was another woman behind her with braided hair and dark skin nodded along, like she was encouraging the other woman. Hi. I'll have a large black coffee with some room left for creamer and sugar. The woman nodded and began writing down the order. And one of those strawberry cakes? Of course. Are you two paying together? Nah, she's on her own. Namuri glared at him as he fished his wallet out and paid. Once he walked away, she stepped up. Hi. The woman smiled again. I'll get one of those berry smoothies, also a large, and a chocolate muffin. Good choices. Those are some of my favorites. Then you must have amazing taste. Namuri immediately slapped a hand over her mouth while Hisashi laughed at her. I'm so sorry. You're at work. I should not be flirting with you. The woman only chuckled. It's quite all right, miss, especially from someone as appealing as yourself. The hero couldn't help but blush, though knowing the woman didn't mind a little flirting, she was all for it now. Well, if I'm appealing, then you're like a goddess. She leaned over the counter. Do I get to know the name of such a goddess? Rei Himura, but please call me Rei. She handed the muffin and drink to Namuri. Do I get to know your name then? Namuri Kayama. Just Namuri works, but only for you. Rei giggled. Well, thank you, Namuri. It was fun talking to you. I hope to see you again. You too. I don't think I'll be able to live without seeing your face or hearing your voice again. Namuri paid and joined Hisashi, who looked like he was choking. Holy shit, Nem. That was so cheesy and stupid. Shut up. It got the pretty lady to laugh. What are you working on? Hitoshi draped himself along Izuku's back, looking over his shoulder at the papers on the table. Are you taking over the school? What? No. He turned a bit to look at his brother with a frown. Why would I take over the school? I don't know, just seems like something you'd want to do. Izuku rolled his eyes before going back to the papers. No, Hitoshi, I'm not taking over the school. Boring. What are you doing then? Well, I noticed that most of the classes are pretty closed off. You don't really interact with any other classes than your own, which seems like a bad idea considering we'll all be going into the same field and it would be better to build connections now rather than later, not to mention a lot of the rivalry that goes on could cause problem later, like how some of the general students don't like the hero course. Hell, how Class A and Class B have some rivalry going on even though we should be working together to make everyone a better hero in the long run. So, you are taking over the school? No. Izuku groaned, but Hitoshi only smirked. I want to create ways the different classes can interact. Being the only student for a whole semester gave me a very different experience, and having classes with Power Loader next semester changes things. I work in the support room a lot, but I don't even know most of their names. Oh, you're gonna be the avatar then? Izuku stared at him for a moment before sighing. Yes, Hitoshi, I want to be the avatar. Cool, so what's your plan so far? The older perked up at that, grabbing a bunch of papers and handing them to Hitoshi. My idea for the general studies classes was to see what they really wanted to do. Some of them want to be heroes, some wanted into the support course, business, whatever they originally wanted. They should take classes after school or during a free PRD to get better at those things so they have a chance to become those things. Maybe have some of the people in those classes help them or work with them. He went through a few more papers. Surprisingly, support and business are the easiest ones. Just give them the chance to talk to and question the hero course. If they know who they work with or see someone they want to work with, then it gives them the chance to get their feet wet. Let business create a PR team for a random student and see what their plans would be. Let support work with different or more diverse quirks. Let them blow things up and try to replicate existing items for the courses. Izuku was practically bouncing as he listed off the ideas. You're really passionate about this? Of course I am. I might want to be an underground hero, but I want others to be the best heroes out there. I want people to have the chance to grow and become better. He turned back to Hitoshi and grabbed his shoulders. I want this school to be a place for you and our friends to grow and become the best heroes possible. Jesus Izuku, you're gonna make me cry. Don't cry. He picked his brother up into a hug. I just want what's best for you guys. You all mean so much to me. Not helping with the crying problem. No adults allowed. Cat keeper. Hey Google, how do I change my last name? Hermit the Frog. You don't like Midoriya. Cat. His last name isn't Midoriya dipshit bubblegum beach. Wait, why not? Cat keeper. I just never changed it. IG milk. Why do you want to change it now? Unless you're getting married and you want it to be a secret like my brother and Izuku. Hermit the Frog. Should I love OU but they aren't Amris. I called dibs on Flower Girl Strawberry. I think it's manly to want to change your name. You want to change it to Midoriya, right? Cat keeper. Yeah, my brother just went on a long rant about how he wants to change the school to make it better for us and how we're really important to him, so I did the only Midoriya thing ever and almost cried. Hollywood. Dude, this entire time I thought you kept your last name for like your old parents or something. Cat keeper. No, they were FNG garbage. Mom is the best and I love her and my siblings. Cat. Do you actually want to change your name or do you think you have to just because your 8 holes were shitty and the vampire changed her name? Cat keeper. I want to, I just don't know when or how. Strawberry. I can help. Laughing face. Strawberry. Mama changed her name after Mary Mom and I remember most of it. Hermit the Frog. Dude, you should totally do it after getting into one. That'd be cool. Hollywood. You would do it. Milk. It could be like a little reward. Fuyumi says you need those after doing a task. Bubblegum Beach. A little treat for a little guy. Cat keeper. Cool, so I just have to get all the paperwork done and then somehow get into 1A to make my family proud so I can actually be worthy of it. Hollywood. That is not what any of us meant and you know it. Cat keeper. Fully aware but traumatized. Orphan-brained, thinks it is. Hermit the Frog. Traumatized or pan-brain at it again. Uraraka walked into the cafe with a slight skip in her step, but who could blame her? She finally had a job, her co-workers seemed nice, and she could support herself now. Uraraka. Glad you made it. Izuku greeted. The cafe was empty at the moment, but he seemed to be making something. If you go in the back there will be a small apron for you. Thanks. But what are you making? He nodded to the counter where some cupcakes were sitting. They were vanilla covered in dark blue frosting with white specks, making them look like a galaxy. Mayumi got a new idea and we're testing them out. I can show you some of this stuff, but you'll probably be mostly just making drinks. Cool. She grabbed her apron and tied it before joining Izuku behind the counter. Are they just vanilla? The cake is, the frosting is blueberry and the stars have some lemon in them. They're really good if you want to try one. He handed one to her with a smile, taking one for himself as well. Really? She looked at it before taking a bite. Whoa. This tastes amazing. That's good. I was hoping I got it right. He set a few in the display case. If we have some left over by the end of the night, feel free to take some home. Mayumi lets me take leftovers all the time. Are you sure it's okay? Of course it is. She doesn't want us going hungry and we make most of it ourselves. As long as we don't eat everything, it's fine. As long as you're sure, Izuku? I'm almost always sure. He grabbed a binder and handed it to her. Here's most of our drinks. Some people order different stuff though, so don't be scared to ask or look it up. We have a few regulars who you'll meet. A few kids around our age actually come in. I help them with homework sometimes, so if you ever need help, feel free to ask or work on it when we're slow. Wow, you guys seem pretty lenient. Well, it was just me and Mayumi for a while, so he shrugged a little. As long as we don't get a bunch of complaints, then we're fine. He waved his hand a little. Most the time Mayumi ignored the complaints anyway. They never seemed to affect business. Okay, I guess I'll read this over then. Yep. Then we'll work together to make orders until you feel a little more comfortable to be on your own. Midoriya Himura, household dog. How was your first day? Penguin. It was rather interesting. I think I missed working. Dove. That's great, Mom. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Rabbit. She did so good. Mayumi was talking about her still when I showed up. Rabbit. She also said someone flirted with you. Penguin. Huh, yes. A very nice woman. Feral cat. Name Penguin. Dobby normal cat. Was she pretty? Bat. What did she tip? Get the bag first and foremost. Panda. Himiko out here asking the important questions. Penguin. She tipped very nicely as well as her friend, but it's not about money. Himiko vet. That's great. Ray. Do you think she'll come back? Penguin, I hope so Dove, stay safe Mom, I hope she is nice and treats you right. Feral Cat, if not I will find this woman Rabbit. Dobby Penguin, Dobby Feral Cat, I will find this woman and tell her how sad you are. Penguin, better dog. AAO Dobby gets scolded by your boyfriend and Mom Feral Cat. At least I have a boyfriend loser, your butt is all by yourself Panda. AAO get his butt Feral Cat. Your FNG next Panda. Wait no, Class 1A Aizawa Shoyuta has added Midoriya Izuku, Midoriya Himiko, and Suzuki Himari. Aizawa Shoyuta has changed their name to Aizawa Sensei. Aizawa Sensei. Principal Nedzu suggested I do this since there's only 3 of you. I'll be muting this so you can all do what you want. Suzuki Himari has changed Aizawa Sensei to Eraser Dad. Suzuki Himari. Eraser Dad. I regret this already. Eraser Dad. Before I mute this, on Monday you'll all be coming to the school to do more training. For Midoriya and Suzuki it's to catch up, and for Problem Child it's to get you ready for the new schedule and classes. Midoriya Izuku, OH. I also wanted to talk to Principal Nedzu about an idea I had to help the classes. Eraser Dad. When you come in Monday you'll have time to talk to him. Then Midoriya Izuku, thank you Aizawa Sensei. Suzuki Himari has changed Midoriya Izuku to Problem Child. Problem Child. / Suzuki Himari. DDD Midoriya Himiko. Me next. Suzuki Himari changed Midoriya Himiko to adopted daughter. Suzuki Himari changed their name to stepdaughter. Adopted daughter. I am adopted. Stepdaughter. I'm so sorry you had to find out this way. Problem Child. We were going to tell you when you were older, we swear. Eraser Dad. Once again there is regret. Just make sure to show up Monday, and if you need me then at me. I can't believe this. Himiko jumped up and down while Suzuki and Izuku followed her. I'm actually going to UA to be a hero with my twin and new best friend. This is the greatest day of my life. She practically skipped around, ignoring the looks she got as they walked. Were we like that? Hurry, we didn't even know each other until like the 2nd week. The snake-haired girl only shrugged. Once they made it to the gates they could see Aizawa and Nedzu waiting for them. The 3 quickly rushed over with Izuku stopping in front of them. Sorry Sensei. Are we late? Right on time, the teacher ushered them into the gates. I'm going to assume you know the wild PP cats? The 3 nodded. Good, they'll be here tomorrow to officially start your training. Today Suzuki and Midoriya will be doing a few extra tests and looking over their training plans while Problem Child talks to Nedzu and looks over his new schedule. Yes. Suzuki cheered while Himiko clapped. As soon as Aizawa led the other 2 away, Nedzu turned to Izuku. So my dear student, what is it you wish to talk about? Nedzu liked Izuku. He was an incredibly smart and kind child with a mindset that allowed him to grow more and more. Nedzu had no doubt in his mind that this human child would become an amazing hero. With the full written-out plans in front of him, a recording of how Izuku explained it, and the original notebooks and papers with other half-finished ideas, Nedzu knew he could get this done in a week and fully implemented by the time the 2nd semester rolled around. Oh yes, Izuku Midoriya was going to be an amazing hero, but first he was going to control the school. How'd the talk go? Suzuki asked as the 3 ran the track. They were on the endurance test, and with Izuku done, he had decided to join them on their tests. Good. Principal Nedzu said my ideas were good and he would do his best to implement them. Us 3 are going to be the test group though. I love being a test subject. Izuku laughed, shaking his head a little. Since I'm still under Hawk's agency and Miruko wants you under hers, we're both in a good position. He turned to Himiko. Getting you an internship won't happen for a while. I think when we do them again you'll likely be with the teachers to get extra training, maybe with a volunteer hero. I want to work with someone underground. The other 2 looked surprised. With everything you've all shown me about heroes, I think it's the best idea. Plus Aizawa Sensei seems really cool. Huh, yeah that makes sense. Suzuki gasped. Wait. But then it's you 2 as underground and me alone in the limelight. I can't handle that. Well, actually, both girls looked at him. There's this thing called a Twilight hero. It's someone who works underground and limelight, kind of a jack of all trades. He began moving his hands as he explained, I'm working on getting my support hero license. I want to be the person my friends and family can lean on when they need something. Then with my hero license I could go for both. I mean, I wanted to be a hero to save people with a smile, To be the light at the end of the tunnel, and if I'm an underground hero I can do that. But what about the kids with weaks or villain quirks? What about the next quirkless kid? I want to be a known hero so the next kid that feels worthless or like they aren't enough knows that someone else with the same problems was able to become a hero, become something great. I want to be that symbol of hope for people. Oh my God, Izuku. Suzuki quickly hugged the boy before going back to running. You are amazing. I'm so serious. Izzy, you're the best. And you'll be the best symbol of hope the world's ever seen. The teen blushed under their compliments but thanked them nonetheless. Midnight lost music privileges. Rat King. Good morning, teachers. I would like to inform you all, at the end of the week we will be having a mandatory meeting. It will involve changing some of the ways we do things. Proud father. Kid gave you his plans, did he? Rat King. You knew and didn't tell me. Proud father. He mumbles all the time. I knew when he first made the plan with Hawk's Cupcake. Show lives up to his name. Cockatiel changed Proud Father's name to Proud Father of 3 Cockatiel. Did you know in the kids' chat they have him as Eraser Dad? Proud Father of 3, unrelated, but Zashi won't be showing up to work for the foreseeable future. Rat King. If you kill him I will take your children away. Proud Father of 3, once again unrelated, but Zashi is perfectly fine. America R. He's been domesticated. Oh God, space. I think it's really nice. I love teaching them Cupcake. Same. Proud Father of 3. None of you have met the third one. Cockatiel. It's Green, Midoriya's sister. How could we not love her? Proud Father of 3. She has an affinity for BLD and knives. Bilbank. BLD, you say. Proud Father of 3. Back off, Cupcake. Hizashi, how does it feel to have children you've never met? Cockatiel. Very sad. Proud Father of 3. Only my kids. America R. I've never seen Eraser act like this. Someone please hold me. Toph. I will hold you. Snipe. America R. Thanks. Cementos space. If no one got me I know Cementos got me. Class 1A Eraser Dad. I'm putting this here, but Midoriya's, while I can get away with calling one of you Problem Child and the other Midoriya, the other teachers and staff cannot. What preference for names do you have? Problem Child. If it's okay with the staff they can call me Izuku, smiley face. If not then any nickname works. Adopted daughter. They can all call me Himiko. Or Himi. Or Coco. Eraser Dad. Alright, most of them have agreed to use first names if you're both there. Also Himiko, don't forget to fill out your paperwork. Still need a hero name. Adopted daughter. Got it. Stepdaughter. Oh, can we help pick one? Adopted daughter. 000 yes. How did you guys pick your names? Stepdaughter. I had a Greek mythology phase so Medusa was born. Problem Child. We made a list of ideas and kinda just threw stuff together until we got something I liked. Adopted daughter. Itchin. I want a vampire named Stepdaughter. Edward Cullen. Problem Child. No stepdaughter. Dracula. Adopted daughter. Not cute. Problem Child. Lilith. Stepdaughter. 2 demon. Adopted daughter. Vampy. Stepdaughter. Isn't that just what Bakugu calls you? Adopted daughter. Good point. Problem Child. Oh, what about Carmilla? It's a vampire lady and her story was written well before Dracula, but a lot of people still don't know it. Adopted daughter. You could call me Carmi for short. I love it. I am vampire lady. Eraser Dad. So Carmilla. Adopted daughter. Yes, Eraser Dad. I'll write it down. Adopted daughter. Thank you, father. Okay. So Denki, I was looking over you stuff. The blonde bounced excitedly as Izuku showed the redone drawing, and I was thinking of a few ideas. Let me have 'em. Izuku chuckled and ruffled his hair. Alright, so I think maybe something with a cord. You could do a Kayaketsu Shogue. Maybe replace the knife with something else if you want, but it'll give you longer range attacks without having to overexert yourself. I would like to not fry my brain. You and me both. He flipped to a different page and here are the gauntlets. I was thinking of having something that can absorb your extra electricity that you can let out without hurting yourself, similar to Kaken's idea. It could also house the cord idea if you wanted. That sounds awesome. I could use them like yours. Denki then stood up and started pretending to shoot things off with a whistle. What's he doing? Hitoshi asked, watching the blonde bounce around with a lifted eyebrow. I'm helping him come up with support item ideas and I'll show him how to make them. Do you want to join? Usually Kaken joins, but he followed Shuto and Himi to their ballet lessons. Yeah, I know where they are. He flopped onto the couch next to Izuku. Do I have to make them though? No, I can always make them. Cool, I'm too lazy to try and get my brain to work like any of yours. Oh come on Hitoshi. Denki jumped onto Hitoshi with a smile, the taller just glaring at him. We could be brain buddies together. No thanks, your brain scares me almost as much as Izuku's. Hey. He smacked his brother on the shoulder. If I'm going to make your support gear then you better be nice to me. Do I have to bribe you now? Absolutely. Can I bribe you with clearing the house so you and Dabi can be alone? Hitoshi. Suzuki, Midoriya, you two will be working with Ragdoll and Tiger to work more on your hand-to-hand. Suzuki, you have a quirk good for rescue and long range, so this will help you get used to fighting close range. Midoriya, your quirk is very situational. This will help you prepare for your fights. Both girls cheered, going to the other heroes to start training. Problem child, you'll be working with Pixie Bob. Do you know why? Her quirk allows her to manipulate the earth, and one of her special moves is creating rock monsters, so I'll be fighting them to see the improvement and how I would deal with larger, stronger opponents. Good, I don't want you using any support items or weapons for the first half. After lunch you'll be allowed to use all of them. Yes sir. That seems a little harsh, Eraser, Mandalay commented with a small smirk. If I didn't know any better I would think you're pushing him too hard. He wants to be pushed and he needs to be. Aizawa pulled out the teen's new schedule. He has a lot of plans and needs to be ready for anything. Right? Twilight hero with a support license. They both watched as the three teens started training, both the girls doing mostly hand-to-hand against the heroes while Izuku was dodging monsters. If you aren't careful other heroes might try to steal him from you. I already have to deal with Hawks and Miruko. I'm not dealing with your group too? That was so hard. Suzuki slammed her head against the table. I knew Tiger's quirk, but I didn't think she could actually bend that way. I really liked fighting Ragdoll. She kept me on my toes and I got to use my ballet lessons. Himiko immediately dug into her food with a large smile. What about you, Izzy? The other teen was covered in dirt with small bruises and cuts all over him, but he was eating just as quickly as Himiko. It was awesome. I've never seen Pixie Bob's quirk like that up close. They were really hard to beat without my support stuff, but I also thought they would be harder. Izuku, my man, once again you are insane. Suzuki lifted her head. First you hold up a building and now you're fighting monsters. I can't keep up. I have been training for a while. Izuku hummed to himself. I haven't been doing it recently though. Do you think I should pick it back up again? It would give you an excuse to see Dabi. The teen nudged his sister who only laughed harder before they went back to eating. Dabi scrolled on his phone slightly bored. With school on break the kids were doing more stuff around the city rather than at the gym. Not that he blamed them. If he didn't work there he would probably leave too. Dabi. He looked up to see Haku walking over with a girl around the kid's age. She had short brown hair and big eyes, looking slightly nervous in her workout clothes. This is Uraraka. She's gonna start training her with you. Sound good? Works for me. Haku nodded before leaving the two alone. Name's Dabi. He offered his hand, the girl shaking it with a small smile. So why do you want to train? Well, I plan on going to UA to be a hero. I like to think I'm good with my quirk, but I want to be able to defend myself. He smiled at her spirit. All right then. He got into an easy stance. Go ahead and try to hit me. What? It's all right. I just want to see where we're starting, kid. She nodded, trying to copy his stance before rushing forward. To him it was clear she hadn't actually been trained before. He didn't doubt that if it came down to it she would kick someone's butt, but at the moment it was all just raw strength and instincts. When she threw her hand forward, Dabi easily caught her wrist and pushed it off to the side, throwing off her balance, before grabbing her shoulder and pushing her down to one of the mats. Not bad. Uraraka glared at the ground a bit. You have the strength and energy for it, but you just need to training. He offered his hand, waiting for her to grab on before pulling her up. What's your quirk? Zero gravity. Anything I touch with all 5 fingers turns weightless. I'll have to talk to Haku and Sakura, but I think I have some ideas for your training. Do some parkour, maybe some simple stuff with the ribbons, stuff like that. Her eyes widened a little. You really think so? You think you can train me? Training you will be easy. He ruffled her hair a bit. Just like when he was with the others, you want to work hard, you'll work hard and see results. She smiled widely and cheered. I'll work the hardest you've ever seen. You three. All 3 teens stood in front of Aizawa and the PP cats. all of them covered in dirt, bruises, and bandages. What did we learn today? I need to work on my strength and speed. Himiko happily answered, looking to tigers specifically. Same with my strength. My snakes can handle a lot, but I can't rely on my quirk too much. Suzuki pet one of the snakes, the poor creature's looking tired. And I need to work on analyzing my situation quicker. All correct, we'll be working on those things tomorrow, but you three did good today, go home and get some rest. Oh. Suzuki jumped onto Izuku's back with a cheer while Himiko clapped. Hey! All three stopped. You're still on school grounds, celebrate when you get home and shower. Yes, sensei. With that the three ran off, going back inside to gather their things. Ah, come on, Eraser. Let the little kiddies have fun. I still have a reputation. He then turned back to the school midnight. Present Mike, stop hiding and recording me. We've been got. Scatter. The two didn't make it very far with Aizawa using his capture weapon and dragging them back. Hey babe, Dabi grabbed Izuku's hand and dragged him down to the bed, both of them sighing once they were laid down. How was it today? Exhausting, but I got to fight giant earth monsters. The older lifted a brow, training with the wild PP cats, but I beat them. Course you did. Izuku moved so he was laying on Dabi's chest, resting his arms under his chin. How was work though? I know the others went on a shopping trip. Not bad. Got a new girl though around their age, her name's Uraraka, has a pretty interesting quirk. Wait, she actually went. How'd she do? She's got a lot of raw strength, but how do you know her? I told you about my other coworker, right? She's working with me at night cause of school and stuff. Dabi hummed. So you told her to go to me? Well, I said she should train at the gym. The fire user laughed. Like you didn't know Ijiro's moms would send her to me. Izuku rolled his eyes. What can I say? I'm good with teens these days. Don't say that, it makes you sound like a grandpa. Well, back in my day Izuku grabbed one of the pillows and smacked him across the face. Hey. Dabi grabbed his own and hit him back, the two of them quickly getting into stances and trying to hit the other. Izuku was able to pin Dabi to the ground, rearing back to smack him with the pillow. What are you doing? They both looked over to see Shuto, Hitoshi, and Himiko standing in the doorway. Having a pillow fight? Why? Because Dabi acts like a grandpa. Shuto nodded while Hitoshi and Himiko both grabbed more pillows. Pillow fight. Hitoshi smacked Izuku while Himiko gave a pillow to Shuto before going after Dabi. This is unfair. All's fair in love and war. Is this a fight to the death? Shuto asked, dodging a hit from Hitoshi. It is now. Himiko yelped as Izuku tackled her to the ground. No man left behind. Dabi grabbed Izuku and lifted him off Himiko with a laugh. We're teaming up now. None of the teens noticed as their mothers stood in the doorway, subtly watching them all. I never thought I'd get to see them like this, Ray said with a dreamy smile, my two sons playing with their friends and family, knowing my other two children are safe in their own homes. Inko chuckled and rubbed the other woman's shoulder. I never thought I'd have such a full house. I wouldn't trade it for the world. Me neither. Long live the queen. Both looked up, seeing Himiko standing on the others while cackling. They shared a look before dissolving into their own laughter. Not adults, adults pet bird, im one lay pet rabbit. Kigo they're probably all asleep actual adult. I'm not. I have school prep, family doctor. I'm deaf not, college is hell single mother. Also awake, but for other reasons pet bird, Inomiya. Single mother, insomnia family doctor, wake Dabi up single mother, no. Actual adult, why would he wake up Dabi? Family doctor, ik thought it'd be funny pet rabbit. Do some workouts or some sheet that tires me out easy pet bird. I usually go flying pet bird, kick learn to fly single mother. I think I'll just go for a run LMAO single mother. I'll go to the cafe too and pick up food so at wine aunt and a gay cousin let me know if you want anything from the cafe. I'll head back before we need to leave for school Midoriya Himura family bat at rabbit where are you? Aizawa sensei is annoyed feral cat. He wasn't at the school either. Bat. Nope, we searched and Nedzu even looked through the camera's penguin. I haven't seen him at the cafe. Mayumi said he stopped by earlier but he should have gotten back by now vet. I'm asking my coworkers if they've seen him dog. He was talking in our other chat earlier normal cat. We haven't seen or heard from him either. Mina suggests we all go searching vet. As much as I want to find Izuku, we don't know what happened. It's best to stay put just in case. I want at least you and Hitoshi at home in case he comes back. Normal cat. The others are coming with Anjiker. Normal cat. It's Katsuki. I'm dragging their buttes home cause they're freaking the F out. Yai's mom said they'd tell us if he shows up and my parents are keeping an eye out. Vet. Thank you honey, make sure they're okay and we'll keep everyone updated. Normal cat. Yeah whatever, not adults. Adults. Pet rabbit. Still nothing. Actual adult. No, we've contacted Detective Tsukachi but there isn't much he can do since it hasn't been long. Pet rabbit. Of FNG course, me and Birdbrain are keeping our eyes out but nothing either. Actual adult. Thank you for the help Rumi. Pet rabbit. We'll find him guys. Aizawa stood off to the side with his arms crossed. Watching his other two students try to work right now was hell. It was obvious neither of them were paying attention, so filled with worry and panic to focus on what the PP cats were saying. With a sigh he pushed off the wall and put a hand on Mandalay's shoulder. She smiled sadly at the man and stepped back. Girls, both their eyes snapped to him. I know you're worried about problem child but there isn't anything we can do. But there is. Suzuki shouted, Aizawa-sensei, we're heroes in training and Izuku is missing. There has to be something. Himiko nodded next to her, looking closer to tears. Please Aizawa-sensei, I don't want to lose my brother. The teachers stared at them before sighing. Go change into your costumes. Yes Himiko, yours is done, now go. The two raced off into the building as Aizawa pulled his phone out. I still haven't heard anything. Eraser. I know. I'm taking the girls out to help. Look, we'll frame it as training. They need to feel like they helped. I'll call their parents to let them know. Alright, I'll send over a list of where we are and aren't searching. Aizawa thanked the detective before hanging up and looking over the map. We're ready. He turned back to see the girls both dressed up. Himiko's costume was similar to Izuku's though instead of it being black and white, hers was red and pink with ballet-style shoes and a light pink tutu skirt. Not to mention she didn't have his visor, gauntlets, or hat since she didn't have a need for them. Your costume is good Himiko. Thank you Aizawa-sensei. Now where are we starting the search? Teach. Izuku hummed as he walked down the street, scrolling through his news feed while making mental notes to add information to his notebooks. Watch it brat. The teen looked up and saw a man glaring down at a little girl. She wore a dirty hospital gown with bandages wrapped around her arms and legs. Her hair was just as ratty and dirty, and there were tears streaming down her face. She ran past the man and almost ran into Izuku, but he easily caught her, moving his to-go bag to his other hand and putting his phone away. Oh, are you okay? She was hyperventilating as Izuku crouched down in front of her. Hey, can you breathe for me? Take a nice deep breath. She started taking deeper breaths, slowly calming herself down. Good job. Can you tell me what's wrong? I need to run. I don't want to go back. Please don't make me go back. Oh, it's okay. He rubbed her back as she gripped onto him like a lifeline. Can you tell me what happened? Are you hurt? The little girl looked around. We need to hide. Otherwise he'll find us. Okay, he didn't see anyone suspicious, but he also didn't doubt her. I'll pick you up, okay? We can go to that park nearby and you can tell me what happened, okay? She nodded hesitantly but let him pick her up. My name's Izuku. Can you tell me yours? Eri. Well, you have a very pretty name, Eri. Now are you hurt? No, not anymore. Izuku looked to the bandages. There wasn't any visible BLD but he could see a few scars peeking out. That's good. Can you tell me who you were running from? Overhaul. He paused at the name, remembering when Mirio mentioned it, the blonde wanting Izuku's help on the case before night. I said no. Sounds scary. She nodded vigorously. Well, lucky for you, Eri, I'm training to be a hero, so it's my job to protect you from all the scary people. Ah, really? Yep, so we're going to go to the police station and talk to them, alright? I'll make sure he doesn't get a hold of you. Such empty promises. He felt Eri freeze against him before beginning to shake. Slowly Izuku turned around and smiled at the man now behind him. Hi there, and who might you be? The man was lanky with a large coat and a bird mask, like the designs Izuku had seen for plague doctors. I'm her father, now if you'll return her to me. He held a hand out, but Eri turned away from him, hiding her face in Izuku's shoulder and holding onto him tighter. Tilting his head, Izuku smiled. I'm sorry, but she doesn't seem to want to go with you. I'll just take her to the station, and if you are her father you can pick her up there. There's no need for all of this. The man took a step forward as Izuku took one backari. Come with me and nothing will happen, right? No one will be hurt. The teen felt her slowly let go, but he only put a hand on her back, dropping his bags and holding on to her. Eri, she looked to him with tears in her eyes. Don't go with him unless you want to. I meant what I said. She looked between them before hiding her face again. I don't want to go with him. He nodded and looked back to the man. Sorry sir, but she doesn't want to go with you. We'll be leaving now. Before they could turn away though, he reached into his jacket. I must insist you let her go. I would hate for something to happen. Izuku paused and stared at Overhaul. He looked the man over, but there was no way of telling what his quirk was, and Mirio had never mentioned it. He planted his feet and kept a tight grip on Eri, ready to run or dodge at any given moment. Not going to happen. Overhaul stared at them for a moment before whipping a gun out and firing. Only Izuku's training with snipes saved him from a deadly shot to the chest. Instead, the bullet embedded itself into his side. He barely took the time to gasp before he was turning on his heel and running. It was obvious the man was expecting Izuku to collapse, which meant he likely didn't know who Izuku was, and he planned to keep it that way. He could feel Eri start to cry, and he didn't blame her. If he wasn't running on adrenaline by now, he would likely be in a lot more pain. Hearing a few more shots go off, Izuku started running in different patterns and turning down random roads and allies. Silently hopping the noise would get a hero's attention or get someone to call the cops. Turning down another alley, he found a collection of boxes and a dumpster. Carefully setting Eri down, he started moving everything, pushing the dumpster out more before picking her up again. We're gonna hide behind here, okay? And we have to be really quiet. She nodded shakily, whipping her tears before curling closer to him as he moved boxes in front of them. I'm sorry. Izuku quietly shushed her. It's not your fault, you did nothing wrong. He looked down to his side and saw the trail of BLD on his shirt. He hoped the boxes and garbage made it harder to follow if there was a trail. Okay Eri, this might be a little scary, so keep your head right here. He put her face against his shoulder, and don't worry about what happens, okay? Oh, he was sure he lost Overhaul at one of the turns, but if he shot him with something other than a regular bullet, then they were in trouble. Lifting up his shirt, he groaned a little before biting down on the fabric and using his free hand to feel the bullet wound before plunging 2 fingers in. The pain was immediate and burning, making it hard to think as he searched for the bullet. Each second searching made more sweat and BLD drip down him, but finally his fingers hit metal. Breathing a sigh, he slowly gripped it before yanking it out, trying not to scream as the wound bled more. Hey Eri, it's okay. She hiccuped and looked down before quickly hiding her face again. Izuku was about to reach into his pocket to grab his phone when he heard footsteps. Where did you go? Garbage was kicked around them as the man walking into the alley, Izuku using his clean hand to cover Eri's mouth in case she made any noise. The girl looked to him terrified, but he only smiled, trying to keep her calm even when he was hurt. More shots rang out around them, Eri flinching with each sound, but she kept quiet like Izuku told her to. If you just come out Eri, I'll let him live. The teen only shook his head, not letting the girl go. I'll even cure him and you can keep him like a pet. How does that sound? It was silent for a long time until one more gunshot rang out. This time it did hit Izuku, tearing through his shoulder and landing in the wall behind them. Quickly moving, he bit down on his other hand to stop himself from screaming, trying to breath through it. After a while, Overhaul finally sighed and began leaving the alley. Eri's missing. Send everyone out to find her, kill her if need be. The two sat there for what felt like ages until they were sure he was gone. Izuku moved his hand away from her and felt his shoulder, feeling the exit wound and where it landed in the wall. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I should have Eri, you did nothing wrong, I promise. He took a deep breath before shifting around and grabbing his phone. I'm going to call someone, okay? Aizawa had been taking the girls around for almost an hour when his phone started ringing. For a moment he assumed it was the detective or Nedzu, but when he looked at the screen he almost fell off the roof they were on. Problem child, where are you? Both girls looked at him in shock, getting closer to try and hear the call. I think I'm in an alley not far from the Night Eye Agency. The teen's voice was shaky and strained, not to mention it sounded like someone else was with him crying. Izuku, what happened? What's wrong? Himiko gripped his arm, looking for some form of comfort as they listened. It's a little hard to explain. There was shuffling and what sounded like a whimper before the crying got louder. Hey, it's okay, Eri, I promise. I'm okay. It's okay. Who are you with? I have found this little girl. As she was running from this guy and I grabbed her and ran cause there was something off about him and then he fired a gun at me and it hit me in my side. Aizawa moved the phone away for a second and looked to Suzuki. Call the detective and tell him we know where Izuku is but we need an ambulance for a gunshot wound. She nodded seriously and pulled out her phone while Himiko hiccuped a little. I found a spot to hide and I dug the bullet out cause I don't know what was in it which actually hurt like a lot. I'm sorry. You did nothing wrong, Eri, I promise. None of this is your fault, okay? There was more shuffling before he heard shoes scrapping against the ground. While I was hiding he came into the alley, started shooting randomly and got my shoulder. It went straight through though. Okay. Aizawa looked to Suzuki again to tell him 2 gunshot wounds, one straight through on the shoulder and one in the side but the bullet was dug out. He has a little girl with him too but he didn't mention any injuries on her. See, can I talk to him? He handed the phone to Himiko with no hesitation. Keep him on the line and follow me. She nodded and began following after Aizawa. Hey Izzy. How are you feeling? Hey Himi, well I won't say okay but I'm safe. That's good, we're almost there I think. She paused to jump over an opening. Who'd you kidnap this time? There was a strained laugh before a deep breath. Do you want to say hi to my sister? Is she nice? Super nice, I promise. There was a little shuffling before the other voice became clearer. Hi there. My name's Himiko. I'm Izzy's sister. Who are you? She tried to make her voice more cheerful, but it was hard when she knew her brother hurt. Eri. Nice to meet you, Eri. Are you keeping my brother safe? You are Eri, keeping me super safe, okay? Alright, I'm keeping him safe. Well, thank you, Eri. Can you ask Izzy if he can get out onto the street? There was some shuffling before Himiko heard Suzuki shout. I see them. Alright, Eri, we see you guys. I'll hang up now, okay? Keep my brother safe. I'll try. Himiko took a deep breath before ending the call and following Aizawa and Suzuki down. Sheep man. We've got to stop seeing you like this. Himiko had to agree with her. Izuku stood in front of them with blood dripping down from his shoulder and side, not to mention his own hands having BLD on them, likely from either trying to stop the bleeding or digging the bullets out. The girl didn't seem hurt though, terrified more than anything, as she clung to Izuku tightly. We have police and an ambulance on the way, kid. Izuku nodded a little sluggishly. Are you okay? Dizzy. Just tired, honestly. I think the adrenaline finally wore off. Aizawa nodded and stepped closer, carefully feeling around the wounds as the 2 girls stood there, unsure what to do. Hey Eri, do you want to go with them for a moment? She stared at him, still having tears falling. It's okay if you want to stay. I don't want to leave you. You wouldn't be leaving me, I promise. They'll stand right here, okay? She hesitated before reaching towards Himiko, the blonde easily grabbing her and standing as close to Izuku as possible. While Aizawa did his best to mute the damage, the girls began trying to distract Eri and calm her down. I bet it was super scary, wasn't it? Suzuki asked, pushing some of Eri's hair out of her face. I didn't want him hurt. Himiko hugged the girl closer, offering some comfort. Wanna know a secret, Eri? The first time me and Izuku met he held up a building for me. Ah, really? Yep. And I was super scared because I didn't want to be hurt but I didn't want him to be hurt either. He got a little hurt but then he was all better, so we'll make sure he's all better now too, okay? So don't worry too much. Eri nodded, looking much better after the short story. Did you know me and Izuku are twins? What's a T-twin? Himiko had to think for a moment. Well, a twin is when 2 siblings have the same birthday and look alike. But you don't look alike? The blonde hesitated before reaching into one of her pockets and pulling out a small vial of BLD, taking a small sip and listening to Eri gasp. Now we do. The little girl looked amazed. It's my quirk. If I drink someone's BLD I can turn into them. Oh, I can turn my hair into snakes? Suzuki made part of her hair turn into a few snakes. You can pet them. They're super nice. She was still hesitant but slowly the girl began to pet one, giggling when its tongue liked her hand. Alright children. They all looked to Aizawa, who was helping support Izuku. The ambulance and detective are almost here. We'll ride with Izuku while the police try and find the person that did this. Make sure to let the others know what's happening. Yes, sir. Oh. You're so good at this, Miss Ray. Uraraka complimented the woman as she watched her make a latte. Oh please, just Ray is fine, Uraraka. I insist. Right? Ray chuckled at the girl's eagerness. Well, look at you two. You're practically naturals. They both smiled, but it was obvious Ray wasn't okay. Still nothing. No. She looked to the ground. They have the others looking, but nothing yet. I'm sure he just lost track of time. Uraraka tried to comfort her, but it did little for her mood. Maybe. Come on, let's not dwell too much. Why don't you two start that cupcake recipe while I watch the front? Mayumi offered, pushing them both towards where they kept their supplies. It'll let you relax, and if you hear anything you can leave right away, okay, Ray? Thank you, Mayumi. No problem at all. Kid's great and I'm worried too. Can't imagine what you feel like right now. The white-haired woman rubbed her arm. It's very stressful. Haven't felt like this since Dabi first went missing. Uraraka patted her back before steering her towards one of the mixing bowls. It's okay, Ray. We'll make the best cupcakes for when he gets back. Thank you, Uraraka. You're a sweetheart. As the two worked, Mayumi checked on them every few minutes to give them tips or make sure they hadn't missed anything, which Ray appreciated a lot. Excuse me. They both looked up to see two girls around Uraraka's age standing at the counter. We talked to Miss Mayumi and she said you knew about Izuku. Is he all right? Sorry, you are? Oh, I apologize. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu and this is Kyokajiro. Izuku usually helps us with our schoolwork. Yeah, I talk music with his brother sometimes and we knew he'd be out for his training, but she made it sound like something happened. Ray looked at the ground sadly while Uraraka patted her back again. No one's heard from him since this morning. Momo gasped while Jiro winced. That's terrible. Are you close with him? Yes, he's like a son to me and has helped my family in so many ways. I don't want anything to happen to him. She carefully wiped her eyes with her hands before Momo handed her a tissue. Thank you. Of course, I'm so sorry. I hope he's okay. I'm sure he's fine. The guy seems tough, Jiro said as she sat down on one of the stools. By the way, what's your name? Uraraka Ochako. The girls were quick to dissolve into different conversations, Jiro and Uraraka talking about their music preferences while Momo and Ray talked about fashion. They all lost track of time until Ray's phone started buzzing. Oh. She pulled it out of her apron and saw Inko. Any news? Oh my god, She quickly began taking her uniform off, getting the others' attention. He's here but Ichi's hurt and please can you bring the kids? I'll be right there, Inko. Take deep breaths, I'll be right there. She hung up and looked to Mayumi. They found him. I need to leave. Get out of here, we got it? Let us know what happened. Stay safe. The trip to the hospital had been a mostly quiet endeavor with all of the teens too anxious to talk. Even Katsuki had been silent. Ray had to admit she was proud of her son though. Throughout the trip he had comforted Hitoshi and Shudo while the original Baku squad all stuck together and whispered their own comforts. She offered her own silent support to the teens and the oldest with pats, smiles, and small nudges. When they made it to the hospital though all bets were off, all the teens immediately rushing in and asking questions faster than the poor staff could answer. Children. All of them jumped as Inko shouted, please stop bothering them. All of them quickly rushed over to Inko, giving her a giant group hug as she cried. What happened? Is he okay? Hitoshi himself looked close to tears. The only thing keeping him even semi-calm was Katsuki gripping his hand tightly. He's okay now. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily Aizawa and the girls found him after he called them. Wait, so what happened? Denki asked, looking much calmer than he had before. While on his way back he ran into a little girl and was helping her dash. Of course he was. She was running from a man and Izuku was protecting her and the man. The man shot him twice. What? She nodded but waved her hand a little. The damage wasn't too bad luckily. According to his doctor he was lucky he was trained since the first bullet could have killed him had he not dodged. Can we visit him? We can, but the little girl is still here. From what Aizawa was able to gather and tell me, it was likely a villain she was running from and she has no other family. Hitoshi threw his hands up with a sigh. Guy goes missing and picks up another sister. That got a few of the others to laugh, but it was obvious that Dabi was still anxious. Exactly, so when you go and be gentle, alright. She seems to scare easy and Izuku is on some very good drags right now. Dude. Hi senpai, we gotta see this. The teens all ran off, leaving Dabi, Rei, and Inko in the hallway. Rei looked to her son but he only shook his head. It's alright mom, go with them. She hesitated, giving him a hug before following the children. As soon as she was gone, Dabi's shoulders began to shake, his breathing coming out more rushed. Oh honey, Inko walked forward and pulled Dabi into a tight hug, letting the teen quietly cry into her shoulder. He's okay, he'll be okay, we'll make sure of it. Sorry, I just it's. Okay. She rubbed his back slowly as he began to calm down. I'm glad my son has someone like you to love and care for him. Oh God, now I'm crying more. Inko laughed and pulled away. Looks like you're ready for the Midoriya, name them. She gave him a wink before patting his shoulder. Now let's go check on our boy, okay? Alright. Everything felt a little hazy at the moment, his vision fading in and out as he laid on the hospital bed. He knew Eri was sitting on the bed next to him, curled into his side while Himiko and Suzuki entertained her. Kid. He hummed and turned towards Aizawa. Yep, you're drugged a lot. Nah, he heard snickering off to the side and turned to the girls with a glare, doubly laughing. And nothing, is he? Don't worry. Yeah man. He squinted at them and shifted around, pulling Eri a little closer, though she didn't seem to mind. Is he okay? He's alright, Aizawa assured, ruffling his student's hair, but since he was hurt they don't want him in pain, so they gave him something to make him feel better, just makes him tired and a little loopy. But he's okay. Don't worry, Eri, the doctors here are going to fix him right up. Fix him? At the little girl's fear, Izuku patted her head. Sure, just a little to make sure all the holes are closed. He tapped his stomach and shoulder. Only here? So they won't remake you? Nope. He smiled slightly dopey at her, just a few stitches. That seemed to calm her down, though she still held onto his arm tightly though. Okay. Plus we'll make sure no one does anything, Himiko added, we're his family so we'll protect him. Like he protected me. Exactly. She calmed down more, though it didn't last long as someone knocked on the door. Come in. As soon as the words left Aizawa's mouth he regretted it. The door practically fell open as 6 teens stumbled in with an older woman behind them, obviously trying not to laugh as most of them fell. It's okay, Eri, these are just our friends and siblings, Himiko assured, trying to get the little girl to relax. They're perfectly harmless, just really loud. You're loud. Cats, dude. She said to be quiet. Now you're yelling. Hitoshi rolled his eyes and went to his sister and brother, looking down at Eri. My name's Hitoshi, what's yours? Eri. He nodded before looking to Izuku. How high are you? The teen gasped and tried to cover Eri's ears, though he missed and ended up just holding her head. Hitoshi Midoriya. Who told you about drags? Oh wow, he's like really out of it. Himiko giggled before pulling out her phone. We recorded him ranting about how much he loves us. I'll send it to the chat later. I think he started crying halfway through. He also called Aizawa-sensei dad. The group looked to the teacher who only shrugged. Is this your little brother? Eri asked, pointing to Hitoshi. Izuku gasped again before reaching over and grabbing Hitoshi's arm, though it was awkward with Aizawa trying to make sure the teen didn't pull his stitches. Yes. My baby brother. Hitoshi grabbed his hand and crouched down. He's so small. Izuku got his hand out of his brother's grip and grabbed his face instead. He's so small and I just dash. Suddenly the teen burst into tears. Why is he so small? Izuku on the same height as you? Eri looked between them worriedly. Don't worry, he gets like this when he's really tired too. Probably just needs to sleep it off. That's what she said. Eri pointed to Himiko this time. Are you 2 siblings too? Yep. Hito and Katsuki found me and brought me to their house. Just like Izuku found you. Does that mean I get to live with you too? We hope so. Rei sat down in one of the open chairs. We would love to have you, Eri. Are you their mom? Little bit? The woman chuckled at Izuku's slurred words. I'm not their mother, but I do help take care of them. I'm Shudo and Dabi's mother. Shudo waved when he heard his name, though he seemed heavily engrossed in the argument still happening between the teens. So they have 2 moms? Pretty much. So, if Izuku takes care of me, does that make him my mom? That got the rest of them to pay attention. Yes. Mina nodded quickly. Izuku's your mom. You should call him that. Somewhere we can see so we can record his reaction. Shiro added. Aizawa sighed and rolled his eyes, laying a careful hand on Eri's shoulder. I'm sure problem child won't care what you call him as long as you're comfortable, so ignore the miscreants, okay? She nodded slowly. Good, we can try and explain family dynamics more to you later. I'm sure Nedzu will be more than happy to have another student. Who's Nedzu? Rat God lives in the vents. That got most of the group to double over laughing. Ignore the high nerd dash, Kaken. I would never do drags. He's in the FNG clouds. Nedzu's the principal of a school. She hummed before tilting her head at Katsuki Baku. I'm friends with the lunatics laughing right now. She seemed to mumble the words to herself before smiling at the blonde. How's he doing? The group turned to Dabi and Inko, seeming to finally collect themselves. He's not too bad, right? Dabi. The white-haired teen looked to the bed and smiled. Hi, I missed you. He let out a huff and dragged a chair over to the side of the bed. Missed you too. How are you feeling? I am so great right now. But also really tired and everything's fuzzy. That's because you're on drags, babe. Izuku gasped and smacked the other's shoulder out. What was that for? Why does everyone think I do drags? He looked to his mom, who was covering her mouth to stop herself from laughing. Mom, I promise I'm not doing drags. I know, honey. He nodded to himself before laying back down. Dabi rolled his eyes before smiling at Eri. I'm Dabi, you must be Eri. She smiled back. He keep you safe, huh? He did. He was really fast and smart. Sounds like him. Suzuki giggled and nudged the other. Shut up. Who are you to him? Dabi paused at the question. Those are his siblings and friends. She pointed to the teens. Those are his parents. She gestured to Aizawa, Rei, and Inko. So who are you? Oh well, I'm his boyfriend, plus Rei and Shudo are my family. What's a boyfriend? Do you know that parents are sometimes married? She nodded. Well, me and Izuku are like, except less. Suddenly she frowned, her lips wobbling a little. So you don't love him? What? He moved closer, ruffling her hair a little. No, of course I love him, we just aren't married. Suddenly Izuku's hand shot out and grabbed his arm. Yes. We should get married? The entire room froze, though Dabi could suddenly feel Aizawa burning holes into him. Hidetsum. Maybe later, Izuku. The teen nodded seriously. You're right, we can get married after I take a nap. I'm too tired to plan a wedding right now. Then Izuku was asleep, leaving Dabi to deal with the group. He looked to Aizawa, who was still glaring daggers. You can't kill me, it was his idea. I didn't say anything. That seemed to break some of the tension as most of the group started laughing. When you guys get married, can we be the flower girls? Kaminari gestured to himself, Shiro, and Mina, 'cause I feel like we get dibs on that. Not adults, adult stepdad. I'm sure someone told you guys, but we found him. He's okay now, but he was shot twice. Detective Tsukachi and Eraserhead are doing a full investigation while he recovers, plus we have another new kid pet bird. What hospital? Well, visit Wine. Aunt, I'll send the address and room over, but make sure to knock. The happily married couple is on their honeymoon. Stepdad, any preference on where I dump your body, or can I choose? Actual adult, I'm glad he's okay now. But what do you mean, Suzuki? Gay cousin, Izzy was really high and asked Dabi to marry him. XD family doctor. Did you say yes? Stepdad, no. We're both still teenagers and he's still in high school. Pet rabbit, that the only thing stopping you. Stepdad, shut. Wine aunt, actually Dabi said not right now. Stepdad, you no longer get to choose the burial ground. Pet bird, my intern's getting married. Pet bird, dead body guy, you better treat him right or else. Stepdad, you know my name. Feathers for brains. Stepdad, also off, I treat him amazingly. Wine aunt, I have proof. Family doctor, send it. Pet rabbit, send it. Wine aunt, parents and child. The photo showed Dabi laying against the headboard of the hospital bed with a sleeping Izuku snuggled into his chest and a sleeping Eri curled into their laps. Actual adult. I'm getting this framed. You didn't tell me I was an aunt. I'm crying. This is so cute. Family doctor, when did you get a daughter? Stepdad, It's the kid Izuku was saving. We're pretty sure a villain was keeping her in like a basement or some sheet, and when she escaped Izuku saved her, so she's living with us now. Gay cousin. She called Izzy her wine aunt. Also totally thought Aizawa-sensei was going to kill Dabi when Izuku said they should get married. Actual adult. I can't believe my little brother has a daughter. She's adorable. Looks exactly like you both. Stepdad. No. Family doctor. She kinda does, man. White wavy hair. Izuku has curly and you got spikes wavy, plus she's kinda pale like you. Stepdad. Okay, first of all, that is not how genetics works. Family doctor. I'm a doctor, you're not stepdad. You are a sports physical therapist. Stepdad. Plus, if anything, you make it sound like I had an affair or she's my child from another marriage if she looks so much like me. Wine aunt. Can't believe you cheated on Izuku with Katsuki. For the pros, he has red eyes and pale skin, she has red eyes. Pet bird. Thanks, you cheated on your lovely wife. Stepdad, shouldn't I be the wife? He's the one with a better job in the future. Family doctor. Woo, that's sexist. // Stepdad. My best example is Endhor. Gay cousin. Fair. Will allow the sexism. Actual adult. It's okay, Dabi, you can set the example for your daughter by being a stay-at-home dad while Izuku works. Stepdad. Okay, but if we got married, would he let me? Wine aunt. Gay. You're so gay. In front of the children. Family doctor. I can't believe my brother wants to be a trophy husband. Stepdad. 2,000 yen says Shudo wants to be a trophy husband too. Family doctor. I'm not betting against that. He'll marry the first person that fully listens to his theories. Without laughing, Dabi looked up from his phone as Izuku began shifting around, groaning slightly when he stretched his side. Careful, bunny. He put his phone down, instead resting his hands on the bandages and using his quirk just enough to warm them. How are you feeling? Izuku practically melted as the warmth seeped into him. He opened his eyes slowly, looking around the room and seeing Himiko and Suzuki laughing at their phones while Shudo, Hitoshi, and Katsuki were all asleep on another hospital bed. Where is everyone? Parents went out to get clothes and food. Aizawa is at the station with the detective, and the other kids had to go home finally. Izuku nodded, slowly sinking back down and sighing as Dabi held him tighter. Is Dabi keeping the wife happy? Both the teens froze as Suzuki teased them. Oh God. Himiko started laughing with her. Did Izzy remember? Oh God. He turned his head into Dabi's chest, blushing more when he felt the older's rumbling laughter. It's okay, I thought it was sweet, Izuku groaned, plus I personally. He leaned closer so he could whisper into Izuku's ear, would love to get married to you whenever you want. Shut up. He felt Dabi take a deep breath. Shut. You are a heating pad and heating pads don't talk. Careful, wouldn't want to wake up your new baby, would you? Izuku cut himself off as he felt something move. Looking down, he saw Eri curled against them, holding a small stuffed cat. Oh my God, please tell me you have pictures? A whole folder. Himari, you're the best. Izuku was bored. He had only been in the hospital for a little over a day, at least with him awake, and he already wanted out. Suzuki and Himiko had went back to training. Aizawa was investigating with Tsukachi, Rei and Dabi were at work, all the kids were back at their homes or hanging out, and Eri was with Nedza getting tested for her grade level. The only person he was seeing a lot of was his mother, which he loved, but she was still at work and couldn't stay much longer than 5 minutes at a time. He was messing with his laptop, that Hitoshi had brought him, when he saw a message pop up. Nedzu has added Daybreak. Nedzu, hello Daybreak. With your longevity of your hospital day being undetermined, I have decided to hand over some tests and plans I have that could use your assistance. Daybreak, I would be honored. Principal Nedzu. What is it I can help with? Nedzu, well, I will send over the written test for the support license so we can get that out of the way. Then the plans involve a little more hands-on work, though it can be done from your computer. I'll send over all of the details. When Hawks and Miruko were finally able to visit, Izuku had finished all of the tests and was working on gathering information about the Hero Commission. Little bunny foo-foo. He hummed, not looking up from his computer or acknowledging the strange name. Me and Bird Brain have brought food. It was my idea, obviously. Hawks lightly shoved Izuku and joined him on the hospital bed while Miruko took the spare one. But we got your dash. The hero cut himself off and stared at the screen for a moment. Are those Hero Commission files? No. Both heroes laughed. Izuku, I don't care if you go through their files. He took his drink from Maruko. I might work for them, but if they're electronic security SEKS, that's on them. If those guys. He sent one of his feathers to push the woman, but she only laughed harder before throwing a fry. You should totally try to find my file. Izuku stared at him. I'm serious. I don't even get to look at that thing, and it's about me. If you're sure, Hawks, while I do that, you guys can look through my analysis. He nodded over to his bag where he had a few notebooks on him. The language key should be on my phone. He tossed the device to Maruko, who smirked as Izuku focused back on the screen. I'm gonna text your friends so much shit. The teen hummed again, clearly not listening. Maruko, leave his stuff alone. No way. I'm telling his boyfriend he's cheating on him with you. Oh please, like he'd believe that. Good work. Uraraka pumped her fists. Go ahead and get some water while we take a break. Right? Dabi watched the girl before turning to his own things and grabbing his water and phone. He scrolled through some of the chats the kids had been talking in before seeing a few messages from Izuku. Izuku, I am in love with Hawks. Izuku, he is such a better kisser than you. Dabi. Alright, this is either the bunny or the bird, so who's fessing up? Izuku, this is very clearly your boyfriend Dabi. I'm telling my sister Izuku. Wait, and oh, she's so hot, don't tell her Dabi. W. Don't call my sister hot when you're using my boyfriend's phone. Izuku, you're the one that brought her up, Dabi. Because I knew if it was the bunny one it would get you to stop. Izuku, okay, but like, can I flirt with her? Dabi, she's a grown adult. Izuku, hey, according to some of these texts you freaked when someone flirted with your Dabi, because that's my and she was like recently in a mental hospital. Fuyumi wasn't. Izuku, fair, I'm gonna with your friends more. The teen rolled his eyes before tossing his phone and turning back as Uraraka jogged up. Alright, we got another 30 minutes before my brother and his friends come in for training. Uraraka pouted a little. You know you can stay later, right? It won't cost anything extra, and the little sheets love adding people to their collection. I know that. She paused. Well, not the last part really, but I've never been good with people my age, I guess. I think Izuku, Yamamo, and Jiro are the closest I've gotten. Dabi smiled a little. You sound like my little brother. And me. He put a hand on her shoulder. Listen, it never gets easier to talk to people, but you can make it feel easier if you just do it, push through that anxiety and talk to them, and if that doesn't work, think of it this way, their main friend Bakugo. He calls them all mean nicknames and have told all of us to die more than once. If you're even a smidgen friendlier than him, then you're winning. Really, he's a weird kid, but the little sheep pretty much has a boyfriend and an entire group willing to work with his shitty personality. That finally got her to laugh. So let's train a bit more, and if we need to, we sneak you out. Alright? Right? Good, now let's do this. Izuku didn't know if their security SEKD or if his system was just that good, because no teenager in a hospital armed with only a laptop should be able to access every single hero commission file to exist. He even had access to old ones that someone tried to delete. Daybreak, I got all the files. Do you want me to look for something specific or just send them over? Nedzu, feel free to send them over as well as look through what you wish. The more who know the merrier. Hawks, are you sure you're okay with me reading your file? Told ya I don't care, kid. Go for it. I'm a little interested what they have on me anyway. They don't even let me see it. Izuku hesitated at that. From the few files he had skimmed, it didn't look good, especially when he knew the HC had been the ones to cover up what Endeavor had done. As long as you're sure. The two heroes practically waved him off as they went back to whatever they were doing on their phones. It took him a moment of searching, but he found Hawks's file seen enough. It looked larger than most of the heroes they had on file, and when he opened it he found out why. The file started out when he was 5, talking about their recruitment of him, his quirk, and why they wanted him in the first place. Opening a few more connected files, he was able to see videos and notes from when they were training him. Hawks, you started training at 5. That got even Maruko to pause, who stared at her friend intensely. Yep. Practically grabbed me off the street when I saved some people. He seemed to finally notice the silence. What? That's effed up, you know that, right? Well, I mean, yeah, I guess, but I wanted the training. Hawks, you were 5. Izuku couldn't pull his eyes away from the video. Even if you wanted the training, they shouldn't have let you. Dude, you started training young. But my mom chose the classes and only let me learn self-defense for a while. The winged hero frowned a bit. Guess it's one of those things you just don't think about for a while. Miruko and Izuku shared a look before the teen went back to the files. Each new video of the training or document made him feel sick. He looked up to Hawks in a lot of ways. Seeing one of the heroes closest to him be trained like that made him think of Dabi and Shudo, both of them telling the horror stories of how Endeavor would train them. After going through each file that was connected to Hawks, he paused. How old did you just turn? Just turned 22, why? Izuku took a moment, pulling up the hero's personal information before checking the dates of all the training. Izuku, why are you asking? You're not 22. What? You're not 22. Izuku moved as both heroes joined him on the bed. They did a training update every month, but they stopped when you started being a full-time pro. It doesn't add up to 22. It adds up to 18. The teen let Hawks pull the laptop closer, checking the information for himself. Hawk dash, don't call me that. Miruko frowned but put a hand on his shoulder. What the F dash? His voice broke a bit. Kigo. Izuku moved closer to the hero. What do you want to do? The blonde stared at him, seeming to think, before suddenly standing up. I'm gonna go for a flight. He went over to the window and popped it open, flying out quickly. Sheet, stay here kid, I'll keep an eye on him. Miruko assured before jumping out the window and following after the other hero. Izuku stared at the open window before turning back to his computer. Daybreak, I want to destroy the hero commission Nedzu. It would be my pleasure. Did you guys see the texts from Izuku? That was definitely one of the heroes. My money's on Miruko. The group kept chatting and joking as they walked through the gym. About time you little sheets showed up. Shudo was quick to detach from the group and hug his brother while the others set their stuff down. Ah, is the burn victim cranky without his boyfriend? Ah, is the orphan cranky without his brother? Touché. Hitoshi shrugged his jacket off, finally noticing the other person in the room. Oh hey, don't you work with Izuku? Weiss. She offered him a hand with a tight smile. Uraraka Ochako. Hitoshi. He tried not to laugh as it was obvious the girl was nervous. What's this? Denki laid an arm across Hitoshi's shoulders, ignoring the burning glare of Katsuki. Who might this be? This is Uraraka. She works with Izuku? You work with his man himself. That's sick. We just bother him at work. That got the girl to loosen up a little, but you train here. Yeah, Izuku actually suggested it. Then Miss Ray said her son worked here. Makes sense. What's your quirk? Oh, anything I touch with all 5 fingers becomes weightless. Zero let out a low whistle. That's pretty sick. I can see why you're training with Dabi though. He's the best. He's been really patient with me. Course he has. Look what he has to deal with. They all turned to see Dabi and Shudo still hugging, though it was more obvious Dabi was trying to let go. Denki laughed as he dodged a kick from Katsuki. Hands to yourself, Beach. The group started laughing as Hitoshi blushed and tried to hide his face. Who the F is Pink Cheeks here? You must be Bakugu. My name's Uraraka. The group started laughing harder. She's heard about you. Oh my god. She knew it was you. That's even better. Shut the F up. Not adults, adult stepdad. Hey babe, are you good for visitors? Single mother, sure. I'm just going over some files and plans with Nedzu's single mother. Oh, don't forget to pick up Eri from your sister please. Actual adult. They already got her from me, like a good stepdad. Stepdad, I hate you actual adult. I wanna be best man. All of the teenagers and Eri were spread out around the room, Uraraka quickly being adopted by Shudo and Hitoshi surprisingly while the Baku squad all clambered onto the open bed and Dabi and Eri sitting with Izuku on the bed. So where'd the heroes run off to? Oh, Izuku wasn't sure what he should say, but he knew it would be best if Hawks told people himself they got called away for some work. Dabi stared at him before sighing. Whatever you say baby. Izuku smiled at him before feeling his phone go off. Miruko. Did something happen? He could hear the wind rushing on the other side of the line and someone breathing heavily. Well, how do you feel about a hospital buddy? What? Miruko, what happened? That got the others' attentions. He burned his wings. He what? Izuku nearly bolted out of the bed, but with his injuries he simply staggered. Miruko, what do you mean? Dabi reached over and carefully dragged him back down to the bed. I'll explain when I get there, kid. Then the hero hung up. Izuku covered his mouth before looking at the others. You guys need to leave now. What happened? Is everything okay? Even Eri and Uraraka looked worried. I'll explain later. Hopefully, but I need you guys to leave, please. Dabi nodded and started pushing the others out, though most of them were arguing about it. He said leave all right. Just go to the house and effed around. Some of them looked ready to argue again, but Katsuki and Hitoshi quickly started ushering them away. Trusting Izuku, Eri, we're gonna go visit Miss Inko and then my sister, okay? How does that sound? She looked between Dabi and Izuku. Is someone hurt? Do they need to be saved? Izuku smiled sadly and pushed her hair back. You remember Hawks? She nodded slowly. Some bad people lied to him and he did something, so me and Miruko are going to make sure he's safe, okay? You'll protect him? I will. Now go with Dabi, okay? She nodded and grabbed the older teen's hand. Can you please let Mom know that he'll be in here and might need medical attention? I'll take care of it. They shared a quick kiss before Dabi and Eri left. It wasn't long before the door was kicked open with Miruko carrying Kigo and Inko not far behind them. What happened? Inko asked, dragging over a small cart while Miruko set the other hero on the bed. Even though it was uncomfortable and hurt, he stood up and went over to Kigo, sitting by his side and grabbing the hero's hand. What happened? Are you okay? The other squeezed his hand before smiling. Kid, I feel great. He groaned a little as Inko began looking his back over. You feel great. Kigo, you just burned your wings off. Miruko yelled, though she quieted down with a stern look from Inko. Not my wings. The teen shrugged a little. Those things belonged to the HPC and now they're gone. Izuku frowned a little, but he understood in a sense. Kigo, honey, I'm gonna wrap your back, okay? It might sting a little. All good, Mama. Inko, do your worst. She smiled a little before looking to her son. Izuku, keep a strong hold on him, okay? I will. And Miss Miruko dash, y'all can just call me Rumi at this point. All right, Rumi, can you grab his other hand just in case? She nodded and went to his other side. Inko had been right, that they both needed to hold him, since as soon as she started cleaning and treating the wounds he almost jumped off the bed. They both kept a strong hold on his hands and shoulders as Inko began wrapping the small nubs on his back before going to his actual back. It took a while, but once she was done, Kigo sighed in relief and sagged onto the bed as the two let go. Rumi, can I talk to you in the hall? The hero nodded and quickly followed after Inko while Izuku stayed there. The two teens were silent for a while before Kigo sighed and turned to Izuku. You're probably judging me, aren't you? He looked down to the hero and shook his head. No, Kigo raised an eyebrow. I think you went about it the wrong way, but I sorta get it. I assume it's like when someone has a limb replaced, you know it's not yours so the body rejects it. Huh, yeah, I guess it is like that. They were silent again before Izuku moved more onto the bed, laying down next to the hero. I passed the support license exam. Really? Yep, I did the written one before you guys visited, and then I guess Power Loader and Nedzu sent in videos and proof of the stuff I've made, so now I have a support license? Kigo let out a low whistle. That's pretty sick. Guess that means you can officially work for me now. Izuku laughed. Wait, do I even have an agency now? I'm pretty sure you have to be 20 to run or own an agency. I think you could just run it through Rumi, right? She doesn't technically have an agency, so maybe she could just run yours. Yeah, but mine's also owned by the HC. They won't be a problem for long. Kigo looked at him a little surprised. With everything I found in the files, it'll be enough to at least clear house. I'm sure Nedzu's been itching to do that for a while, and then we can choose who we place where and keep track of how they run things. That'd be pretty sick. Think I can help? Izuku smiled widely. Of course. Does he have any next of kin or anything? Not as far as I know. Rumi rubbed the back of her neck. As far as I know, we're his only friends or family. Inko hummed and wrote a few things on his chart. All right, we'll keep him roomed with Izuku then. They'll likely get discharged around the same time too. She hummed for a moment. I'll order a psych evaluation just in case. With how he was talking, I'm not very worried he'll do something again, but it's procedure and I'd rather be safe than sorry. Makes sense. What about his wings though? Well, he should be able to grow them back. I've seen Izuku's notebooks. It'll just take a while and then he'll likely want to do some training just to make sure they're still strong. But he'll be fine. Yes, I also suggest that after he's discharged he stays with someone. If you can't, then I would be more than happy to have him at our house. I can probably have him over most of the time, but when I go on missions it'll probably be a good idea to have him over at yours. That works. I'll let the others know that he might be staying over. She pulled her phone out before looking to Rumi. Make sure they both relax. I'm sure one of the doctors will visit them soon. Right? Thanks, Inko. Midoriya Himura, household vet. Just wanted to let you all know that Kigo Hawks might stay with us for a few. He'll likely mostly be with Rumi Maruko, but she still has work to do. Normal cat. Is that why Izuku kicked us out of his room? Vet. It is related, but Kigo will choose whether or not he tells people. Dove. I hope he's okay. I let Dabi and Eri know since they're with me. Penguin. Should I make the guest room? Vet. Thank you, Ray, that would be a big help. I'm not sure if he'll use it, but thank you, dog. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Moms, not adults. Adults, actual adult. Mama Inko said you'd let us know what happened when you want, but at Pet Bird I just want you to know we're here for you whenever you need us. Family doctor. Yeah, man. Whatever it is, we're here for you. Gay cousin. Wait, what happened? Is Hawks okay? Wine Ant. We leave y'all alone for like a day. DM in Pet Bird. Thanks guys. Pet Bird. Pretty much what happened was Izuku was going through the HPSC files and I told him he could look through mine, since I didn't even know what was in it, and he looked through everything, and it turns out that I'm not just turned 22, I'm around 18. We're not sure if I'm 19 yet, but he said Nedzu would find out, and I kinda like freaked out cause I already questioned their sheet because they started training me when I was like 5, so finding out they lied to everyone including me about my age didn't go well and I flew away. Rumi followed after me, but I'm a lot faster than her when I wanna be, so I just kinda like disappeared and burned my wings. Family doctor. Holy F, are you okay? Pet Bird. Yeah, I'm chillin', honestly. Mama Inko already treated me and I just got done with the PSHYC eval and they said I'm pretty okay mentally. Stepdad. Okay, I just got back and there's no way that's true. You just burned off your wings. Pet Bird. Lotta back talk from the guy who literally burned himself. Stepdad. Touché, but also F you wine ant. Let me guess, Izuku's already planning on dating them. Gay cousin. Course he is ill, help him burn it to the ground. Pet Bird. Nao, yeah, him and Nedzu already got stuff planned. Pet Rabbit. This dipshit also has to wait for his wings to grow back or get some support items. Single mother. Speaking of support, guess who has their support license? Stepdad. Good job, babe. Love, gay cousin. Gay cousin. But also good job, Izzy. Wine ant. Woo. Pet Bird. Bo, for anyone worries, I told him to tell y'all, there's nothing else to talk about with me and no more. Pet Rabbit. So we can like hire you now, right? Cause I've seen some of your ideas. Family doctor. W.O. Good job, that's my brother-in-law right there, actual adult. Good job, Izuku. Did you want to tell the kids? Kigo shrugged a little. I probably will, but in person would be better. I just know Natsuo and Fuyumi are busy. Don't gotta push it, Kigo. Rumi lightly kicked his leg. It's not their business, and if you don't want to tell anyone then they can F off. I know, but I do want to tell people. He stretched a little before sighing. I mean, the HPSC has been getting away with a lot of shit for a while. People deserve to know what they've been doing, and it's not like my life's ever been private anyway. But now it can be. Izuku added, think about it. With all of this information and Nedzu already putting the plan into place, you no longer belong to the Hero Commission in any capacity. You can do what you want without someone telling you no. Kigo hummed before smiling. We should get piercings? That's the spirit. Rumi pumped her fist. We should totally get tongue piercings. Or tattoos. If we're getting piercings, we have to bring the others. Dabi has a lot and I know the kids would want some. Dude. It'll be a bonding experience for you and your new one. You mean Uraraka? Maybe we can invite Yaoyorozu and Jiro. They haven't met everyone yet. When you both get out, let's bother your work and just chill there. Kigo smiled as he watched his two friends make plans for when they were discharged. It felt natural to be sitting here with his friends and creating stupid plans. Maybe being 18 again wasn't such a bad thing.